Hello, hello, hello. It's not my fault I was late. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I was late for my own birthday because I had like 2 hours to do like 3 errands, and every single stop, every single one, I got stuck behind the slowest possible driver that I oh my god, you guys are already sending in super chats. Holy shit. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, so we're here. We're here. Now, on my birthday, of course, I am never late. I am always right on time. I obviously did not start my own birthday stream 25 minutes late, but you know what, guys? We're going to be it's going to we're going to go for a while. So it's okay. We're going to make up those 25 minutes. It's going to be fine. How's everyone doing on this wonderful Friday? I want to do a big shout out to the people who have already started to super chat in Seamstress. For some reason, I can't see your super chat in a StreamYard, Seamstress, but I do appreciate it. Seamstress says, "Happy birthday, Karlyn. Hope it's been a wonderful birthday." It has been, besides getting stuck in traffic, it isn't too bad so far. Been on vacation with limited access to internet. Oh, lucky you. But wanted to stop in and wish you a good one. I appreciate that, Seamstress. Naruto says, "A wizard is never late. She arrives precisely when she means to." Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Naruto. Freedom with a happy birthday. Thank you. And then Bot, this is a really big super chat for you. So I appreciate it, Bot. Thank you. Happy birthday, Karlyn. Thanks for all the hard work you do and for creating this community and teaching us all so much. Bot, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got another super chat from Kristen. Happy 29th birthday. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate it. Yes, guys, I am as you all know, I am 29 again for the 15th time. For the which actually levels out to like 43. So I feel like I'm doing pretty good for 43. I don't feel like I'm 43. I remember what my parents looked like when they were 43. Sin says, "Happy birthday. May you have many more." Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I we were just talking. I was just talking about this with Victor. Like I feel like I was looking back at I was going through my Facebook archives the other day, like way back, going way back, and I was looking at these older pictures of myself, and I was like, I look so much younger now than I did when I was in my 30s. I absolutely look younger now than when I turned 30. 100%. And so I was looking at that, I was like, how the hell did I do that? I don't even have a skincare regime. I have no idea how this happened. Now I am starting to look a little bit like my mother, and I'm not necessarily pleased about that. That's giving me some that's hitting me right in the feels. I'll tell you what. But I'm pretty happy, and Victor was telling me that there's this saying in Russian that essentially I'm not going to remember the Russian for this, but like essentially the saying is that like when women hit 45, they're like a ripe berry again. I was like, well, I am not 45. I am not Joshua's 45. Don't tell him I told you, but Joshua is 45. He is. It's true. He's not 25 like he pretends to be. Joshua is older than me. Don't tell him I told you the secret. Because of course he doesn't look a day over 25 either. Because he never ages. Never ages. Well, no, I don't think that's why it is at all. Conservatives would be Have you guys seen conservatives? Conservatives look so old most of the time. I mean, come on. Come on. All right, guys. Well, we have got a fun-filled birthday stream because if there's any day I can be belligerent and bitchy on the internet, it is of course my birthday. And so I decided, oh, by the way, can I tell you guys? Can I tell you guys the presents that Victor got me? Victor always Can I read hang on, I put one of the presents is on the other side of my desk over there, and I have a big pile of books, and I don't think I can reach it, so I'll tell you about it. Thank you, Bill. Bill says, "Happy birthday, Dr. K. You don't look a day over 29." Goddamn right I don't, Bill. Goddamn right I don't. Thank you. So Victor last night, we were hanging out, And Victor started freaking out. He's like, Karlyn, I don't think you're going to like your presents. And Victor does this all the time. Every time Victor has to buy me a present for something, or even if he never has to, I guess, but every time Victor buys me feels obligated to buy me a present for something, he freaks out and he's like, you're not going to like it. It's a dumb present. You're not going to like it. It's a dumb present. Thank you, Beth, for the super chat. Yeah, I'll take Benjamin Button. I'll take that. Why not? So, and he always buys the best presents. Honest to God, Victor picks out some of the best presents. They're creative, they're original, like he puts thought into them. For I think it was like our first anniversary, he got me a beer, like a really nice beer stein with like this whole wedding scene painted on it. And it's so cool. Tayton says, happy 40. Why'd you have to put Tayton, why'd you have to put the real number in the super chat? It's fine. It's fine if you guys know that I just turned 43, but we don't have to memorialize that in the form of a super chat, Tayton. You could have used the code word for 29. Whatever. I still appreciate you, Tayton. I still appreciate you. Fine. So Victor's freaking out last night. Around 10 o'clock at night. He's like, you're gonna hate your present. You're gonna hate your present. I'm like, Victor. Judy, thank you. Happy birthday. Sent you a gift certificate so YouTube wouldn't. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Judy, you've always been such a great supporter. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So last night, Victor's freaking out. And I'm like, Victor, do you just want to give me the presents now? Like, do you just want to rip the Band-Aid off and like know if I like the presents or not? And so Victor's like, yes. I was like, okay, well, my birthday's in 2 hours anyway. So like, fine, give me the presents now. And that way you can know if I like them and you don't have to be freaking out all night about whether or not I'm going to like your present. Thank you, Moxie. I appreciate it. Thank you, Everyday Therapist. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. This is awesome. This is so great. So Victor got me 2 things and they're both awesome. The first one is like, I wish I could reach it on the other side of my desk, but I'm going to knock over a pile of books if I try to do that. It's like this World War II lighter. It's like this little copper like lighter thing that it's a lighter, but it's like an old school kind of World War II style thing. And it's just really cool. And it doesn't work right now because Victor has to fill it with lighter fluid and make it work. But I was like, this is a great fucking gift. I light incense in my office all the time. I light other things in my office too, but we're going to use it mostly for incense. It's not a Zippo lighter. It's like a little it's, God damn it. Hang on. Got the box. Okay, I got the box. Let me show you guys the lighter. Hang on. This is it. It's cool. It has to be filled with lighter fluid, but that's what he got me. So I was like, that's cool. That's a cool little gift. So I appreciated that. And then Victor busts out this he got me. It's this is like you guys don't understand. Like I'm very appreciative of sometimes like the highly practical birthday gift that I would never think to buy for myself, but that my husband thinks to buy for me. So you guys know how I always do beer on Fridays, and we have beer today. I'm not drinking it yet, but I do have it. So normally what I would do is I would like use this cooler bag that my mother sent me one time that's supposed to be for wine, like out at the beach or something like that. And I would put the beer in the cooler bag, like from the fridge downstairs. I would bring the cooler bag up and slap it on my floor. And that's where the beer would be. I put like an ice pack in it, like whatever, so the beer stays cool during the stream. Victor bought me a little fridge that goes right under my desk. And it's like this big. It's a little fridge that I can chill my beer in under the desk. And it's a cool little thing too, because it's got a handle on it and you can plug it into the car like if you go camping or something, so you can have a little mini, like a mini fridge, and it holds like well, Victor claimed to hold 15 cans. I don't think it quite holds 15 cans. I think it's like it doesn't hold like the bigger cans, which is what the beer is. So he got me a beer fridge. He got me a beer fridge to keep it under my desk. And then I was like, Victor, I don't drink this much beer. I don't know if I need a whole fridge for this. And he's like, Karlyn, when you're not chilling beer in it, you can chill sparkling water in it. And I was like, I drink sparkling water all the time and normally it just sits in a box on my floor. I was like, this is the perfect gift. I don't need anything else. Perfect gift. And he was like freaking out. He's like, you're not going to like it. I'm like, I fucking love this. This is great. Nuti says, I won't be able to stay the whole time. My mom gets in at 4, so I'll have to watch this in spurts over the next few days. Happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Yes, Victor is the best. Shout out to Victor, who always takes care of me and has a really big dick. Okay, let's get started. Let's get started. Yes, my husband is a wonderful, loving, supportive husband. Indeed. Redden, we're here on your birthday entertaining the lot of us. Today is the day to be high on the internet. I'm not high on the internet yet. Oh, I just got a text from my friend Katie. Katie's birthday was 2 days ago and I forgot. Not because I don't love her and appreciate her, but because I don't know what day it is most of the time. Hang on. I'm texting my friend back. Everyone wish my friend Katie a happy birthday. I know you guys don't know who she is and she's not here right now, but we can all wish her a happy birthday. I met Katie on hang on. Well, let me do Renan's super chat. I'll tell you that. We're here on your birthday entertaining the lot of us. Today is the day to be. Oh, I already read that. Maybe I am high on the internet. I already read that. Thank you, Renan. Starbright, happy birthday. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Starbright. I appreciate you. So Katie and I met literally the first day of college. Literally at like student orientation in the College of Communication at Boston University. We met the first day. We remained friends all the way through college. We were roommates our senior year. And we've stayed friends. And we graduated 20 effing years ago. Like, she's fucking rad. She's awesome. She's always been awesome. She will always be awesome. Anyway, she just texted me happy birthday because our birthdays are 2 days apart. But I suck at remembering birthdays most of the time. So, you know. But I love her. All right, let's get down to it now that we've gotten some preliminaries out of the way. We're going to be doing a stream today where I'm going to be bitching and complaining and whining and not crying. No one's going to make me cry today. It's my birthday. But I am going to be complaining about how awful so many influencers are. And I think we're going to have a great day because there's a lot to complain about. Influencers mostly suck. And I have been taking suggestions from you guys for, well, a little under a week now. And many of you have sent in suggestions. And if we get through these suggestions, you can send me more suggestions. And I'm going to be watching some of this content and we're going to react to it. And I have some coffee for right now, but I'm going to be starting to drink at some point. And, you know, the night's going to go where it goes. I don't know how long I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing this as long as I feel like it. So the first thing I've got set up is I want to go back and watch. So basically, this is from right after I got the CEO of the Daily Wire to admit that he will not hire anyone based on like whether if they're critical of Israel. And so then after that Twitter space happened, Ben Shapiro did like this round of conservative media coverage to like, no, we're really not just pro-Israel. No, it's not like everyone is anti-Semitic. It's really not our fault. It's not our fault everyone is anti-Semitic. So Ben Shapiro did this whole media round. And I want to see his conversation with Dave Rubin because, man, I was thinking about this as I was driving around. I am so disappointed in Dave Rubin. I am so goddamn disappointed in Dave Rubin. It's so upsetting. I learned so much from Dave in 2020. I really did. I was on his show a bunch of times. Like, he was good to me. And I don't know what happened. I really don't know. It was like, I don't know if he was always like this or if something changed. I feel like after Biden got into office, things changed. And I don't I just really wish they hadn't. I wish they I'm so disappointed with the way he's turned out because now he is like it's just really upsetting. And I'm sure I've got more to say about that, but I want to watch his talk with Ben Shapiro, kind of trying to cover things up for the Daily Wire's missteps in that Twitter space. Yeah, this is kind of how I feel about it. Dave Rubin has no principles or beliefs of his own. He is a chameleon who takes on what is around him. I kind of think the same thing. And it makes me sad because he should know better. So we're going to watch that. What else do I have pulled up? Oh, Rottweiler wants me to kill myself. Not really. I would never do that. And I know that Rottweiler doesn't really want that. But Rottweiler sent in a couple of suggestions, and I'm not happy about it. And Rottweiler wants me to watch this conversation between Libs of TikTok and Taylor Lorenz. And I don't know if I'm going to make it through this. I really don't. This feels like it's going to be worse than the Whatever podcast. But we're going to give it a try. Rottweiler is a great supporter on the channel. He's always he comes through with the super chats. He offers great information. Like so I'm going to do it for you, Rottweiler. But I'm not happy about it. Rottweiler also sent in this suggestion. Tim Pool and Dave Smith debate the origin of woke. Dave says CIA. Tim says social media. Rottweiler hates me. Rottweiler wants me to suffer on my birthday. I don't think it's fair, but I'll watch this. Fine. Fine. Okay. Fine. And then Dragon Tail sent in this one. And now I'm going to be very clear. I'm not watching a 3-hour podcast with Konstantin Kisin. That's not going to happen. But I'll watch some of it because, as we know, Konstantin Kisin says that he is going to save the world for liberal values, even though he refuses to actually look at what the radical revolutionary socialist left is doing in the real world. Refuses. Blocked me on Twitter when I tried to show him. I was never anything but nice to him. But he is now in the conservative machine. He is one of the shills that they're propping up. And so he can't be bothered to look at real world information. He's just going to go out there and say over and over and over and over and over again on the internet, I'm saving the world for liberal values. Sure, bro. Sure, I'm sure that's happening. Anyway, Dragon Tail wanted me to watch some of this. So fine. I will watch some of it. I'm not watching 3 hours of it, though. And yes, Constantine thinks I fight too much on the internet. Yep. I fight too much on the internet. It's not that people shit talk me on the internet and then I defend myself. I fight too much on the internet for him to bother looking at primary source information. Where's my tiara? Well, I do have my tiara right here. I don't know. I was kind of like not feeling it. I guess I could wear it. I guess I could. I guess that's not so bad. Okay, there's the tiara. You guys see it? All right, I do have it on. So we're going to watch that. And then, and this is going to be, I'm so excited about this next one. This is a contribution from me. And we might even go back and watch the whole thing. Yesterday, Chrissy Mayer posted a clip from a longer conversation she had with James Lindsay about all the things that James Lindsay held back when he went on Joe Rogan. And I'm like, yo, this is like dessert right here. This is dessert. We're going to watch this at some point. We're going to watch all of this. We might even go back and watch the full thing depending on how ridiculous this is. So that's what we're doing right now. Will I be at AFPAC? I don't know. I got invited to AFPAC. I posted a video about it. I got invited to AFPAC. I don't know if I'm going to go. There are a couple factors in my decision, and one of them is legitimately June is just a really busy month. and I don't know if I have the time available to do it. And so I have to look at that. But also, there are just other considerations on AFPAC, okay? I need to think about it. I'm not saying no. I actually would kind of like to go, but I need to think about it, okay? I need to think about it. I don't know. We're going to see. All right, so let's get into it. Let's get started with the bitching. Let's get started. Let's see. Has everyone mounted the like button for me? Has everyone done that? Because I feel like there's still a shocking disparity between the number of people watching right now and the number of... You guys, you have to mount the like button on my birthday, okay? Like, of all... Please don't make me beg you to mount the like button on my birthday. Is my crown straight? Thank you, Milk Tea Groiper. I feel like I need to bend my tiara. That might be as good as that's going to get. Okay. Good enough. All right. Let's get started. We're going to be watching this first one. The truth about... Oh, I also do want to watch that Tucker Carlson interview that was pissing everyone off. We'll see. Maybe we'll watch that. Well, no. Well, you can smash... If you need to smash the like button in order to get the like button triggered, do what you got to do, MP. Do what you got to do. All right, let's see what these guys had to say about shilling for the Daily Wire.
He wants. I have never, once again, he can clear that up anytime he wants. I have never, once again, implied or suggested that Tucker has corrupt motivations. I think he believes what he believes for whatever reasons he believes it. And then I've tried to take on the arguments that he makes, whether they are good or bad. Once you can have arguments and discussions over issues. What you can't do is if you get in a room with somebody and you say that that person is racist or evil, the conversation is now over. Now, the person may be racist and evil or anti-Semitic or whatever it is, but you should be able to show the receipts as to why you believe that thing.
All right, Shapiro, here we go. In person once again. I was told that the last time we actually sat in person together was July of 2020. Here we are in the free state of Florida.
So you're telling me that Ben Shapiro hadn't been in person with Dave Rubin for 4 years, and now they just have to scamper right back together to shill for the Daily Wire? Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate you.
And
You did it.
Not everything I say is prophetic, but that one, that felt like an easy call at the time and turned out to be like actually a really easy call. The good news is you did get the upside on the house that you bought in LA, so you didn't get totally hosed on that.
That's true.
Which is my fear for you when you bought that second house. I will say you could have saved yourself a few years and a lot of money in income tax.
A lot of money, a fruitless effort to depose Gavin Newsom in a recall election. I got audited by the state after that.
Your optimism had costs.
I tried. You know what I mean? And trying is always worth it, right? In this world that we're in right now.
I wish that were true.
No,
I wish that.
Have you shifted now to the other side of this?
Every time I think I've hit the bottom of the pessimistic well, it turns out that there are leagues below me, and I can always find new ways to be pessimistic.
All right, so let's do a bunch of stuff here. We've done this over Skype and that kind of stuff a couple of times, even just in the last few months, but it's been a while since we've sat down. I actually have notes here, which I hate having, but I want to kind of cover everything. In some ways, I want to do this as if I had never seen you before or know some of your stuff or interviewed you before, because I think there's a lot of confusion about you and your positions, which is, do you find that odd, like someone who speaks as precisely and fast as you do, that people seem to be confused over your positions?
Yes. And I find it deeply confusing because, again, I'm public record on everything for at least 20 years. I started writing a syndicated column when I was 17. I'm currently 40. So the notion that you have to go far to search for my opinions is strange to me. But the online world is not a real world. And the phrase I've been finding myself using a lot lately is touch some grass. Mm-hmm. And people need to go outside and they need to touch some grass. Like turn off X, go touch some grass. Turn off Instagram.
Ben Shapiro spent days lying about decapitated babies. And he's talking about other people touching some grass. That's the ironclad law of Zionist shill projection, Ben.
Go outside, look at the sky. Like the reality is that if you want to know my positions, I've been outspoken about literally all of them. I've not been unclear about them. There are, of course, people who are going to seek to twist those positions into something that they are not. And I understand that's the nature of the game. Nothing has changed there. But the prevalence and speed with which that happens, that has changed. And that's gotten significantly worse over the course of the last few years.
How do you balance that for yourself? Because I talk about it on the show all the time. I mean, we're in this digital world. We're basically existing in the matrix, which I would say if you spend more than 12 hours and 1 second on there, you pretty much are just the battery for the thing. Versus we all go out and about, and at least here in Florida, we have a functional society and we have law and order and things like that. So just contrasting the lunacy that's happening there versus actually, not that everything's great in America, it certainly isn't. We're going to get to it, but there's a huge chasm between those two.
For sure. And I think
Shapiro
that for me, the big
Rubin.
move that I made in my life was probably 5-6 years ago now, where my wife turned to me and she said, Twitter, even then, was taking up too much of your time and eating your life. You really need to not have Twitter on your phone. And so I took Twitter off my phone. So what I'll do is I'll check in on specific accounts from the outside of Twitter where I actually have to spend the effort to log into to Twitter and look up what a specific news account is saying, as opposed to just having this scrolling doom feed that is also filled with an echo chamber about you. The notifications button on Twitter is bad. It's gotten way worse since listen, I love that Elon took over X.
You check the Ben Shapiro notifications?
No. I gave that up a long time ago.
Yo,
I will say that
Yo, has anyone looked in Dave Rubin's replies recently? Like, and this has been the truth for years. Dave Rubin gets absolutely hosed on like every single thing that he tweets. Every single thing. Thank you, Janice. I appreciate you. So I can understand why Dave Rubin listen, man, like I block people who are dicks on Twitter. I don't just like mute them or something and then let them continue to reply to me. I just block them and get them out of my life. But I will say this. Sometimes looking at criticism of yourself is a positive thing. Not if they're just being like, you're fat, you're ugly, you're fat. Like, that's not productive. That's not productive. But in regards to like feedback on your ideas, sometimes if a lot of people are giving you the same feedback on your ideas, not on superficial bullshit, but on your ideas, that might be worth listening to. And I'm just saying that maybe Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro would be a little bit more hinged into reality about where people are if they maybe every once in a while checked the replies and just looked at some of the feedback. And you have to dismiss the bad stuff. But
did get significantly worse when I would check on it since the changes to the blue check.
Yeah.
I mean, the changes to the blue check mark definitely opened up all the floodgates in terms of.
No, my internet didn't just
anyone now being in your notifications, so it made it a lot less usable just in terms
Wait, what?
of being user friendly and people you actually cared about.
Hang on.
Comments.
My internet is like skipping. Am I back? I seem to be back. Why is my internet skipping? Okay, I'm back. Did Ben Shapiro literally just complain about the blue check making it possible for him to hear from the proletariat? I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. Ben Shapiro's like since they allowed any, look at this is like the perfect freeze frame. This is Ben Shapiro's since they allowed any old person to get a blue check, my notifications have been an absolute nightmare. The riffraff that are in my feed
did get significantly worse when I would check on it since the changes to the blue check.
Yeah.
I mean, the changes to the blue check mark definitely opened up all the floodgates in terms of anyone now being in your notifications. So it made it a lot less usable just in terms of being user friendly and people you actually cared about commenting on what you were doing. But with all that said,
and people you actually cared about commenting on what you're doing.
Yeah, I really don't check Twitter a lot except for the news when I'm attempting to prep for the show. And I really try never to check the notifications or the comments or anything remotely like that because it is toxicity all the way up, all the way down.
Yes, everyone cry.
Right, so let's do the elephant in the room for just a moment because I saw you this week on Piers Morgan. He asked you repeatedly about Candace. You repeatedly basically said,
I won't talk about that.
Don't want to talk
I'll say
about
that here too.
Yeah, and that's fine. And it's interesting because we all sort of came up together to different extents, and we've all done a million things together in public events and networks and all of those things. It seems to me that at this moment, she's now a free agent. She happened to end up on Locals, which I created, and we're a platform, not a publisher that you guys are.
To be really clear for everyone, because I've had a lot of people say to me, Karlyn, look, Dave isn't censoring Candace on Locals. Dave Rubin does not own Locals anymore. Like, I really don't think people realize this. Dave Rubin no longer owns Locals. Dave Rubin sold Locals to Rumble, like what, 3 years ago? Something like that? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that? And when Dave Rubin sold Locals to Rumble, the development on Locals stopped. This is why I started trying to migrate my community off of Locals as soon as they sold it to Rumble. Because I took one look at Rumble and I was like, they're not focused on development. Like, they're not going to continue to develop this platform. And Locals had made me all these promises about we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Those things never happened. Development stopped because it was just a tool for Rumble to be able to have in their toolbox. I'm not even sure what they're actually doing with it, if anything. And so for people who are like, Dave's not censoring Candace on Locals, he doesn't have the ability to because he doesn't own it anymore. Nathan, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. It just laid there and took it. Well, sometimes that's all right. Thank you.
Can you at least talk to just sort of where it's at now? She's not with you. She's free.
She's free to do whatever she wants to do, to be wherever she wants to be. The difference between a publisher like the Daily Wire and a platform like Locals is obviously that a platform should have a very broad range of speech that it allows, including speech that maybe even the creators don't believe is inside what they would consider to be the Overton window. It's a very different thing than direct subsidization of particular opinions. The Daily Wire would not have a host, would not pay a host who was staunchly pro-abortion.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have no obligation to pay a host who is staunchly pro-abortion. And so when it comes to the hosts on the Daily Wire, obviously everyone is able to say what they want. Nobody ever comes to me and says, you can't say X. Nobody ever says that.
No, Ben. They're not allowed to say what they want. That is exactly the fucking point. They're not. He just said, when it comes to the hosts on the Daily Wire, they're allowed to say what they want. No, they're not. You guys pretend to be in favor of free speech, and then you actively censor, like you have sent a message to all your hosts saying, you cannot say whatever you want on this topic, which, you know what? Listen, Ben Shapiro is right in that the Daily Wire has no obligation to hire anyone. The Daily Wire has no obligation to continue paying anyone that they don't want to pay. That is all very, very true. But being that I was the person that got Jeremy Boring to admit that he will not hire anyone that is critical of Israel, I think that came as a very big surprise to a lot of conservatives who were unaware that the Daily Wire is a propaganda outlet for fucking Israel. So no, Ben, your host cannot say whatever they want. That is just patently false, bro.
To be a host who is staunchly pro-abortion. And so when it comes to the hosts on the Daily Wire, obviously everyone is able to say what they want. Nobody ever comes to me and says, you can't say X.
Nope.
Nobody ever says that to Walsh. And no one ever said that to Candace.
Nope.
But the reality is that there is an Overton window at the Daily Wire. Obviously, there was a non-meeting of the minds. That's pretty much all I can say on this. And, a lot of this has happened publicly. But to the extent that the Daily Wire is, in fact, not a publisher, it is that is, in fact, not a platform, it is a publisher, that means that there is no moral obligation for the Daily, and there's no free speech problem with the Daily Wire saying we don't wish.
No moral obligation? Let's not pretend that Ben Shapiro is in favor of free speech because he's not. This is not an intellectually consistent argument. And Dave Rubin, who literally wrote a book and became a millionaire off of the idea of, hey guys, can't we just have conversations with each other? Can't we just discuss ideas? Both of these two are completely disingenuous, completely intellectually corrupt. They're not consistent at all. They made a ton of money saying we shouldn't censor ideas. We shouldn't, like when they were doing that whole intellectual dark web thing. And now, well, there's a difference between a publisher and a platform. And, we're allowed to create the Overton window at the Daily Wire. And people should really know better, even though our hosts can say whatever they want. But they can't say that.
To pay a particular host or that host saying, I don't wish to work here anymore, because again, there's a parting of the ways that is not really open for discussion at this point.
Does it surprise you that so many people, even on our side of this, are confused about that as it relates to free speech and quote unquote cancel culture? Like severing a business tie, as long as you're not throwing someone in jail, they're able to be everywhere else, is not.
I'm not super surprised with the controversy, honestly, because to a certain extent, I think that there's been a reaction on the right to the excesses of the left. So because what the left did is they said that the Overton window ought to be closed so tight that no one can get inside the Overton window. Basically, if you're to the right of Hillary Clinton, you can't be allowed inside the Overton window.
World,
yes, exactly. and not just with regard to platforms, but with regard to publishers. So, for example,
Can we just wrap our heads around the idea that someone who is pretending to advocate against censorship is really like, guys, we just need to stay within the respectable bounds of speech, because we have this Overton window and we just can't go outside the acceptable bounds of speech, because it's not censorship if you go outside of the Overton window. Please. Rottweiler, thank you for the super chat. People forget how unhinged and uncharitable Dave was even before the Candace situation when he was simping for Ron DeSantis. Oh God. Dave has been an absolute nightmare for like a long ass time. And it's like, again, I was so disappointed in it. I was watching it happen and I'm like, no, bro. Nah, that's not it, bro. That's not it. And he just kept walking. He walked his way right down the shill gangway or whatever.
Week, NBC News deciding that Ronna McDaniel was too much for them. Ronna McDaniel can't work at NBC News. The sacred halls of NBC News must not be sullied by the former head of the RNC. Jen Psaki, however, can have a show on MSNBC despite being the press secretary for the White House 5 seconds ago. Right? The right's response to that is, I think, correct to say you guys have shut the Overton window too tight. But I think some elements of the right have basically said there is no Overton window. The Overton window should be completely exploded with regard not just to platforms, with which I kind of agree, but with regard to publishers. So NBC News not only has an obligation to hire Ronna McDaniel, NBC News has the obligation to hire Alex Jones, for example.
Right, which just makes no sense at a business level beyond free speech. I mean, there's a reason that networks exist.
Right, they have editorial positions. Yeah. Daily Wire has a very strong editorial position on a wide variety of issues.
The Daily Wire is a pro-Israel propaganda outlet. So yeah, they do have a very strong editorial decision in favor of Israel, even if it means putting Israel ahead of America.
And by the way, I should say that, there are a lot of people who are suggesting this is about disagreements over Israel. I mean, I can safely say it is not about disagreements over Israel, to the extent that, without reference to Candace at all here, Matt Walsh has taken the position that America ought not be involved in the Middle East at all. Matt Walsh's position, so far as I understand it, and I've talked to him about it, is that Israel, in a conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel is obviously a more moral party than the genocidal terrorist group Hamas, but also it's very far away. He doesn't care, and it doesn't involve America. That's just a pure isolationist position. I disagree with it. I think it's wrong. I think that it's short-sighted. But again, he's on our platform that is well within the range of acceptable discourse at the Daily Wire. So, the notion that you have to mirror my exact perspectives on what...
That's not being critical of Israel, Ben. That's not the same thing. Matt Walsh is not being critical of Israel, even though he probably would if he thought he wouldn't get fired for it. This is just not an intellectually honest discussion. Either you can be critical of a foreign country or you can't be critical of a foreign country. And if you can't be critical of a foreign country, then why the fuck doesn't the Daily Wire just move to Israel? I mean, seriously. Why doesn't the Daily Wire just move to Israel, Ben? You want to be pro-Israel? You want to fire anyone that's critical of Israel? Why don't you GTFO and go to Israel?
What Israel is doing in Gaza is obviously not true, based on the roster of hosts that we currently have. There are a lot of other factors, obviously, at play.
Right. So actually, let's connect that to something else going on that we did discuss when I had you on a few months ago. that there is this sort of tension now that I think has been unearthed because of what's going on with Israel and Hamas on the right as it relates to the more libertarian wing, and I don't know if you want to say the more traditional conservative wing or whatever. They say neocon. I don't think it really
That's not really
I don't think the
accurate,
word
yeah.
really works anymore, but that there's a tension between
What?
isolationism and what the hell should America do at
The term neocon doesn't really work anymore, Dave. Really?
this point. And I'm sympathetic sometimes to the isolationists because with Joe Biden as president and this particular administration, I don't know what good we can do at the moment. So how do you balance?
So I would say that there are
all?
actually 4 positions inside the Republican Party at the moment. Only one of them I find morally truly reprehensible. The 4 positions are traditional, sort of old school isolationism, right? Which is the idea that America really should not be involved anywhere. We should retreat inside Fortress America. We have a lot of oceans.
Libertarian
We're
position.
surrounded on the other 2 borders by Canadians and Mexicans. Like we're well placed by God to be a safe country. And so why bother ourselves with anything happening in the rest of the world? Again, I think that's short-sighted.
Tell us you're a neocon,
but that's certainly
without
within the
telling us
realm
you're a
of discussion.
neocon,
Then there's
Dave.
the sort of realpolitik perspective, which is we have allies, we have enemies. Sometimes we have to tell our allies not to do things. Sometimes we have to throw a worm to our enemies. Sometimes we have to juggle between the two. Sort of the Henry Kissinger-esque balance of power position, right? That sort of realpolitik position, and even that there are differences inside the realpolitik position. In people who say that there's an American interest, for example, in being involved in Syria versus people who say there's no American interest involved in Syria or Ukraine. There's an American interest involved in Ukraine or there's no American interest involved in Ukraine. You can have honest discussions that are not isolationist about how large is that interest and what should America's commitment be. That's all within the realm of realpolitik.
Sure.
Then you have sort of the neocon position, which is the very interventionist Wilsonian foreign policy position, which is that the United States should be involved in shaping pretty much everything around the world, that the United States has a duty to mainly a higher calling, like democracy, for example, and that the United States ought to impose democracy everywhere that it possibly can as part of America's sort of imperial calling. And that's a sort of Woodrow Wilson position that was adopted in large measure by some of the neocons in the 1990s and 2000s and manifests in a lot of interventionism. Now, you can have situations in which the realpolitik and the neocons cross paths, right? That does happen, but they don't have to. And then finally, you have the only position that I find truly to be immoral. And that position is the position that the United States is a nefarious force in the world, that for moral reasons, the United States should never involve itself anywhere else, that everything the United States touches turns to evil and viciousness, and that every problem around the world is to be blamed on America's imperialist colonialist history. And there you see a sort of weird horseshoe theory between the Ron Paul libertarians and the sort of Bernie Sanders far left AOC acolytes.
So what do we do about that? That connection?
Did Ben Shapiro just shit talk Ron Paul? Wow.
Horseshoe between those pure isolationists and then the people who really hate America, because someone I'll bring it up in a moment, but someone like Tucker obviously loves America. He takes the more of the isolationist approach, and now he's finding some common cause on this other thing.
I think Tucker, I'm having watched enormous amount of his stuff, and Tucker, I've said it 1,000 times, incredibly talented human being. Tucker has, I think, put one foot in the isolationist camp, and then he's really dipped a lot of toes on the other foot into the sort of America is bad, Noam Chomsky idea. And his trip to Russia just being the latest example. You can take the pure isolationist position that the United States has nothing to do in Ukraine.
Ben Shapiro just compared Tucker Carlson to Noam Chomsky. This isn't serious. This is not serious. Come on.
Ukraine. Again, I think that that's wrong. I think America has interests in, for example, restricting Russian interventionism. I think that a Europe that is under Russian domination or under the threat of Russian domination is likely to become more aggressive. It's likely to make the world more unstable. Russia has spread its tentacles in the Middle East and Africa. It has threatened shipping lanes via its proxies. That's going to have a major impact on how Americans consume goods. It's on how goods move.
No, Shayna. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Shayna says, no, Dave. We are disappointed that the Daily Wire said they wanted to make competitive, non-leftist entertainment, and now all of it is garbage quality. Look at how they reacted to stuff like Barbie. They don't get culture at all. And Happy Birthday to Me. Jaina, you could not be more correct. Like the very first movie that the Daily Wire put out was actually really good. Because it was just a good story. That was all it was. It wasn't a reaction to woke. It wasn't a fucking remake of Snow White. It wasn't some garbage ripoff that they came up with. It was literally just a good story. That was all it was. And that was all it needed to be. And that's all they needed to do was to keep making good stories. But no, their content is shit. I'm sorry, it's not good. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
Move around the world. The freedom of the waterways is the single greatest guarantee of a free market economy and a functioning economy. Forget about free market, a functioning economy in the United States. Freedom of the seas, which has basically been guaranteed by the British Empire up until America took it over in the post-World War I and then certainly post-World War II era. That is something not to be taken lightly, and it's fading right now specifically because of American isolationism. But that position is, again, distinct from the idea that America is bad and say Russia is good, that Russia is somehow a defender of Christendom when it attacks Ukraine. That's what that war is really about, as opposed to imperial ambitions by Vladimir Putin, who's made very clear exactly what he's doing. I think one of the fascinating things about Tucker's interview with Putin, which again I thought was really, really interesting. Mainly, I thought the part that was interesting was the part everyone thought was boring. I thought that Putin sort of laying out of his vision of Russian history, in which he never once mentions Christianity. He never says we're a Christian country and we're defending Christendom by going into Ukraine. That is a made-up excuse by a lot of people in the United States to sort of backfill why they're rooting for Russia in that particular conflict. And you can quarrel with Ukraine. Ukraine is a deeply corrupt country. Vladimir Zelensky is in fact acting in quite tyrannical ways at home. Right? He has gone after opposing parties that are not pro-Russian parties. Now, all of that is true. That still doesn't mean that Russia gets to walk into Kyiv.
So how much of the backlash against Israel do you think is because for a year we were in this war, not war, with Ukraine, and it was not laid out to us in a like you just laid it out in a somewhat clearer way than certainly Joe Biden or anyone from the administration did, and that basically we ended Afghanistan in a horrible fashion, and then just jumped into another thing that wasn't explained properly, and then people are just like, we don't do anything right, and here we go with Israel now.
Again, I don't think that actually represents, particularly in the conservative movement, a large percentage of the conservative movement. So if you take a look at the polls,
I mean more broadly than the conservative movement. Yes. I mean for what's the temperature of the country.
So I mean, honestly, I think that Joe Biden's leadership on the Israel-Hamas war has been egregious because he has tried to have it every which way, like all the ways at once, which is always the worst thing that you can do as an American president. He has provided Israel with some level of rhetorical support at the beginning and some level of material aid. And then he has suggested that Israel is sort of a weird attack dog, that the United States needs to hold its leash, as though the Israelis are like itching to go in and just murder civilians. And if it weren't for Joe Biden chiding them every so often, that's exactly what they would be doing, which is just a lie. It is a 100% whole cloth lie that Israel is seeking to murder tons of civilians. Again, Israel has complete air superiority in Gaza. This is perfectly obvious. If Israel wanted 0 Israeli soldiers to be killed, they could do it because, again, complete air superiority. They could have carpet bombed Gaza. Yeah. There are 2 million people living in Gaza. When you're talking about 30,000 casualties, at least 1/3 to 1/2 of those are actual terrorists, and many of the others are people who are direct associates of those terrorists. I mean, by every available kill ratio, when you're talking terrorists to civilians in the history of urban warfare, Israel's doing an extraordinary job, and of course, getting its own soldiers killed in the process. I mean, they've had nearly 300 soldiers.
Israel's doing an extraordinary job. It is mind-boggling to me how much conservatives pretend to care about the children. All lives matter. We must protect all life. If it just saves one life, then it's worth it. All life is valuable. All lives are precious. And then completely dehumanize every single Palestinian, to include the women, to include the children. Say they're all responsible for Hamas. It's okay if we kill all of them, destroy their homes, drive them off of their land, because we want it, because we're Israel and we can do whatever we want and everyone will back us up. Half of the people in Gaza were under the age of 18. It's so disgusting. It is so disgusting what these people have done and who these people have shown themselves as since October 7th. MacB says Ben's new name, Ben's new name should be Ben the Struggle Session Shapiro. Indeed. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Who have been killed on the ground in Gaza going door to door. And that is what they are doing. They are not actually just carpet. Again, if there were carpet bombing, there'd be far fewer Israeli casualties. You know, the kind of Joe Biden, I want to have it both ways thing has undermined levels of support for Israel that would normally be natural. I will say that Israel has moved far too slowly. You know, this has been Donald Trump's critique.
Mm-hmm.
The American public cannot stand long conflicts. It cannot. Whether you're talking Afghanistan, Iraq, Ukraine, or Israel. Anything that lasts more than about 35 seconds, the American public is gung-ho at the beginning, and then by second 34, the American public's like, are we done with this yet? Like, why? Why is this still going on? And so Israel seemed to be under the weird misimpression that if it went slowly and was careful, that would somehow earn more latitude from the United States and the public. And that actually is not true. The reality is that the American public almost doesn't care what happens in the first couple of weeks of any conflict. They only start to care when it continues to be on the TV, and then they get annoyed that it's on the TV a lot. And Joe Biden, of course, has put it on the TV a lot because he's trying to cater to pro-Hamas voters in Michigan right now.
Do you think that that's part of the calculation? I mean, I hate to even say it, but it's like the Democrats know they're going to win New York with the Jews or without the Jews, basically. They know they're going to win California with the Jews or without the Jews, and they know they're going to lose.
The only reason to push back on this is Joe Biden is catering to pro-Hamas voters in Michigan. Bro. Milo says, on display here is once again the stark reality there is no real difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Lose Florida with the Jews or without the Jews. Like, the map is not, if this is about if you look at it sort of cynically from an electoral way, the map is not friendly to the Jews, dumb. Let's say.
Well, so I will say that Joe Biden is listening to a left-wing advisory group that is lying to him. So they're telling him that he's losing Michigan because he's too supportive of Israel. That's a lie. He's not losing Michigan because he's too supportive of Israel. He's losing Michigan because blue-collar voters who are white predominantly in Michigan do not like him, and they think that he is bad for the economy, and they think that he has bad values, and they think that he sides with upper-crust white liberal women in the suburbs who are interested in left-wing social values. There are 1,000 reasons why he's losing Michigan. Israel is super low on that list. And the idea that tons of voters in Dearborn, Michigan are suddenly going to swivel and vote for the most pro-Israel president in American history, Donald Trump, is wrong. There's a going theory that Joe Biden has about this election, and it's been the theory of Democrats since 2012, and it is a lie, and it is wrong. That theory in 2012, which was, for my money, I'll always say this is the most important election of my lifetime. Everybody has said that every other election was really important. It was 2012 that was the important one.
Right.
They say 2008 was important because Obama won. Okay, but Obama ran as effectively a moderate Republican in 2008. We're going to unify the country, bring together red states and blue states, right? We're all going to be friends, and we're American opportunity, and I, in my own person, am embodying this American opportunity in the American. Okay, that was 2008. 2012. Barack Obama did the most deeply cynical thing I've ever seen a politician do, and that is that he decided to completely abandon the independents that had actually won him the presidency and double down on his base. And so he decided that he was going to go radical on nearly every issue, and then he was going to get out the vote with his base. And the idea was that there was this ascendant majority-minority coalition along with white liberal women, and that you could just get enough of those people out. You didn't need to appeal to moderates ever again. You could just ignore the moderates and get the base out, and you would never lose another election. Hillary tried to replicate that coalition in 2016, and then she lost. Weirdly enough, because everyone believed that Barack Obama, the first president in modern American history to lose independence and win re-election, to lose votes from election number one and win re-election, everyone believed that was duplicable. You could do it again.
Right.
And so because of that, both Republicans and Democrats believed that, and it shaped the parties in very weird ways. So the Republicans believed that it would take a miracle worker in order to defeat a Democrat. So when Trump came and he beat Hillary, it must have been because the man worked miracles. It couldn't be because Hillary underperformed and was a bad candidate.
All right, let me grab this super chat from Naruto. Now that Ben Shapiro has acknowledged that 30,000 people have died in Gaza, can conservatives stop saying that is a Hamas talking point? Well, yeah, that's exactly it. This is like all the arguments around what is going on in Israel have been completely disingenuous from the conservative machine. To say that the only people who were critical of what Israel was doing in Gaza were pro-fucking Hamas leftists. Like, Do conservatives have any goddamn idea how many votes they lost by declaring that every single person who was critical of what Israel is doing in Gaza is a pro-Hamas leftist over and over and over and over and over again? Everyone that's critical of Israel is an anti-Semite. Everyone that's critical of Israel is pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism, pro-fucking paragliding. Like, it's just like idiots. They deserve to lose.
It had to be because Donald Trump had the magic sauce. And that meant in 2020, when he didn't win, it must have been because someone stole it, because he's a wizard and wizards don't lose. And so that's why there's a lot of credibility to him saying there's no possible way I lost to Joe Biden, and people willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because it took a magic man to beat Hillary the first time. For Democrats, they assumed that it was also magic, but it was Russian magic. It was Russian dark magic that allowed Trump to win in 2016. So that didn't lead them to moderate any of their stances. It led them to keep doubling down. Then 2020 happens, and it's this weird, odd election in which you get an additional influx of over 20 million voters, right? Which never happens. The transition between presidential election, usually somewhere between 3 and 4 million voters are added each election cycle. Here, you had a multiple of that, like a 5 times multiple of that, with so many people voting early and voting by mail. And so Biden wins on that basis. He also wins independents. And then he immediately swivels to the left.
Mhm.
And because he's swiveling to the left, he's now attempting to mimic the Barack Obama 2012 strategy again of get out the base, get out the base, get out the base. And so his pollsters are telling him, who's your base? Your base is radical progressives who live on college campuses and in the suburbs, and radical members of your coalition. The people.
If Ben actually listened to the far left like we listen to the far left, then Ben would know that the far left, these so-called, what he calls the radical progressives who aren't progressive at all, they're socialists, they hate Joe Biden. They hate Joe Biden. They hate the Democratic Party. They do not believe that Joe Biden is pandering to them at all in any way. So Ben Shapiro is just completely unhinged from what the left is saying, what the left is doing, while pretending to be an expert on the left. And Dave Rubin's going to sit there and go, yep, yep, yep.
People who love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC. And if you get those people out to vote, these people are low preponderance voters. They don't tend to vote as much, but if you can get those people out to vote, then they will jog you to victory. That's not why he's losing. He's not going to find enough votes in Dearborn, Michigan to make up the deficit that he has in Michigan.
What do you think this all does to the moderates? Because even if you and I went back to the first time we sat down, which was even before that, it was, I think, around 2017, and I was still on the left and you were on the right, and we debated abortion and we debated gay rights and a whole bunch of other stuff. It clearly was within that Overton window. And in some ways, I was kind of a moderate lefty and you were a moderate righty. Now we're both considered, far right maniacs or something. But what does that do for all of the people? And I think it is most Americans that
Far
are
right would
decent and willing to live and let live and everything else. There's nothing playing to us right now.
Right. So what's actually happening is that it's not even policy. If it were policy, I think the Republicans would be in pretty solid shape. I think that right now it's almost entirely affect. So the Democrats are trying to promote a moderate affect and very left-wing policy.
Right.
That's what Joe Biden is actually doing.
Do you think Biden knows what he's doing? I mean, just quickly on the cognitive stuff. Do you think like he really understands what's driving this? Or
I think that Joe Biden
this?
has an inherent instinct for being at what he believes to be the center of the Democratic Party. So he will shift to wherever he believes the center of gravity is in the Democratic Party at any one time. So in the 90s, he was an anti-crime, hard on crime. I'm going to say the thing that nobody else will say, triangulating Democrat. And by 2024, he's mimicking Bernie Sanders because he believes that's where the center of weight is in his party. That's the only thing that he knows. I don't think that he is cognitively with it much of the time. I don't think, frankly, that he has to be cognitively with it much of the time in order to have like one thing that he knows, right? He can be a hedgehog. He doesn't have to be a fox. If he can just say the one thing he knows over and over, which is whatever my party wants me to say is the thing that I'm going to say. And so that's what he's doing over and over. So his shtick right now is provide a moderate, doddering face on very radical policy. And on the right, weirdly enough, you have Donald Trump, who is a moderate on policy. Donald Trump is a moderate on policy by any stretch of the imagination. On abortion, he's a moderate on policy.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has proposed maybe a 16-week abortion ban. That is a very late-term abortion ban. That's later than virtually all of Europe.
Which, by the way, has nothing to do with the president.
That's a very late abortion ban? Has Ben Shapiro ever listened to the left talk about abortion? Obviously not.
at this point.
Right. And by the way, he's avoided the issue
Right.
entirely.
Right.
He doesn't even want to answer questions on it. So
Right.
all the pro-lifers, people like me, are like, what the hell? Why isn't he more pro-life? But
Right.
the answer is he's a moderate on the issue of abortion, on same-sex marriage. He's a moderate on the issue of same-sex marriage.
Mhm.
You can make the case that he's even quasi-moderate on some of the trans stuff. Like he's a very moderate candidate in terms of
He wants one bathroom at Trump Tower.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When it comes to entitlements, he doesn't want to touch them. This is a quote-unquote moderate position. In terms of his positioning, he is closer to Bill Clinton in 1992 than he is to, say, Pat Buchanan, which is where a lot of his followers think he is, right? And so what's sort of fascinating is that you have Donald Trump, who has extreme affect but moderate policies,
Yeah.
and Joe Biden, who has...
This is exactly right. I don't think Trump's going to win in November, but if he does, it will be in spite of how the religious right is behaving. The conservative Christians, people like Ben Shapiro, like, the right is doing every single thing it possibly can do to drive away every independent, every disaffected lefty, everyone that defected in 2020 to vote for Trump. The right is doing their best to drive all of those people away and say, we don't want your votes, we don't need your votes, without actually stopping to do math to understand that they do need their votes and they're not going to win without them. It's so stupid.
Bewildered but moderate affect and extreme policies. And everybody who's watching is like, what the hell is this? What is this? And so if they're forced to the position of, do I choose Trump or Biden? The question is going to be, do I choose affect or do I choose policy? And I think a lot of people are going to say, well, I mean, is there anyone else out there? This is why Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is, again, I think he's got a set of very odd opinions. I mean, it's like pick off the tree at random, and that's how you end up. It's like,
I have him in here next week, and we're going to do it again.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a little bit of everything.
It's eclectic. I mean, it's
and
very
he's moved, by the way. I mean, on the border, especially since he's ran, he's definitely become more right.
Yeah, now he's right wing on the border, and he's right wing on Israel, but he's also super left wing on abortion and super left wing on gay marriage and all this kind of stuff. So it's this very weird amalgam of policies, but at the same time, people might look at him and they might be like, oh, I don't like either of these other two guys. I don't know much about this RFK Jr. character, but he seems like an okay guy. And so you'll see 8 to 10% of the population go with RFK. And then the question is like, okay, how many is he taking away from Biden? How many is he taking away from Trump? The two parties are locked in a death grip with one another, in which each party believes it is not possible to lose to the other party. And one of them is going to be wrong, right? And that's why you're going to end with riots, because the Republicans legitimately believe there is no possible way for Donald Trump to lose to Joe Biden. He's old, he's senile, and he's in the high 30s, low 40s in approval rating. And Democrats look at Donald Trump and they say, there is no way we're possibly going to lose to this guy. He's under 97 indictments. He lost the last election cycle, January 6th, all the usual litany that we've heard. One of those parties is going to be wrong. And that's going to get really ugly.
Yeah. Do you think it's violence no matter what? Because I tend to agree with you, because Trump, no matter what, if he loses, let's say
No. Violence, no. Have you guys been paying any attention to conservatives at all? Conservatives won't leave their house. Conservatives are afraid to do anything. You think conservatives are going to engage in violence when Trump loses? That's boneheaded. That's not going to happen. What conservatives are going to do when Trump loses is they're going to go, election fraud, election fraud, election fraud, election fraud, election fraud. And they're going to be wrong this time. They're going to be wrong this time. And by the way, I'm going to say this too. I remember talking about this with Dave Rubin after the 2020 election, and Dave Rubin said in private, and I don't know if he ever said it this overtly publicly, but I'm going to tell you what he was saying in private because I don't give an F. Dave Rubin did think there was election fraud in 2020. He thought that Trump legitimately won, and so maybe he's changing his tune now because he has to please the people paying him. But Dave Rubin absolutely, after the 2020 election, was saying election fraud, election fraud, election fraud, election fraud, and he was doing it in private. So I have no reason to believe that wasn't what he really thought. But if Trump loses in 2024, it's not going to be because election fraud. It's going to be because they drove away voters. They pissed a lot of people off. They did nothing to fix any of the problems in 2020. And Republicans are just going to scream, election fraud, election fraud, election fraud, when it's not going to be election fraud. It's going to be you pissed off every single person that could have voted for Trump that wasn't already an entrenched right-winger. Yeah, RFK is not a viable option. I'm sorry. RFK is anti-2A. He is so woke. He has so many woke policies. He does not understand that the Democratic Party today has nothing to do with his uncle's Democratic Party.
He loses completely legitimately. He has to say they stole it because that's the premise of running again, in essence. So it's not like, oh, they stole it once, they didn't steal it this time, let's move on.
Well, I mean,
so
also,
his
by the way,
people will be pissed, and clearly we know the left uses violence.
well, I mean, if Trump wins, there will certainly be riots.
Yeah,
100%. If Biden wins, I don't know if there will be riots or acts of sporadic violence. I would be shocked if there's nothing.
Right.
Mainly because, I mean, to be fair to Trump, there's a better case that the 2024 election is being stolen than that the 2020 election was stolen.
Right.
There actually is.
Right.
I mean, I'm, I've said Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
I heard Dave Rubin say in private multiple times he thought the 2020 election was stolen. So when he's going, yeah, ha, 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 right. Come on, Dave. Come on. Thank you, Jan. Happy birthday, fearless leader. Cheers to your day and month of narcissism. I appreciate it. And then thank you, Human Centipede. RFK does land acknowledgements. RFK is not a viable option. I'm sorry. No.
Yes, it was rigged in the sense that many of the rules were changed. Some of them were changed illegally, like in Pennsylvania. We had a set of rules that had never been applied to any presidential election in history. Yes, they banned the Hunter Biden laptop story. Like, all of that's true and all that impacts it. That's not exactly the contention that Trump makes, which is that there was some dude in the back room who was shifting out the ballots and that there were actual boxes of ballots being tossed in the river and this kind of stuff. That I don't believe. And I don't think the evidence has been shown for that. And I don't think Trump has really even had his lawyers allege it in a wide variety of court cases. With that said, in 2024, his case, which is that he is being legally targeted to prevent him from winning, it's hard to argue otherwise. It's really hard to argue otherwise. I mean, what is going on right now in the New York courts is insane.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, forcing the man to post $500 million in bond on a bullshit charge.
They did lower it to 175.
Yeah,
they took
it's
it from
all crazy.
464 to
The fine is still 464, right? They're still going to charge him $500 million for what was effectively a negotiation with a bank that then gave him the loan and got repaid.
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay. And this case that is now being brought by Alvin Bragg, about a hush money payment to Stormy Daniels in 2016, 8 years later, just in time for the election. It's obviously ridiculous. The case that Fani Willis is bringing in Atlanta is an absurd case. The only case that actually has some legal merit to it is the Mar-a-Lago documents case, and that gets completely eviscerated by the fact that Joe Biden just got let off the hook for keeping classified documents in his garage for 20 years.
When he was the VP also. And
right,
so
when he did not have the ability to declassify, obviously was saying openly on tape to the guy ghostwriting for him, my classified materials are downstairs.
But is the problem with all of this that none of it matters to some extent? Yes. that we have all so siphoned off. You said to me right before we sat down that this all used to be so much fun. And there was a couple of years of doing all of this that it was fun. Every day it was like, there's a new voice out there that's awesome. And we watched Peterson rise and all of these different things. And then something has now shifted that we've so gone in our own ways that it may not, facts, and they don't care about your feelings, but it may not matter because feelings don't care about your facts.
I mean, I think that's true. I think that the biggest thing that's happened in politics over the course of the last decade is the tremendous destruction of a sense of humor. Like, in order to be able to joke about things, you have to have a level of security with the person you're joking with. Whatever joke you tell is going to be offensive to somebody. So you have to have a generally secure population to tell jokes. Right? This is why many of us have said that the 1980s were a better time. You could make movies like Airplane and everyone was getting joked about. And everyone's like, okay, fine. No one cares. It's fine. And now you can't tell a joke even about people on your own side, two people on your own side, because of the levels of mistrust.
Yeah.
Right? If I tell a joke about Trump, and I don't just support Trump, I hosted a fundraiser for him last week.
Yeah.
If I tell a joke about Trump, I will get mail telling me how terrible it is that I'm telling a joke about Trump. It's like, I think Trump can take a joke. Yeah. I mean, he's pretty powerful. He's pretty rich. He's the former president. Might be president again.
Right.
But the lack of humor, for the first time, I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think that Ben needs to look in the mirror and just kind of do some time with his own projection. Rottweiler, if Trump loses, that's going to be proof that Gen Z isn't conservative and not woke, and that conservative ink isn't appealing to them. They are dying. The notion that Gen Z is conservative is... These people are so dumb. Allison, I appreciate you, Allison. Guys, Honest Dog Allison is doing some awesome work, creating some awesome propaganda. I need to get it up on the Substack. If you guys are supporters on the Substack, please make sure you're joining the supporter Discord. You can find the information to join the supporter Discord in the Unwoke Roundup newsletter on the Substack, Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can find the link in the description below, or on Twitter. You can find it in my bio. And make sure you get in there, because Allison is leading an awesome propaganda zine project. She's doing a great job. Her stuff is so beautiful. Gayla is doing a great job. There's some really cool creative stuff happening in my Discord. Everyone is invited to get involved. If you don't know how to do a zine, we'll teach you how to. We are reclaiming zines and making our own propaganda, and it's rad. And I want to thank Allison for doing that, and I appreciate the super chat, Allison. Thank you.
Seeing that on my side of the aisle, for a very long time, it was that if you were on the left side of the aisle and you had somebody right-wing on, they would kill you.
Yeah.
And now you're starting to see some of the reverse, actually. You're starting to see this feeling like if you're a right-winger and a conservative, and you have somebody who disagrees with you on the show, I still think most people are appreciative of the discussion, but there's a group of people who will be like, no, that is not allowed. Like, we are too far off in our own camps that it's over. Well, that destroys the entire conversation. I mean, it really does. And when you and I met was at the beginning of the so-called intellectual dark web, which I've now been informed by reliable sources was a CIA op. But aside from that, the sort of
probably true.
The intellectual dark web, the premise of it was we disagree, all of us, on politics. At the time, by the way, I was the only registered Republican who was in the intellectual dark web. It was considered this wild right-wing phenomenon.
And by the way, there was no laminated cards. We were just talking. It was just a bunch of us like I don't know, we'll talk
going
to
out
each
to
other.
dinner.
Yeah.
And then it started to fall away because of the external pressure. People who would like no longer go out to dinner with you because they were getting too much external pressure and all of that. And I think that's a pretty good indicator of what's happened to the discourse in the country.
So what do we do if, and I asked you this last time I had you on, what do we do to heal what seems to be that divide on the right? I think most people, certainly my audience, is like, okay, fine, the left are all bananas, the woke are bananas, Biden's got dementia, the Democrats are insane, like, okay, fine. This thing that's happening on the right now, this thing needs to be healed and quick.
No.
And I would say partly,
no.
It's why I have no desire personally. I'm not speaking to you. It's why I have personally no desire to go after Candace. It's like, her idea is what it is, but it's like we have to solve something on the right. That, or
I mean,
putting Candace aside, maybe between you and Tucker, let's say, like, how do we put that together so that it's like we're all going to vote for Trump, we're all going to try to restore America to something.
When it comes to Candace, I've not said word one about Candace since like last November.
Yeah,
so that is what it is.
Sure.
I have not publicly.
So I mean it more clearly
Candace.
between, say, whatever the divide now is between you and Tucker. When Tucker said
I offered Tucker multiple times to come on the show and hash this out.
Yeah.
It was Tucker who accused me of dual loyalty.
Yeah.
It was Tucker who suggested I hate the country.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was not me saying that about Tucker.
Right.
I said precisely the reverse about Tucker, which is that I believe that Tucker loves the country. So it is not up to me to heal a breach that was created by Tucker there. I've criticized Tucker's policy positions. I've never criticized his motives.
Yeah.
I've never suggested that Russia was in the pay of the Russians, that Tucker was in the pay of the Russians. I've never suggested that Tucker is an America hater, that he despises the country in some sort of deep, dark, conspiratorial way or anything like that.
You actually just said the reverse.
I just said the reverse, and I've said the reverse multiple times since he said the reverse about me, since he said that I hate the country back in December. Again, I've reached out to him. Our team has reached out to him many times.
Okay, so if I text him and offer to moderate a debate, you're down to do it.
Yes, I mean, frankly,
I don't even have to be there, but I'm willing to do it if that helps.
Of course, I've literally personally texted him about this. Yes.
Yeah. So what do you think the confusion is on the foreign policy? I think the divide with you and Tucker seems to be a foreign policy divide.
The confusion is whether or not you put Israel before the United States, Dave. That is what the confusion is, Dave. You guys think that we should be sucking the dick of Israel, and we disagree with you. We don't want to suck the dick of Israel. We haven't consented to sucking the dick of Israel, bro. I'm sorry. Just because you want something, not everyone gets a pony, Dave. Life isn't fair. If you don't make a good argument, you don't get people on your team. There's no reason for us to be going along with Israel.
But not a domestic issue.
I mean, I think we do have domestic policy divides, by the way.
Sure, but that doesn't seem to be like
He doesn't seem to put emphasis on that.
Right. It seems to be
mainly because he wishes to question my motives. Right. And so if we have disagreements about entitlement programs or subsidies for the Rust Belt or something. That doesn't allow him, apparently, to question my motives in disliking the country.
Okay,
if we disagree about Israel, then he immediately goes to apparently.
Okay, so to clean that up one more time, even though I know you've done it a million times, he basically implied that you want true.
Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro were calling everyone who opposed Israel's actions in Gaza Jew haters. Literally. I have heard from multiple people that Dave Rubin was calling their bosses, hinting that they should be fired because of their position on Israel. From multiple people. And Dave wants to deny it, and he feels like he blocked me on Twitter. And so that after I told Nick Fuentes that information, then Nick Fuentes told his audience, I do not apologize.
Troops on the ground in Israel.
Of course, I don't want American troops on the ground. Of course, I don't. And this implication that my foreign policy is about what Israel needs and would benefit from first. I've never suggested that America ought to go to war with Iran. I've never suggested that America ought to put troops on the ground in Israel. I've never suggested that America ought to get directly involved in a war with Hezbollah, for example, or Hamas, for example. I've never said any of those things. Tucker then goes publicly and says that I want troops on the ground in the Middle East in order to protect Israel, which is an absurdity because I've never claimed that. The only thing
I've never even heard an Israeli say that. I mean,
Israelis don't want
they don't want
it. But even if they did want it, I would still oppose it because it's not good for the United States to have troops on the ground fighting Hezbollah. There's no reason for the United States to be doing that. That changes if they start firing on American troops, but right now they're not.
Right.
And by the way, this is the nice thing about having allies that actually have military wherewithal. What I've suggested.
Naruto, thank you. Please, God, let the Rabbi Shmuley versus Nick Fuentes debate happens, but leave the butt plug talk at home. Well, I'm sure Nick would frown upon such talk in a debate anyway. But yeah, listen, man, if that, I cannot believe that Rabbi Shmuley honestly offered to debate Nick Fuentes. It's just so beautiful because Nick Fuentes has to take him up on it. He has to. There's no way that Nick Fuentes is going to say no to that. And it's just going to be so glorious. It's going to be Nick Fuentes is going to own that guy's ass. People can think what they want about Nick. And God knows I don't agree with everything that comes out of his mouth. But Nick Fuentes is smart and he knows his stuff. And he would destroy that rabbi. He would destroy him. That rabbi is going to get his ass handed to him by a 25-year-old. Oh, it's going to be so glorious.
It is better to have American allies fighting bad guys using money that we effectively lend to them, because all aid that goes to Israel is then spent back in the United States on American military programs.
Can you just explain that a little bit more clearly? Because I think people are very confused about this. They keep saying that we're just giving the money. Now, to me, you could slash the entire budget of the whole government by 25% across the board. It would be fine. But can you explain that there's some confusion about we just hand Israel cash?
That's not a foreign.
I love that Dave Rubin's radical position is, why don't we just cut the entire budget of the government 25%?
Aid works. So the way that the foreign aid to Israel works is that Israel is mandated by American law that when they receive foreign aid from the United States, they must spend it with American contractors. They are not allowed to go out for competitive bids on the technology that they are buying from American military contractors. If the aid to Israel,
so basically, it's a
subsidization of the American military industrial complex,
which people can have a legit argument about.
Right? You can say that you want the American military industrial complex to die, or you can suggest that that's what's making American foreign policy. Though I think that that's incredibly naive and stupid. But you can make that argument. But that's the claim that America is basically just cutting a check to Israel and seeing no benefit on the other end. First of all, America gets massive intelligence benefits from Israel, which is the largest intelligence base for the United States in the Middle East. Second of all, Israel is essentially a floating aircraft carrier or a non-floating aircraft carrier for the United States. America works with the Israelis and uses Israeli assets in order to pursue targets in the Middle East. Third, America gets an enormous amount of sophisticated military technology from Israel. Israel has a long record of taking military technology that it gains and then upgrading it tremendously, including, by the way, the F-35.
Mm-hmm.
The F-35, which Israel gained, Israel then used its own technologies in order to enhance. So when you see in the movies or when you see American military pilots in F-35 and they have the over-the-horizon helmets where they're seeing stuff happening over the horizon, that's an Israeli military invention that ended up in the United States because of the...
Guys, you know what I'm going to do? Now that I have finished my cup of coffee, is I'm going to reach into my new mini fridge that is under my desk that was given to me as a birthday gift by my amazing and deeply considerate husband last night, I guess. And I'm going to grab a beer out of my amazing new mini fridge that is sitting under my desk in my birthday present. We're going to try this out and see how it works. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button. This is my birthday drama stream. We are watching Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin shill for Israel. Let us know your thoughts in the chat.
Military cooperation between Israel and the United States.
Are you telling me all the progressives are going to have to boycott Top Gun 3 if they make it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's, again, like you can make the case against foreign aid. That's fine. At least know what the hell you're talking about.
I need to take my
and
crown
people
off
don't
fall off.
know enough to care, and they don't care enough to know. And that's you know, a continuing problem.
So what do you think? Is there anything else we can do about that on the right? I'm trying to build some bridges right now. It's how I started my career. Maybe I wasn't always perfect at it, but like at this particular moment, it seems like we got to build some bridges. So I'm just using you and Tucker as avatars in this. Like I'm talking about
I am
the
willing
idea set
to talk with Tucker anytime, anywhere.
But I mean,
I've
even
talked
beyond
to him
you
before.
and Tucker, I'm talking about just like, what do we do about this thing that's happening right now?
Yeah, again,
we are starting our beer adventure today with a beer called Rational Gaze. This is an imperial stout, and it is an imperial stout with maple syrup, coffee, and vanilla, and it is 10.5% alcohol. So if I get drunk on stream for my birthday, I'm not held responsible for anything I say and do. Everyone can agree to that, right? I need everyone to agree right now. If I get drunk on my birthday stream, I am not responsible for anything that comes out of my mouth. Is everyone on board with that? Yeah, exactly. This is basically a breakfast beer. It's got maple syrup in it, coffee. I'm basically having a late breakfast. Rational Gaze. G-A-Z, not G-A-Y, G-A-Z-E. Jesus Christ, you guys.
Unless you have evidence of motivation that is corrupt or wrong, then you should not attribute motivation to people. Emotivism is the death of politics. This is something Alistair McIntyre has talked about at length, the philosopher. He has suggested that the death of politics is what he calls emotivism, which is attributing motive to the person's argument in order to effectively dismiss the argument. And that's what we're seeing a ton.
Super chat from Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Happy birthday. Totally off topic. My nephew told me that the Revolutionary Communists of America is going door to door in Phoenix and handing out sick of capitalism. Join the communist stickers with the website included. And remind me, guys, who is like the only person on the internet who keeps telling you guys that the Revolutionary Communists of America are not actually effing around? This is a serious thing. But no one on the right will report on it. I'm the only. And by the way, in 8 days, on April 20th, Hitler's birthday, I will be joined by 2 members of the Revolutionary Communists of America for a live Socialism Saturday conversation. We are actually bringing the socialists on to Socialism Saturday. That's going to be not this Saturday, next Saturday. They asked to talk to me because they feel I'm the only one that has been fair to them. No, yep, it's on 420. Yep. I'm talking to communists on 420. Yep. Also, when I went to the dispensary earlier today, they said they wished me a happy birthday, and then they said if I come back on 420, they're gonna have a taco truck, and they're gonna buy me a birthday taco, a belated birthday taco for my birthday if I go back on 420. Yep, I'm talking to real socialists on 420. Yep, nothing could go wrong with this plan. Nothing could go wrong with this plan. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to watch a little bit more of this. We're just going to see how it goes.
On the right now. When Tucker's talking about my political beliefs about Israel, he's not arguing with the actual beliefs that I hold. He's either strawmanning a belief that I don't hold, or he's attributing a corrupt motivation to me, or both, which is actually what he was doing right there, which I find objectionable. Just on a personal level, I find that objectionable and disgusting. And again, he's perfectly. I've offered him the opportunity to clear that up. He can clear that up anytime he wants. I have never, once again, implied or suggested that Tucker has corrupt motivations. I think he believes what he believes for whatever reasons he believes it. And then I've tried to take on the arguments that he makes, whether they are good or bad. Once you can have arguments and discussions over issues. What you can't do is if you get in a room with somebody and you say that person is racist or evil, the conversation is now over. Now, the person may be racist and evil or anti-Semitic or whatever.
Kind of like, Ben, kind of like how you call everyone an anti-Semite for being against Israel. Kind of like that. Is that what you're talking about, Ben? No, it's not his birthday. Are you Is it real? Is it really his birthday? Fuck that asshole.
It is, but you should be able to show the receipts as to why you believe that thing, as opposed to just seeing the position and then immediately jumping to, oh, the position means inherently. This is why, again, when it comes to the Israel position, there are people who work for the Daily Wire who disagree with me about Israel.
I doubt that,
Matt
Ben.
Walsh is not an anti-Semite, despite the fact that we definitely disagree about Middle Eastern policy, because there's no evidence that he's an anti-Semite or anything remotely like it. That again, this particular game.
So Ben, are you suggesting that there's evidence that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite? Is that what you just said? You just said there's no evidence. Matt Walsh is allowed to keep his job at the Daily Wire because there is no evidence that Matt Walsh is an anti-Semite. Ben, are you saying that you think that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite and that's why she got fired from the Daily Wire? Is that what it is? Did you only recently suspect Candace Owens of becoming an anti-Semite, or has Candace Owens always been an anti-Semite ever since you guys hired her and launched what was supposed to be a talk show, but then kind of the talk show idea went away, but you guys were all excited about it. You even bought, I remember, Ben, you guys bought a billboard to announce Candace's arrival at the Daily Wire. Was she an anti-Semite then? Or did she just develop? Did Candace Owens just develop? Wouldn't it be funny? Would anyone else find it ironic if Candace Owens developed her anti-Semitism while working at the Daily Wire? If that actually happened, if Candace Owens was not an anti-Semite when she was hired at the Daily Wire, but Ben Shapiro believes she is an anti-Semite now, and that's why she was fired from the Daily Wire, would it be fair then to say that Candace Owens' anti-Semitism completely developed in the time that she was working at the Daily Wire? Why would that happen, Ben, do you think? Why would that happen? Why would working at the Daily Wire be the thing that makes Candace Owens an anti-Semite? It really makes you wonder. It makes you wonder what's going on at the Daily Wire to cause Candace Owens to go from not being anti-Semitic to being anti-Semitic in the eyes of Ben Shapiro. I'm just saying.
Which used to be kind of a preserve of the left. It's now infected all of American politics. And I think that's the ugliest thing that's happened over the course of the last 10 years, is this kind of move toward the easiest way to quote unquote destroy your enemies is not to actually dismantle their arguments. The easiest way to do it is to dismiss them as human beings.
Right. So I think that perhaps all of us that were exposing the woke early on, before the word woke was in the vernacular, we were so focused on that we maybe took our eye off what was going on over here. I was new in the house. So,
well, I mean, the truth is that what tends to happen with the right is that it picks up the successful tactics of the left and tries to reverse engineer it. That tends to happen a lot. So you'll see this happens in arguments all the time. So, a favorite of sort of the tradcon right that bugs them to no end is there will be some sort of race story, and then people on the right will say, well, what if the races were reversed? And this will drive them crazy. Like,
Yeah.
well, you should make an argument on the merits, not about like, well, what if the races were reversed? You should just argue why it's wrong. And I sort of agree with that, but it is an effective argument. And so what you'll see is that the left uses an argument. We try to sort of reverse the argument on them. And the problem is that the most effective tactic the left has ever used forever and always is personal implication about the nature of the people who they disagree with. And now the right has picked that up and uses it pretty handily.
Like when you call everyone an anti-Semite that you disagree with, Ben, is it kind of like that? Like when the left calls everyone a racist that they disagree with, that's bad. But when you call everyone an anti-Semite that you disagree with, that's okay? Seeing how the social engineering sausage is made. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Thank you, human centipede.
In a lot of circumstances where it's inappropriate.
So without impugning anyone's motive. So I'm not talking about Tucker. I'm literally just talking about what I see happening broadly on the right now. What is going on as it relates to Jews? Because we've talked about Israel so far, but clearly something else is now going on, at least in a certain portion
this
of
just got good again.
I mean, I think that there are a lot of
And
strains.
you are the number
crossing.
one Jew.
Yeah, I am.
Man.
Yeah.
So
Top Jew. Yeah,
top Jew is what it is. You took out Jon Stewart. That's it.
Yeah. What's going on the right? I mean, I think there are a few things. One is, again, all politics. This is my theory of politics for the last 10 years. All politics is incredibly reactionary. And so people tend to swing like a pendulum. And so if the left makes an argument here, people don't respond by swinging the pendulum to the center, which is where the rational fact.
Ben, right now, the left doesn't like the Jews either. So you're suggesting that the Jew hatred on the right is a backlash against the left? That doesn't even make sense.
Based argument is they swing all the way over here. So if the ADL is over labeling anti-Semitism, which they do habitually and also for money, if the ADL does that, then the answer on the right is, well, anti-Semitism doesn't exist. There's no such thing as an anti-Semite.
There is no such thing.
If I'm not explicitly saying the Holocaust is good, then I can't possibly be an anti-Semite, which of course is ridiculous. That's like saying that you can't be a racist unless you're a person who says that slavery was good. Okay, well, no. I mean, there are a lot of forms of racism that are short of slavery was good that we would all acknowledge are forms of racism. But I think that the left's overreach has exploded any sort of Overton window that the right has altogether. And I think that has led in all sorts of crazy talk on the right. I mean,
Sir, what is Sir Major, that albino black guy? He's in jail? What did he do? That's funny.
Forget about the anti-Semitism. It's led in every conspiracy theory you could possibly imagine. I mean, literally something happens. And the first thing that happens on X is some weird conspiracy theory starts trending. Why? Because the idea was whatever narrative they've told you isn't true. So they went from the narratives that the legacy media tells you very often are untrue to all narratives that you immediately get must be by nature untrue. And so you hear that a ship hit a bridge and the bridge went down. And so the first thing that happens is that the nuts online immediately go to, it must have been some sort of terror attack, or this is the result of DEI. I don't know what I don't know where the ship is from. What are you talking about? Can you wait until the facts? And maybe it was DEI, probably. Right. Like, I don't know.
The bridge was built about 150 years ago. So, no, sorry. The bridge was built in, I think, 77. So it probably wasn't DEI.
Right. I mean,
but you can understand.
You can understand the ship. I don't know who was piloting the ship. I don't know what. But again, the
oh
move always now
so
is to go to the most conspiratorial place, and that is exacerbated by a social media environment where the more emotion you engage, the more engagement you get.
So then, to some extent, is what we're seeing now, and I don't want to overstate it. It's one of those. It's sort of like when Morgan Freeman talked to Lemon about racism, and he was basically like, "Stop talking about it; it'll go away." I sort of feel that way about what's going on with the Jews right now. If we just stop talking about it, or like it would kind of just go away. But in some way, is the rush to the conspiracy now? Is that just baked into several thousand years of Jewish history, like that.
Well, I mean,
a society,
the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Working,
I mean, the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is usually where all conspiracies end up, because all a conspiracy theory really is a well-placed group of people who are very bright and able to manipulate all the circumstances. And frankly, my general view on conspiracy theories is that they're, unless you have any sort of evidence, they're the prisoner of losers, because they're an explanation for why you're losing. And that's true in virtually all circumstances. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't actual conspiracies, but very often they're right out in the open. So when people say, I lost my job, I lost my slot at college because there's a conspiracy to keep me out of college because I'm Asian. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's just the thing that's happening openly, clearly with affirmative action policies, right? That's like written into the actual policies. That's not a conspiracy theory. When you say that, say, there's a group of Jews in Washington, D.C. who are controlling all the workings of politics, I'm going to need you to show your work. Right? I'm going to need you to show not only that there are a disproportionate number of Jews working in Washington, D.C., but that they are like-minded in any way. Like this bizarre notion that the conspiracy of Jews includes like me and Bernie Sanders. Right. Like I'm going to need I want to see the work. I want to see the flow chart of how this thing works.
So in a weird way, is it just that because Jews have cared about family and education and tradition and all of those things, Jews have just ended up in a lot of places where things are influential? They've ended up in interesting jobs, in essence.
Well, I mean,
so the capitalist can turn and go look at all the communist Jews, and the communists can go look at all the capitalists.
I mean, that's the history of kind of modern anti-Semitism, is that Jews are disproportionately represented in a number of different industries. And the reason for that
it should be everybody's dream to be disproportionately represented.
I mean, by the way, there are other what Thomas Sowell called middlemen minorities who are disproportionately represented in different parts of the world. They're ethnic Chinese minorities in many places.
It should be everyone's dreams to be disproportionately represented, am I right?
Of Southeast Asia who are disproportionately represented in particular areas of industry and finance, and they're hated by the surrounding population specifically for that. And typically, middlemen minorities end up in those positions because they've been barred from all the other positions in the society.
Right.
And it turns out after a couple thousand years of being barred from like many of the industries in Europe, for example, but being allowed to be in finance because they can charge interest, and interest is actually required in order to make economies function. It turns out that allows for natural selection to work its weight in terms of what sort of qualities will make you successful in a particular society. And then in a society that's heavily finance-based, like Western capitalism,
I appreciate
is it super surprising that Jews did well in that particular area? Is it because the Jews are conspiring together? Or is it because Jews had been in the banking industry for like several hundred years longer than many people in the Christian world, for example? And when it comes to the entertainment industry, Jews were unsuccessful in a wide variety of sort of blue-collar industries in the United States. And so they ended up in the entertainment industry. As, by the way, many...
All right, guys, I need to go visit the little anti-Semites room. I will be right back. I'm going to let this play. Let me know if I miss anything important. We're going to move on to something else after this. So if you're tired of this, just stick around a minute. Go grab another beer or a snack or something. We're going to be here a while. But I will be right back.
Initially, less economically successful minorities do in the United States. It wasn't just Jews. If you look at black entertainers in the United States, like the entertainment industry was very heavily dominated in certain areas, particularly music, by black musicians. Why? Because they were not because whites are inherently untalented at music or something. It's because black people could not succeed. Yeah, I mean,
people dancing.
We do tend to clap on 1 and 3, but it's also because black Americans were forbidden from many other industries, and so they go into the industry where they can be the most successful. That. Again, none of this should be a surprise. The very idea that we should all be shocked when groups differentially perform is idiotic. Of course, groups differentially perform. They don't even have to be ethnic groups. Did you ever? They don't have to be racial. Age groups differentially perform. Old people in the United States are much richer than young people. Is that because old people are screwing the young people and stole their money, or is it because all the young people ended up being old people after several decades of earning?
Did you ever see the video? It's from I think it's only from maybe 8 months ago, where Kanye, right now he's disappeared again, where he basically was on some radio show and he basically said that. He's like, Jews succeed wherever they go. I want that. And it was like, oh, well, so this is really just jealousy in a way. You know?
So what that's turned into, and again, I think you're watching this, I actually think that what's going on between Israel and the Palestinians is the highest manifestation of this, is there are a group of people in Western society and outside Western society who are not successful in the meritocracy, and so they've decided that the meritocracy is not, in fact, a meritocracy, it's a conspiracy. And there are, of course, again, conspiracies inside the meritocracy. There are places that are rigged, no question. There are old buddy networks. Those things, of course, exist. But that is not remotely the same thing as the proposition that has been put forward, that if you're unsuccessful, it's because you're a victim. And the successful groups disproportionately must be the ones who are in charge of pulling the strings. If that were the case, then Southeast Asians would be pulling the strings in the United States. Indian Americans would be pulling the strings in the United States. I think when you take that to foreign policy, it's the only thing that can possibly explain the deep stupidity of Queers for Palestine, right? You look at that and you're like, on the face of it, you're like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you're queer and you go to Palestine, you will be dead. There's no question. But The reason the Queers for Palestine is a thing is because you have a group of radical left-wingers on social policy who hate the meritocracy in the United States and believe that that meritocracy is rigged against them. And they are making common cause with another group of people who claim victimization at the hands of a more powerful group of people. Right? There's no better example in modern history of a minority group doing well in a deeply unsuccessful region than the state of Israel. The Middle East is a complete failure in governance. Every place you go, it is a complete disaster area, except for this one little state that is shockingly powerful in the region, despite having a grand total of 7.5 million Jews. And so there are two ways to explain that. One is that the Jews are promoting a different set of values in that region and living by that different set of values, and therefore benefiting from that different set of values. And the other way is to say that it's a conspiracy and they're stealing everything. And so for people on the left who believe the equation of unsuccess and victimhood and moral victimhood, they look at Israel, they say it's successful. They look at the Palestinians, they see they're unsuccessful. And instead of saying, well, maybe it's because the Palestinians have spent the last 60 odd years promoting lies to their children about how they're going to take back all the land and kill all the Jews and how the Jews are responsible for all their maybe it's not because of, it can't be because of that. It must be because the Jews stole something. And if the Jews would stop stealing things, then it would all be better. And that's how you end up again with this weird coalition of far leftists who Palestinians would kill and hate, and all, like Hamas would murder them immediately. And Palestinians.
Right. And now when you see that they basically took billions of dollars and built a giant war machine, I mean, an unbelievably powerful war machine. And it's like, man, you have literally the same beach on the Mediterranean.
Well, okay, you're not allowed to say that. Jared Kushner said that. You're not allowed to say.
Ben say something I need to see because I see in the chat. What happened? What happened that I missed? Sorry, something very exciting happened in that Joshua sent me an edible arrangement for my birthday, and it got delivered downstairs, so I wasn't as quick as I usually was. Do I need to rewind it? Okay, how far back? How far back do I need to go? How far back? Okay, let's try there.
On social policy who hate the meritocracy in the United States and believe that meritocracy is rigged against them. And they are making common cause with another group of people who claim victimization at the hands of a more powerful group of people. Right? There's no better example in modern history of a...
No, Joshua sent me an okay. I really like edible arrangements. If you've never gotten an edible arrangement, they're actually really effing good. So every year, go back further. God damn. Every year, Joshua sends me an edible arrangement. Oh, I see the Queers for Palestine thing. Okay, I think I found it. Every year, Joshua sends me an edible arrangement, and it just got delivered. And I was appreciating it. All right, let me listen.
Side the meritocracy. There are places that are rigged, no question. There are old buddy networks. Those things, of course, exist. But that is not remotely the same thing as the proposition that has been put forward, that if you're unsuccessful, it's because you're a victim. And the successful groups disproportionately must be the ones who are in charge of pulling the strings. If that were the case, then Southeast Asians would be pulling the strings in the United States. Indian Americans would be pulling the strings in the United States. I think when you take that to foreign policy, it's the only thing that can possibly explain the deep stupidity of Queers for Palestine. Right? You look at that, and on the face of it, like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you are queer and you go to Palestine, you will be dead. There's no question. But
Ben, I can literally point you to queer activists that have gone to Palestine in the last couple months and have videos of it on their Instagram, and they're not dead. But the bigger picture here is that the intellectual dark web giants have absolutely no idea what queer Marxism is or why they would say Queers for Palestine. My audience, my regular audience, is smarter than Ben Shapiro. They are definitely smarter than Dave Rubin. They are smarter than every single person who's like, I just don't understand why they're saying Queers for Palestine. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And me. He doesn't know what queer means. He doesn't know that they are supporting their comrades against capitalism. This is like basic. Again, I continue to be amazed. It's like, my content from 4 years ago evolved. I got smarter. I listened. I learned stuff. I adjusted my position based on new information. These people, Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin, are quite literally doing exactly the same content they were 4 years ago, except now it's more pro-Jewish and more pro-Israel. I mean, it always was for Ben Shapiro, but Dave Rubin is like just going where the tide is taking him, really.
The reason the Queers for Palestine is a thing is because you have a group of radical left-wingers on social policy who hate the meritocracy in the United States and believe that meritocracy is rigged against them. And they are making common cause with another group of people who claim victimization at the hands of a more powerful group of people.
No.
There's no better example in modern history of a minority group doing well in a deeply unsuccessful region than the state of Israel. The Middle East is a complete failure in governance. Every place you go, it is a complete disaster area, except for this one little state that is shockingly powerful in the region, despite having a grand total of 7.5 million Jews. And so there are two ways to explain that. One is that the Jews are promoting a different set of values in that region and living by that different set of values, and therefore benefiting from that different set of values. And the other way is to say that it's a conspiracy and they're stealing everything. And so for people on the left who believe the equation of unsuccess and victimhood and moral victimhood, they look at Israel, they say it's successful. They look at the Palestinians, they see they're unsuccessful. And instead of saying, well, maybe it's because the Palestinians have spent the last 60 odd years promoting lies to their children about how they're going to take back all the land and kill all the Jews and how the Jews are responsible for all their maybe it's not because of, it can't be because of that. It must be because the Jews stole something. And if the Jews would stop stealing things, then it would all be better. And that's how you end up again with this weird coalition of far leftists who Palestinians would kill and hate and all, like Hamas would murder them immediately. And Palestinians.
Right. And now when you see that they basically took billions of dollars and built a giant war machine, I mean, an unbelievably powerful war machine. And it's like, man, you have literally the same beach on the Mediterranean.
Well, okay, you're not allowed to say that. Jared Kushner said that. You're not allowed to say
that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you point out that it's the exact same beach
literally the same
in Gaza
sand
as it is in Ashdod or Ashkelon.
Yeah.
You can't say that. Can't say that in Tel Aviv, it's on the same coast, guys. Jared Kushner wasn't saying that the Jews should seize it. He was saying that if you actually wanted to make that a good place to live, you certainly could, because if you travel about 5 miles north, then you're in Tel Aviv.
Ben, I want you to take a sip of water, because now we're going to do something that either is going to be like your most favorite thing that you've done in years, or you're going to hate me. But we're going to go through 30 topics right now.
Okay.
I got 30 bullet points right here. We actually had 31. I axed one, so 30 sounded better to me. And I basically want 1 minute. If you can do them in 1 minute, just your policy on these things.
Sure.
Because we started this by, it's confusing to me how so many people are confused of your positions.
No, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this. He bashed conspiracy theories and then talked, hang on. Wait for this. Thank you, Tayton. Wait for this, guys. You're going to love this. 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 Hang on, Joanne. Hang on.
Okay.
You're live on the internet, Joanne. What do you want to say?
I want to say I'm hanging on just like I was 43 years ago.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
That means 43 years ago, I was in deep labor for a 5-week preemie, whom I was not prepared for. So happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have anything you want to say to the people that are watching me on the internet right now?
Well, hello, Karlyn's internet pals. I thank you for being her pals. She's a great gal, and I love her to pieces. And you just cannot give up on this girl, because she doesn't allow that. That's never been her style.
Isn't that the truth?
Amen to that, right?
Yep.
All right. I love you. Let's chat sometime. Have a great weekend, everybody. Be safe.
All right.
Okay, Carl. I'm hanging up. Love you. Bye.
Bye. Well, that was fun. You guys got to virtually meet my mother. Kind of. My mother already sounded like she was drinking. My mother's probably had more to drink today than I have. That's all right. She's allowed. She's retired. Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate you. All right. I don't want to watch this anymore. Let's move on to something else. We're going to go to fucking hell, Rottweiler. Rottweiler wants to kill me. Rottweiler. No, my mother. No. My mother is one of those people who like she's older. She's set in her ways. She is not going to change her positions on anything. And so it's better, and I say this with all due respect, it's better to just nod and smile and just go along with it, because any energy that you put otherwise is not going to be worth it. No, I want to get just a little bit drunk, because I'm not drunk yet. I'm not drunk. I've just barely started drinking this beer. Like I'm not drunk yet. Like I want to just be a little bit drunk, a little tipsy before we get to the Lindsay stuff. All right. So how many of you watched the interview that Libs of TikTok did with Taylor Lorenz? How many of you have seen this? Thank you, Yasmin. I appreciate you. I saw like clips of this, and that was enough for me. And now Rottweiler, who I respect and appreciate, has asked me to watch the whole thing. And I'm not saying I'm going to watch the whole thing because it's 53 minutes long, but I'll watch a little bit of it and we'll just see how it goes. Guys, if you have not yet mounted the like button yet, please make sure you do so. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever channel you're watching on. This is my birthday drama stream. Welcome. You can be as bitchy as you want. Please, in fact, if you are in my chat right now, please, can you bring the bitchiness? We can all participate in this. All right, let's see.
Public park, or is that private? Private. All right. Well, we'll try to keep it short.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh, the struggles of LA. I swear. Okay. Well, now that we're going, so thank you so much for meeting. First of all, I saw Seth Dillon today saying that you guys are no longer affiliated. What happened with there? I know that he invested in you early. Was really of you.
The Babylon Bee cut ties with Libs of TikTok? I didn't know that. Okay, that makes me have a slightly more respect for the Babylon Bee.
What happened to that relationship?
Just parted ways.
For what reason?
Personal reasons.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What, you didn't align?
Totally amicable. I love Seth.
Yeah.
He's a great mentor.
So why wouldn't you want him involved, or, why isn't he involved in the business anymore?
Just personal reasons. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay. When did that sort of break off?
Recently.
Uh-huh. So how many staffers? Tell me a little bit more about your organization.
We are a small team, just a couple people.
And it's all distributed?
It's what?
It's all distributed, as in it's all remote, pretty much? Or do you guys have any office space?
It's remote, yeah.
Got it. So when did you start, I guess, what got you into all this? I've always wanted to ask you. I know, I wrote about sort of the history of your Twitter account, but how did you get involved in politics?
If you watch any of my interviews, I talk about this all the time. But just, COVID radicalized me.
Yeah. In what way?
And they were like forcing us to wear masks and not letting us leave our homes.
Yeah.
And, not letting us work and people losing their jobs. And then people now forcing a vaccine.
Taylor Lorenz is on her t-shirt, which is actually a based move. I got to give her that.
How did that get you interested in LGBTQ issues?
It got me interested in politics, and then once I was interested in politics, I stumbled upon this whole movement, and I was absolutely appalled by what I was seeing.
Appalled by what?
No. Taylor Lorenz is the socialist wearing the mask. Libs of TikTok is the other one that's wearing a t-shirt of Taylor Lorenz. It is. This is the political world's version of Mean Girls. It's true.
The radicalization of it, the way that they come after our most innocent and vulnerable population or kids. The way that it makes there's nothing logical about it. There's nothing logical about chopping off kids' body parts. There's nothing logical about giving kids porn in school. There's two sexes and that's it. So, anything out of that, it's just based on lies and nonsense.
Yeah. Did you grow up, I know you grew up in a sort of a more conservative community. Did you know any LGBTQ people growing up? What was your exposure to that community just in life prior to sort of understanding the world through politics?
I never really paid attention to it.
So you didn't have any LGBTQ friends or anything,
No.
family members?
No.
So your first exposure to the LGBTQ world was through basically learning about it through the media ecosystem?
Through themselves, actually. They would say exactly what their intentions are, what their whole movement is about. So I learned about it through watching their own videos.
Everyone knows that what's posted on TikTok really, generally speaking, not all the time, but generally speaking, you guys know it isn't real, right? Everyone knows that, right? Stuff that's posted on TikTok is designed to go viral on TikTok. It's designed to be the most outlandish shit that they can say in order to virtue signal to TikTok to go viral on TikTok. It's like trolling. That's what Libs of TikTok is. That is what the content on TikTok is. Now, I'm not saying there's not value in laughing at that content because it can be really funny, but for Libs of TikTok to say that she learned about the left by watching TikTok videos, that's retarded. That's like saying you learned about the right by reading Media Matters. That's retarded.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What sort of videos were you watching?
Thank
are
you,
you talking
Gayla.
about TikToks that you share and stuff?
And tons more on TikTok.
Gayla, I just saw that on Twitter. I appreciate it. Thank you. It looks very good. Gayla sent me a Viking picture on Twitter. Here, I'll retweet it so everyone else can see it too.
It's all over TikTok.
Yeah.
Very easy to find.
Yeah. I'm curious, I feel like there's been, especially on, my colleagues have done great reporting on sort of like this rift on Twitter. I know that you have a very conservative fan base, and in your comments sometimes you'll see a lot of commentary about sort of the great replacement theory. What are your thoughts on that?
Does she know what that is?
What are your thoughts on the comments on your post telling me to kill myself?
Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Obviously against that. Yeah.
So will you come out and condemn that publicly?
I would condemn it anytime. I'm against murdering anyone, of course.
So you're against death threats against me?
I'm a big, as somebody that's dealt with a lot of online harassment, I don't defend threatening to murder anyone. But I guess I'm curious,
because a lot of times it comes after an attack in the media, like someone like you or another journalist.
So are you saying that, like, if somebody posts something and then attacks follow, that person should answer for those attacks?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that people like you tell me that all the time. So I'm just asking if you think the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think I have said that here, but I think it's kind of interesting, I guess, in the conservative movement, there's this ideology around sort of white nationalism, which is obviously kind of a hardline ideology that's generally been pretty critical of Jewish communities. And I'm wondering, as a Jewish woman, how do you feel about sort of aligning yourself with those people and accounts? You see this sort of rhetoric in your replies. And I only bring it up, I'm not saying that you necessarily endorse that rhetoric. I would imagine that you don't. But how do you kind of think about those nuances when you're thinking about kind of the audience that you're building?
Hang on, I got a super chat from Rottweiler. See, this is why Tim Pool believes woke comes from social media. That's why I sent this first. Remember, Libs of TikTok was on Tim. Oh, God damn it. I hate everyone. Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing. It honestly seems like Libs of TikTok is coming into this conversation more good faith. Strike that, reverse it. It honestly seems like Taylor Lorenz is coming into this conversation in better faith than Libs of TikTok is.
Some of your audience says we should chop off kids' body parts. What do you think about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Like a girl said she wants to be a boy, so she chops off her breasts.
I'm a big, I believe in personal liberty and bodily autonomy personally.
So kids should be able to cut off their breasts if they think that they're boys.
I mean, I believe in gender ideology. I guess I personally, my feeling is that I believe in personal liberty. I grew up in a town where a lot of people for their middle school graduation, women got nose jobs. I knew somebody that got a boob job at age 14. And I guess I struggle to kind of understand the criticism when there's certainly no criticism of that sort of thing, right? But then there's criticism of this other sort of
That's actually a really good point.
gender-affirming, stuff. So
really good
So
point.
you're comparing a boy being allowed to chop off his penis to a teenage girl getting a nose job?
Well, just to be extra clear, I don't believe that 13-year-olds are able to make those sort of medical decisions.
Minors are, yeah.
Oh, really? And where?
Yeah. Children's National Hospital in DC gives 16-year-olds hysterectomies.
Oh, 16-year-olds.
They gave me that. They told me that directly. They said 16 girls and younger. That's what they said. So hysterectomies. There are definitely minors. I know for sure as young as 12 who are getting double mastectomies. They definitely allow vaginoplasties for minors and phalloplasties. I'm not aware of a specific case of a minor, but they allow 18-year-olds.
Yeah, which okay, 18-year-olds, you're an adult. But let's just get back to the Great Replacement stuff, because I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that whole ideology?
I mean, how many?
She doesn't know what it is.
There were times
she doesn't know what it is.
There were some months over the past 3 years that there were more illegals coming into our border than children being born in the U.S. Does that not look like they're trying to replace us?
I guess sort of imagine
bringing
America
in a whole
as
new population.
A melting pot. Isn't that sort of what America was founded on?
No, but they're actually bringing in more people than are actually being born.
So I guess it sounds like you sort of do ascribe to this theory of the Great Replacement. How does that make
I just
you
look
feel?
at the facts and the numbers.
Well, so, I mean, just let's give a corollary, right? A lot of Jewish people fled, Europe, came over here also as immigrants. And there's a lot of criticism towards Jewish people in those movements, in those far-right movements. So I'm just wondering, as a Jewish woman, sort of how you feel about that and your role in cultivating this fan base that might think of you as a minority, an outsider.
Not all cultures are equal. Yeah.
What does that mean?
So I know you have a lot of concerns about educational materials.
What does
and
that
books,
mean?
Library books and things, especially.
They're importing people who want to destroy America and who come here and do not stand for what America stands for.
What does that mean?
And I think, and we see it, there's time after time after time after time. They come in, they're destroying our cities, they bring crime with them, and they are bringing them in to replace us. And I think people from various countries, they're all different.
So, just back to the sort of education stuff, I know that you're interested in removing a bunch of books from libraries that you consider inappropriate.
So stupid.
I was just wondering, out of all the books that you've sort of tried to get removed, how
Thank
many
you,
have
Janet.
you read?
Appreciate you.
I've read a couple of them.
Which ones?
Genderqueer.
She read that.
I've read This Book
Bullshit.
Is Gay.
Bullshit. I don't believe her.
I've read Flamer. I've read, what were some of the other ones? My Shadow is Pink. It Feels Good to Be Yourself. Mm-hmm. There's so many more. Tons of them.
How do you kind of square? Would you say, I feel like you are, or at least I feel like you've spoken about free speech before and the need for free speech and sort of supported Elon Musk's sentiments in that area. Would you say that you're a free speech supporter?
Yeah.
So how do you square the sort of being this free speech supporter with wanting to ban literature?
What kind of literature?
Any kind of literature. I mean, I would think
what
that
kind of literature am I trying to ban?
Is porn.
I thought you were just trying to
porn.
say
Is porn.
I mean, you've made an effort to get books removed from schools.
What kind of books?
Books dealing with LGBTQ people and sexual
education. No, that's
education.
not what I said.
Oh, so you're not trying to get any books banned from school?
That's not what I said either.
Okay, why don't you explain to me how you're thinking about this?
You just accused me of...
She basically just admitted trying to get books banned. Conservatives. Yeah, I mean, no, but this is the point. It's like because conservative influencers are guided only by what's going to make them money and get clicks and shares on the internet, they are not intellectually consistent because they can't explain their ideas. Because all of their ideas emanate from what is going to get me the most clicks and money on the internet today. These are not complicated questions. Libs of TikTok has a staff that works with her to do the arduous job of finding TikTok videos. She has a whole staff, and yet she can't answer basic questions about what the left is doing.
I'm wanting to ban books. What kind of books am I trying to ban?
You tell me.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to ban any books.
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Okay.
That's
So
banning books.
how do you square your sort of notion of free speech and free expression and allowing all of that stuff with wanting literature removed and wanting access to information removed?
What kind of literature?
You tell me.
Porn, gay porn.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And what do you consider gay
Wait, so
porn
straight
in these
porn is
books?
okay?
So you want to see it?
Are you talking about the stuff that you've tweeted, basically? You consider
Yeah,
it
like there's
inappropriate?
pictures of like blowjobs and like how to have gay sex with like naked people and people masturbating and stuff. Yeah,
Did you?
like pictures of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally. And
Yeah.
I went to public school, and we had a sex ed class in public school where we were shown, information about sexual health and, sex and masturbation and things like that. I'm curious about your own education. I mean, was that something did you ever go to a sex ed class, or is this all sort of new to you where you're sort of learning about how this works in public schools?
I don't live under a
Always.
rock.
So you did
Always.
have sex ed classes when you were growing up?
We had some kind of education, yeah.
Uh-huh. So you do think it's important for children to have education, sex education?
Not the way they're doing it in public schools.
Uh-huh. How are they doing it?
How are they doing it?
They're giving kids porn and
No,
telling,
that's not what they're
graders that
doing.
They should masturbate.
We literally infiltrated the National Sex Ed Conference back in December. What they're doing in sex ed is actually significantly worse than giving the kids. They're just giving the kids porn. That's all they're doing in sex ed is giving the kids porn. What they're doing is actually so much worse than that. But we can never talk about that because fucking Libs of TikTok has distracted the entire goddamn conservative right with is porn, is porn, is porn.
They're giving middle school children guides to gay sex and anal sex, sex toys.
How would you describe the type of sex education that you'd like to see in schools?
At this point, I want all sex education actually removed from schools because I don't
Oh
trust
my
kids to do it.
God.
After what we've seen, I don't trust them at all.
Oh,
Zero. We
my
need to completely eradicate
God.
it and then redo it in a normal way that's appropriate.
So I saw that you got banned from Stripe today. How much money did you have tied up in that platform?
I'm not going to get into that.
Mm-hmm.
They already restored me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're back.
Yeah.
I noticed, I think it was around last summer, you deleted a lot of your tweets and you sort of stopped posting. This is when Seth Dillon kind of tweeted, asking if you fell off or, saying that you weren't posting as you used to. What happened during that time? And did you think about quitting?
I have no idea. And no, I never thought about quitting.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you delete all your old posts?
It was just a one-time editorial decision. I stand by all my posts.
I guess speaking of deleting posts, you still have a post up accusing the Uvalde shooter of being trans. Obviously, that's been debunked.
Yeah, there's
True.
a community note on it.
So
Yeah.
why not remove that post if you're so comfortable with removing posts?
Because there's a community note. I think it's clear. It's obviously it was unintentional. There was a watermark on it. It was from a meme, an account. It was going around. And I'm glad there's a community note so people know that.
Do you believe if, say, a journalist posts something factually incorrect or wrong, especially about someone else, if somebody was to say something factually wrong about you, do you believe they should remove that, or do you think they should be able to keep that content up?
Twitter is free speech. People lie about me all the time on there, and they don't get taken down. If you want, it has to go both ways.
So you believe that people should be allowed to keep up wrong information about you and have no recourse, be able to keep that up?
Free speech
People
is
do
free
that all the
speech.
time.
Okay.
People lie all
So
the
I'm kind of
time.
curious how you square that with the letter that you sent this morning to V Sphere, claiming that, you were going to try to sue her for slander. If free speech is free speech, then why are you threatening your critics with lawsuits?
Well, defamation is different.
So would you call misidentifying a shooter's sexuality defamation?
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, there's already a community note on it. So I'm glad that people now.
And you admit
know.
that it's wrong.
Why is Taylor Lorenz so concerned with a school shooter being defamed? That was a stupid line of questioning. Thank you, Eberific. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will definitely share your super chat with my inner narcissist. Cheers to you, my friends. Guys, I really appreciate all these birthday super chats. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you for being a part of my community and spending a little bit of my birthday with me watching irritating content on the internet. I hope you guys all have some alcohol or even something maybe a little stronger. Let's keep going.
Right? Was the Uvalde
Yeah,
shooter
and I
trans?
wasn't the creator of that image.
Sure, but you can imagine if somebody amplified wrong information.
The media, like Washington Post and other places, they lie all the time. They're never held accountable. They never remove it. They lie and lie and lie. So I am not gonna. If you want to hold me to that level, then I get to hold you to that level as well, and all the other media. So I just don't think we're not. It's not
hard
it's
drugs,
not,
Heidi.
It's not accurate to
hard drugs
to compare it because
was the Uvalde shooter trans?
The Uvalde shooter wasn't trans.
Got it. And so I guess knowing that you posted wrong information, you're saying it should stay up and everybody else should be allowed to keep whatever they have up as well. Is that sort of your stance? Am I accurately understanding it?
Is there a law against?
No, I'm not asking a law. I'm just
lying?
asking your personal sort of opinion. I'm just kind of curious because it seems like you have come after other people such as vSphere and other critics saying you posted wrong information about me, take it down. I totally get that. That's your prerogative.
It's different with defaming a journalist like that.
Have you ever actually done this? Because I one time mistakenly ate more of a chocolate bar than I should have. That was a wild night, man. I'll tell you that.
They're defaming me.
And you don't think that calling a shooter trans when they weren't trans is defaming anyone?
No.
Okay, interesting. I guess I'm
they're knowingly lying about me.
And what would you say that you did when you sort of posted that about the shooter being trans?
Like I said, an image that was going around for months that I shared from another thing accidentally, and I'm glad there's a community note on it.
I know you come from a more traditional family and sort of a more traditional culture. What is your family and think of your success? You've made a huge career for yourself. You're obviously a rising star in conservative media. How's that affected your interpersonal relationships?
Oh my God.
I'm not going to get personal.
The fact that this person is a fucking rising
star. How's it affected your life?
God,
I mean,
Jesus
just dealing
Christ.
with this sort of fame relatively overnight.
So, I mean, thanks in partly to you, there's been a lot of death threats, a lot of really nasty messages.
You seem kind of proud about the press that you've received. I mean, your profile picture is holding up a newspaper with you in the headline.
Yeah, a newspaper where they just basically lied about me. I thought it's funny that they just continue to make up these lies and libels.
You've gotten even if you discount the mainstream media and just talk about the conservative media, I think your platform has risen pretty significantly. What changes has that had on you? I mean, I cover the content creator industry and I've seen a lot of people go from
actually kind of a legit
a very low-key life, which I would imagine you're living before, to a massive amount of attention and, money and powerful people around you. How has that affected you?
Like I said, some safety issues, in part thanks to you and to some other members of the media. But I'm not going to get into my personal life.
Oh, no, not about your personal life. I'm just wondering about your career aspirations. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
We'll see. You can make all the plans you want, and God could decide something else. So
you don't have any sort of 5-year plan, 10-year plan?
I mean, I have plans, but nothing I'm going to share.
I'm curious, if Trump was reelected, would you be interested in a job with his administration?
No.
Maybe.
Who are you supporting in the election?
There's only one. There's one candidate, Trump. Yeah.
Will you be campaigning on his behalf?
We'll see.
Would you prefer? Are you hoping to kind of? I guess would you see yourself in DC?
I haven't made any plans yet.
How did you get connected with Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma, and how many times have you been to that state?
I was there once. They have, unfortunately, a lot of wokeness in their red state, and
how do you define woke?
How do you originally?
What is the definition
how did
of
Oklahoma
woke?
get on your radar as opposed to some others?
Because I started posting about the stuff going on in schools there, like I do across the country, and then people were very upset that this was happening in their schools.
So, and you've been once. What do you think qualifies you to be on the board, or have to do with education, the education system there? Being that I don't believe you have children in the Oklahoma schools, you don't live in Oklahoma, you've only been once.
It's a fair
question.
How
does that qualify you to sort of serve in that capacity?
What are the qualifications that they require to be on this committee?
USA Today reported on that, but I believe it was that you had to. Oh God, I might get it wrong, but I think you have to be some sort of educator. You have to have worked as an educator.
Okay, I was a teacher once.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay. So you feel like that qualifies you to sort of inform policies in Oklahoma?
I wasn't aware of any kind of qualifications that they require. I don't believe they require any qualifications.
Yeah, I was thinking more even just informally.
Oh my God.
But that makes sense. I guess, speaking of Oklahoma, obviously we saw the tragic death of Nex, a young child.
Tragic.
I'm curious about your reaction. You
From an
posted a
overdose.
selfie shortly after people were asking you to address the issue, and you said, to the haters and the losers. Who are you addressing in that statement?
Anyone who hates me and anyone who's a loser.
Okay. Why would you choose to post that in response to people asking you to speak about this child's death?
It was not a response to that.
I guess, why would you post that prior to making any statement about Nex's death?
So, just to be clear, you're trying to police me on when I'm allowed to post selfies?
No, just curious.
I wanted to post it. I thought it was a cute picture, and I just decided to post it.
How do you feel about Nex's death?
It's very tragic. It's horrible.
Do you believe Nex should have been allowed to receive gender-affirming care?
No.
She should not be allowed to go on irreversible puberty blockers or get sex change surgery.
How do you think about the fact that, so often your posts, things that you post about hospitals, libraries, schools, etc., after you make these posts about them, they deal with threats, sometimes bomb threats, sometimes harassment.
You're not responsible for what other people do.
We don't know who's calling in the threats. And I mean, look, bomb threats are bad. I've said that 1,000 times.
Listen, man, I had an incident like 4 years ago where I got kicked out of a hotel for wearing a Trump mask, and it pissed off the staff. And so they manufactured this thing that I didn't do. And that, by the way, they never provided a single shred of evidence for. They said I was running up and down the halls, like banging on doors and shit like that, when I wasn't. I was talking on the phone in my hotel room, which phone records would prove. Anyway, so I got kicked out of this hotel in the middle of the night, after I had already fallen asleep, after I had taken sleeping medication, and when I was standing outside waiting for my ride to come pick me up, I took a fucking picture of the hotel sign and I posted it on Twitter, and I basically tweeted about what just happened, and I told the complete and total truth exactly as it went down, and people can believe whatever they want. But then people on Twitter called in bomb threats to the hotel, which I was blamed for. And I'm like, yo, I'm on Libs' TikTok side on this one. I am not responsible for someone calling in a bomb threat. I was not responsible for someone calling in a fucking bomb threat. I'm sorry. If the hotel didn't want shit to go down on the internet. The hotel shouldn't have wrongfully woken me up and kicked me out of the hotel in the middle of the fucking night because I flat out told them I was going to be posting about it on the internet. I was asleep in my hotel room. I wasn't doing shit. So, I'm sorry. I don't agree with calling in bomb threats, but I'm not responsible for that. And I don't believe that in this case, I actually have to defend Libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok is not responsible for what other people do. No, it was outside. It was in this really crappy hotel outside of like Milwaukee. Like really, really like, I was honestly really like, I was going to leave the next day anyway, because it was really just like bad. Anyway.
People calling bomb threats should be arrested.
Fun fact though, I'm going back to Milwaukee for the first time since that happened. Do you guys know why I'm going back to Milwaukee? Does anyone remember why I'm going back to Milwaukee? Does anyone know? Want to guess why I'm going back to Milwaukee for the first time since that shit happened? Not staying anywhere near that hotel, by the way, obviously. Fuck those assholes. Can anyone guess why I'm going back to Milwaukee in about 90 days? What's happening in Milwaukee in about 90 days? Does anyone know? It's like a pop quiz. No, it's not Fuentes. No. Which convention? Which convention? I'm going to the RNC? I'm going to the Republican National Convention? It's true. It's true. It's true. I'm going to the Republican National Convention as a guest of one of the state parties. It's true. Fun fact. Gonna happen. Yup. I'm going to the RNC. I got invited. I have a friend, I'm not going to say which state because I don't want to dox him or anything. I have a friend that works for one of the state parties, the state Republican parties. And he asked me a while ago, he was like, do you want to go to the RNC? And I was like, yep, I do. Yes, I do. So I'm going as a guest of one of the state parties for realsies.
And investigated. You can't call in bomb threats. But I just don't know what does it have to do with.
Well, I guess, a recent NBC investigation found at least 33 instances where you posted about a specific person or institution, and that person or institution was immediately bombarded with death threats and violent threats, including bomb threats, other violent threats. That's a pretty significant correlation. How do you, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know if you saw, but I got like tons of death threats this week after the entire media machine came after me. So are they responsible for those?
I don't think that there's
That's a fair question.
The same correlation. Are you receiving bomb threats?
I'm receiving death threats. Like, hi, I'm going to come murder you.
Yeah. And I definitely sympathize with you there.
Like,
I get those
literally the article goes live and then I get those threats.
I get the same thing when a Fox News article goes live.
So is the journalist responsible? The journalist who posted the article?
I would say, there's a different responsibility when we're talking about media. And I guess to me, a death threat is different than a violent bomb threat. A death threat,
how?
I think we're kind of getting normalized to them, unfortunately, online.
Oh my
we
God.
get a lot of them. Probably you and I get them constantly, 24/7. I'm wondering kind of how you think what taking these obscure people,
Taylor
right? You and I are both
Lorenz
public
wisdom.
figures, and I imagine you and I can both. We have a high tolerance, right, for what we can handle online. Say you're taking a private citizen, a gay teacher, for instance, in a small town, and you post about that person, and then that person subsequently, who had no media presence prior, receives
Taylor, this is
threats.
why we can't be on your side.
How does that make you feel?
We need to answer the question first, though. Is the journalist responsible for actions that have to happen after?
So you consider sort of your posts about private citizens, incendiary posts, you consider that journalism?
I'm an independent journalist.
And do you think that there's a difference between doing journalism on a completely private figure that has no public presence and no institutional power versus reporting on a powerful public institution or person?
No difference.
You still didn't answer the question.
No.
Is the journalist responsible for
There is
reporting
no difference.
for any actions that happen after the reporting?
Personally, I think that journalists should take care and should consider.
Taylor, everything that happens in public on the internet is public information. If you are posting things publicly on the internet, I don't care if you have 2 followers, I don't care if you have 200 or 2,000 or 200,000. If you are posting information on the internet, that is publicly available information. You're not doing it privately. If you want to do it privately, then lock your fucking account.
Sort of the framing, and I think that they should do their best not to appear as if they encourage that sort of behavior. I've noticed that you haven't necessarily publicly condemned that behavior, publicly told your supporters, listen guys, stop calling in these bomb threats.
Who said it's my followers? Do you have information that it's my followers?
I guess who else's followers would it be?
I don't know.
So
there's 300 million people in this country.
So you post bomb threats follow, and you're saying it might be just unrelated people?
I have no idea. We don't know who it is.
Have you taken steps to find out?
We filed some FOIAs with police departments.
Yeah. What have you found?
We haven't got to anything useful yet that we can use. But actually, one of them, we know it's like some foreign actor, not even from the country. So who knows who it is?
Yeah. It seems like Twitter is your main platform these days, although I know you've been posting on Rumble. How much money have you made from the platform?
It's personal.
Mm-hmm. Is that what sort of portion of your revenue is based on Twitter as opposed to other platforms?
That's personal. So speaking of Twitter, do you regret not getting a blue check? Because then you can make tons of money.
No, I don't monetize online.
I don't monetize.
Yeah, I don't. If I was an independent journalist, maybe, but I'm not. I don't monetize on any of my social platforms.
Well, that's retarded.
Speaking of the media, you've changed your approach recently, or at least it seems like you're being a little bit more antagonistic towards the media and a little bit more forceful in the way that you speak about the media. What led to that change?
Being lied about and defamed for 2.5 years.
You did, Taylor. You did.
I guess what led to, I would assume you felt like that for quite a while. What led you to sort of change the way that you speak about the media, or the sort of...
Well, their attacks were ramping up. So, like I said, the lies and the defamation.
You changed that.
The hypocrisy.
If you eradicate transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people
kind of sound
being
like
trans, just not as long as they're in public.
Does kind of sound like that.
No, I never said that. They could. It's the whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people
Oh my
expressing
god! Oh my god! What harm is this lie causing? I like the truth. I like the truth. The truth is good. The truth is the truth. Like, are you shitting me? Yeah, isn't that funny? Never watched this before, but I assumed that Libs of TikTok had wiped the floor with Taylor Lorenz based on how conservatives on X just gleefully expounded on it, and now we feel a little bit fooled, don't we? It's almost like conservatives were just shilling for one of their own, even though one of their own has no godly business speaking with any expertise on these issues. I like the truth. Taylor, I just like the truth. I'm just all about the truth. The truth will set us free.
Gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But
We're a
I'm
nation
asking
of
about the
truth.
harm.
I
What's the
seek
harm?
the
You might
truth.
believe it to be false, but what's
The harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being
The
imported into our
harm is
institution.
it's not the
I guess
truth,
I'm
Taylor.
wondering what the material harm is. Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth. What is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or gender that you don't?
Truth.
Not
Taylor,
anything that's wrong
it's the
is there a
truth.
material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm.
I didn't say that.
So can you name a single harm?
The way that it's pushed onto kids.
Yes, Brooklyn. Yes, you did hear that correctly. I am going to the Republican National Convention in July as a guest of one of the state parties. I'm going to get a badge. I'm not going to be a delegate. Obviously, I'm not going to be a delegate, but I'm going with the delegates of one of the state parties. True story.
First of all,
What's pushed onto kids?
gender ideology, transgenderism.
But if they're leading happy lives and they just are leading a
Well,
different...
there are studies that show that they're more suicidal after transition.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, there's a study out of Sweden.
That is not
Yeah.
true. That is not true.
Yeah, you can look up the study.
Well, taking into account all of the happy people that have transitioned who are not harming anyone, you can't come up with a single material harm.
So if someone says, I'll be
It's
happier if
different.
I'm blind, should a doctor pull their eyes out?
I think that's quite different than gender ideology, but people do, I guess.
Someone says I'm happier if I chop my dick off, and we should just let them do that.
I think, there's a lot of gender affirming care that women do, right? I mean, women ascribe to certain gender things. You see women getting boob jobs to affirm their gender. I mean, we're in Los Angeles. We see this kind of gender affirming.
So again, you're comparing boob jobs and nose jobs to
Well, they're gender
people
affirming.
being
Well, they
buying
are.
into the lie that they could change their sex.
Breast enhancements are gender affirming for women. There's a lot of women that feel small chested. They feel like it would be gender affirming for them to have plastic surgery, and they're allowed to do it. And I noticed that you don't critique that. I guess I'm curious, Haya, there are a lot of people that have ideas about women, right? And about what makes a woman, right? What makes a appropriate
Did
woman?
he just
How
zoom
should a
in on
woman- you're
Taylor
saying you're not-
Lorenz's
you're against people
boobs?
sort of like living lies or living outside this ideology that you've constructed. Some might say, look, we're both women over the age of 25 working. I certainly don't have kids, they might consider that not okay for a woman. Do you think it's up to that? Do you think it's okay for them to dictate how, you live your life as a woman? Do you think it's up or sort of where does that line get drawn?
So again, you're comparing boob jobs to a teenage girl chopping off her breasts.
Well, first of all, teenage girls get boob jobs, but breast enhancements are gender affirming for many women. I'm asking you, why is it that people have to live under your sort of view of gender? And
It's not my view. It's science. It's facts. It's biology.
But biology, if we're talking biology, there's a spectrum of gender. There's people that are intersex.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I don't like Taylor Lorenz. I don't support Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz is about 8,000 times more prepared for this interview than Libs of TikTok is. But guys, Libs of TikTok is going to save us all because it's the truth. It's the truth. They're just teaching porn in schools. It's the truth. It's the science. It's the truth. Like, are you shitting me? Like, has anyone ever gotten this woman media training? Like, ever? Listen, man, I wouldn't be good at this type of stuff, which is why I'm actually really glad to, like, not be in a position of having to do this sort of thing. because I suck at this sort of stuff. I would go off. I would like yell. I'd get annoyed. I'd get angry, like whatever. And we all know that. But like, I have self-awareness. I don't put myself out there for stuff like this. In fact, I stay away. I stay as far away from stuff like this as humanly possible. I stay in my little corner on the internet. I don't talk to anyone. I just talk to the people who want to come and watch my content. That's it. And I'm just saying that Libs of TikTok should have some fucking self-awareness. And if she's not going to do that, then someone should have gotten her media training.
That is a rare medical condition that has nothing to do with someone deciding that they could be the opposite gender.
I guess I'm still kind of struggling to understand how you think, if your view, say tomorrow Trump is elected, he says, all right, we're going to all live by Haya's, decisions, right? What about all these happy trans people that are living their lives, that are not harming anyone? What harm are they doing by living their life as a woman who've medically transitioned? They're adults. I understand you have problems with kids, but with adult trans people, what's the harm that they're doing to society?
To society, they're spreading a lie that is affecting children also.
So you just believe gender is...
Wait, she doesn't want adults to be trans?
Trans, you can't change your gender.
And what if somebody said to you, you're not a real woman? You're not a real woman because maybe you don't meet these certain specific definitions of femininity.
That's fine. I don't care. They can call me whatever you want.
But what if you would be forced to live by that system? Do you think it's fair that you would, be forced?
Is that based in like science?
Well, I don't think any of it's really based in science.
Well, it is.
Gender is a social construct.
Well, gender is actually made up.
Exactly. Yes, we agree on this.
Oh my God!
By a pedophile.
We don't agree.
Yeah. So he made up gender, and now they conflate the two, and they use it to basically trans kids. So there are actually two sexes, and there are 0 genders, and there are many personalities. That's what I believe.
Okay. A lot of LGBTQ people say that your posts cause an enormous amount of pain.
Then don't look at them. Then block
How does
her.
it make you feel that your reporting on me causes me pain?
I feel sad for that, honestly. Yeah.
So would you stop?
No, I'm a journalist and you're a public figure. But I'm just talking about, these non-public figures, right? These non-public figures that are...
Well, if you put yourself out there on a public platform, then you're kind of making
So
yourself
anybody
public.
that posts on social media is a public figure in your
Taylor!
mind?
Yes!
If you're putting your videos out there with the intention that it should go viral, you want publicity.
So if somebody's posting on social media, which inherently posting on social media, you're looking for attention, right? You're saying that meets the bar for a public figure?
Yes.
I'm not a lawyer.
But I'm asking
Yes, absolutely. If you are posting publicly on social media, that is public information. If you don't want it to be public information, then private your account. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. Happy birthday. Thanks for everything you do in pursuit of truth. I really do appreciate the super chat, my friend.
opinion.
I think that these people, well, first of all, a lot of the people I post about are actually in positions that are public.
But
teachers,
I'm talking about
doctors.
the people that haven't, right? The individual private citizens that you've posted who are not, I would argue they're not public figures. You're saying they are public figures
that's
because they're posting on
retarded,
social
Taylor.
media?
They want to be public. They're public. They're going on a public platform and publicly posting a video on a social media site that is.
Hang on, we need to do a pronunciation. Me saw gun. Me saw gun. Okay. Do I have that? Me saw gun? Do I need to say it faster? Do I need to have the emphasis on a different thing? Me saw gun.
Is meant for your videos to go viral.
And what about Twitter? Would you consider
Cool.
Twitter as well a platform where stuff is meant to go viral?
Yeah.
Every social media. If someone posts something on social media, it could go viral. It's always a risk.
Got it. So when you were building your audience and had hundreds of thousands of followers, then would you also agree that you were a public figure?
I think that if anyone who puts something out there publicly, anyone could share their stuff.
Got it. And so, but I'm saying you consider these people LGBTQ people
Taylor
who are
Lorenz
just
is
posting
trying
on social media, public figures.
I said I'm not a lawyer. I
rationalize
don't know what
now.
your
I'm just asking
definition
your
of public
opinion.
figure.
One thing you noted, and I'm only asking this because I know that you've noted that when I reported on you that you felt like it was unfair and that you didn't meet the
You
bar for a
did
public
dox
figure.
her.
So I'm just kind of wondering, as somebody with such a large social media audience, you're saying people with much smaller social media audiences meet the bar for a public figure. Wouldn't you have considered yourself a public figure?
If anyone puts out content publicly, then that content could go anywhere. That's what I believe. It could go viral. Anyone could share it. It could go to the wrong side. What they call the wrong side of TikTok.
Yeah.
It could go. People will see it. You can't control that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they hate me, because they want to create this content and they only want their bubble to see it. And then I'm like showing it to other people and they just can't handle it.
I think you're editorializing it as well.
No, I provide very little commentary, probably the least from any other Twitter account that's even a quarter of my size.
Let's talk about drag shows. You've come out a lot about, you're very against drag shows. Can you give any examples of children being harmed from drag shows?
Yeah, there was one where this mom was saying that her kid decided to be non-binary after watching the drag show, and then the drag queen helped the kid buy like new clothes to be non-binary.
Well, that's not really harm. They just want new clothes.
Yeah, well, because non-binary is made up. Like you
can't. Well, it is,
there's
but
no such thing as non-binary.
No one was harmed.
And then it just leads a kid on a path where probably they'll end up in a hospital.
You gotta give Libs of TikTok just the tiniest ounce of credit in that she does seem to have figured out that drag shows are about making kids non-binary rather than grooming and sexualizing the kids. So I think that's some progress. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it.
Getting some of their body parts chopped off.
You seem very against plastic surgery. Are you against?
Well, I'm against sex change surgeries.
What about women that want to get their boobs done, want to get their nose done, want to get cheek implants?
We're just going to go in circles.
Well, I'm just curious.
But it's good to note that you're comparing nose jobs to teen girls getting their breasts chopped off.
Well, teen girls also get boob jobs to make their breasts bigger.
Exactly, Liquid Marble.
So both are gender affirming in different ways. You seem very obsessed with one and not interested in the other. So that's kind of what I'm interested in. And I guess I don't really understand that, because both are gender affirming in different ways.
I don't call it gender affirming care. I call it sex change surgeries for people who are sold the lie that they can change their sex.
Where do you sort of hope this will end up?
Benjamin.
Like all of this sort of the advocacy that you're doing. I know you said you don't have a 5-year plan for yourself, but what are if you were sort of like gonna describe your platform? What are some things that you'd like to see, meaningful changes in terms of policies, laws?
Oh, I want to eradicate gender ideology from public life.
From public life completely?
Yeah, the whole thing is built on a lie.
Well, you certainly have a gender yourself.
Gender ideology? No, I don't. I have a sex. Gender. There's no such thing as gender.
Is it true?
Okay. I said gender.
Is it true?
I agree that gender is a completely social construct.
No, it doesn't exist. It's there are zero genders.
Is it true?
There are zero genders.
Yeah.
So you want to live in sort of a post-gender world where everybody can kind of express themselves through personality however they like.
Well, that's what it is now. But they're just calling it gender.
So,
but there's males and females. And then,
so if they were to, I'm just kind of curious here, and I'm certainly not a gender scholar, so I'm not sure, maybe somebody sort of posed this question too, but if people were to let's just say, you know what, fine, we eliminate male, female, non-binary, whatever gender, we eliminate that. We're all just people, or we identify by our sex. Would you still be okay with people, wearing dresses if, they appear to be biologically male, or, women shaving their head, things like that? Are you still okay with that as long as they're not calling themselves by a different name?
Oh my
don't
God.
Sexualize kids. That's what I'm against.
But I'm just saying, like, you want to live in a post-gender world where there's no gender, right? And anybody can just have the personality and express themselves however they want.
That's how it is now. These people who are calling themselves a different gender
But I'm
It's
just saying
made up.
you're
They're not
right,
really
and your issue is with the language around that, right? So I'm saying let's eliminate the language. All right, do you support people, adults? Let's just talk about adults for the sake of this discussion. Do you support those adults having bodily autonomy, dressing, acting, painting their nails or shaving their head or doing whatever they want to do to express themselves?
I don't care if a guy wants to paint his nails.
So you don't care about.
Leave the kids out of it. Don't sexualize the kids.
It might
Don't
be
confuse the
human
kids.
So
centipede.
speaking
It
of
might be.
sexualization of
Okay,
kids,
there it
I
is.
think one group of young people that's constantly sexualized is young women. What are your thoughts, and why haven't you, I guess, come out more against some of the sort of sexualization of young women, especially in the right-wing media ecosystem? There's a focus on youth and women. There's a focus on sort of women under 25, women losing value with age. This is stuff, that's been
I'm a
platformed on the
woman
Daily Wire.
in the conservative movement. I never once felt sexualized.
You've never felt sexualized yourself, but I'm saying, why don't you speak out about sort of sexual abuse in the straight world, I guess?
So you just changed topics.
No. I'm saying,
So
like,
true, Brooklyn.
you're saying we're against the sexualization of kids.
Yeah.
It's
One
porn.
group of children that's constantly
porn.
sexualized is young women. 13-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls are constantly sexualized on the internet, often by conservatives. So I'm wondering, especially
actually a
given
good line of questioning.
what some commentary has come from like people at the Daily Wire, for instance, right? They've made comments about young women losing value with age, which is kind of a pedophilic ideology. Why not speak out on that?
I've never seen that. I have no evidence.
You've never seen young women getting sexualized?
I focus on kids.
Yo!
And you've never seen young girls getting sexualized?
I've seen young girls getting sexualized. I'm referring to the Daily Wire thing. I can't answer
Okay,
for that.
but let's just talk about young girls. Why don't you speak out about that? Why don't you speak out about sort of heteronormative cisgender men?
Oh my
traditional
God!
men,
Shut the fuck up, Taylor.
sexualizing young girls, young female girls.
Heteronormative
I speak out about the
cisgender
sexualization
men.
of kids.
But you don't speak out about sort of the sexualization of kids by straight people.
I don't discriminate on who's sexualizing the kids.
But
If the kid's being sexualized,
but there's only one group of kids that you're talking about, which is you're concerned about sort of people being sexualized by the LGBTQ community. I'm saying a lot of straight older men.
not necessarily the LGBTQ. I mean, if they're, I don't want straight teachers to be talking about their sexuality in schools either.
So you wouldn't be okay with a straight teacher, for instance, discussing their marriage?
I think it's weird.
Uh-huh.
Why would someone discuss their marriage in the classroom?
Honestly, I don't know. You were a teacher. I feel like teachers sometimes do that. I do think that there is a sexualization of children from straight couples. I mean, I know that I went shopping for a friend recently to find little baby onesies. And when you're looking for little boy baby onesies, a lot of them say, where's my mommy's tits or whatever. You see these kind of, I would say, sexual innuendo on babies' clothes. I've never seen you post about that.
Did she just
I've
make
never
that
seen you
up?
post about sort of sexualization from the straight community, I guess.
I don't discriminate against who's doing the sexualization.
It's actually a fair point, though, if I'm honest about it.
Defining a sexualization, but I've never said like, oh look, here's porn in school, and the librarian is not straight. No, I don't care who the librarian is. I don't care if they're straight or gay or trans or whatever they want to say they are.
Yeah, I just think it seems. I guess I wonder why you don't focus.
All right, this is kind of starting to bore me, but that's my cue to leave. My mom just landed, so time to go hang out with the family. Sorry, mom takes precedence over fearlessly. Thank you, Naruto. I appreciate the super chat. Does anything more happen in this talk? Can we skip the last 10 minutes? I'm getting bored. It's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Neither of them look good. Is there anything else to see in this talk? Anything? Bueller? Because we can move on. I don't mind moving on. I don't mind moving on. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I need to use the little anti-Semites room again. And so I'm going to let this talk play for like a little bit more. And I'm going to be right back. Okay? Thank you, mass genocide. I appreciate you. Okay, just a little bit more because I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, though. I promise we're going to watch something else.
Focus on sort of like young girls as a woman. I mean, were you ever sexualized as a young child?
No.
I find that interesting because I think all women kind of experience that, although it depends on your community. But I do think that there's a focus on women and age as well. And there's this notion that women lose value as they age. And I know I hear that all the time in my comments from conservatives.
I've never once seen that.
You've never seen that?
No.
I feel like
I've never seen a conservative figure say that women lose value when they age.
Why do you think there's such an obsession about women and ages then?
Women, I've never known there was an obsession. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Women and ages?
Yeah. There is a notion, especially platformed by conservative media, that women lose value as they get older. You see this espoused constantly when people are talking about reproductive capabilities. Oh, her eggs
You're
are
saying
dried
when
up.
they promote like family values, like, oh, you should get married and have kids? Is that what you call sexualization?
No. I'm talking about more derogatory remarks made against women and their age. I bring it up because I think a lot of your fans seem to obsess about women and ages. And so it's misogyny at its core. And I never see you speak up about that. So I was just kind of curious about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm wondering like why you don't speak up about the sexualization of kids.
I don't think it's a problem. I don't see as much. If I saw an example of a child being sexualized, of course I have a problem with, certain things. I will actually, I will say.
So do you think we should give kids porn in school? The images of like gay sex?
Oh, we're about to get to the porn part.
I went to public school, and in public school, at least when I was growing up,
let's watch
we
this
were
last little bit.
absolutely given
Is porn
literature, explaining sex, educating people.
It had pictures of like anal sex?
Oh, absolutely. And it actually talked about condom use.
What grade?
God, I mean, I don't remember, but certainly probably middle school. I think that's when we had sex ed.
So you think like books like Genderqueer, This Book is Gay, we should give that to kids in school?
I have not read those books, so I don't know. But I do think that it's important to educate kids about sexuality, if nothing else, because, I have spoken to women that were abused sexually when they were young, very young. And one thing that they've told me is that they wish that they had the language.
Okay, I don't care to watch anymore. I don't care to watch. We can move on to Rottweiler's next pick, which I'm not sure is going to be much better. Next on the queue, and you guys can all blame Rottweiler for this. I want you to know who's really responsible, and it's not me. Next in the queue, we have from 1 month ago, Tim Pool and Dave Smith debate origins of woke. Dave says CIA. Tim says social media. Now, before we watch what I'm sure will be a deeply enlightening video, I would like my chat to answer. What do you guys think the origins of woke are? If you were to have to answer this question and argue with Dave Smith, who is afraid of me, and Tim Pool, who is also... Actually, this is ironic. There are two men in this video that are utterly terrified of me. Both of them are afraid of me. What is the origin of woke? Marxism, communism, socialism, Marxism, postmodernism and Marxism, socialism in the schools, radical far left Marxists and socialists, critical Marxism, the Frankfurt School, Marxism, critical Marxism. Yeah, I would say that's correct. I may have also accepted the Jews as another answer because we have to be honest about this. We have to. If the Christians made up the majority of the Frankfurt School, I would blame the Christians. But the fact of the matter is that the majority of the Frankfurt schools the Frankfurt School was Jewish. That's just reality. I would say the same thing if it was the Christians or the Muslims or anyone else. Just reality. I'm just saying. All right, let's see what happened here.
Interesting question. And I'm not saying it's not an interesting question, like where the ideological roots of this come from. I just think, and this is my big push, I think a much more interesting question is not where did it come from. My question is, why did every major corporation, every political class, Hollywood, like, why did every
Because we didn't
powerful
Bud Light them.
Well, hold on.
We
but
didn't
why
Bud
did-
Light them. That's
But
why.
that's not the point. That's
Oh,
a
we-
totally different question. That's a question of why didn't we stop it? I'm
I
saying,
hate her
why
so
did
much. She's
every
so
powerful
insufferable.
person in the United
Doesn't
States of
know
America
anything.
embrace it at the same time
It's
and
the-
start jamming
yes,
it down our throats?
There's an answer. Social media.
I don't think that's the
It's,
answer.
you look at LexisNexis data
Wrong.
in every country on the planet
Wrong,
with the
Tim.
rise of social media.
Oh my
these
God.
terms began to take hold. Now there's a route to
Oh God. Rottweiler, this might break me. I have not watched him in months. I mean in months, in a really long time. Thank you, Elena. I appreciate you. Thank you. I have not watched him in months and probably, like, I don't know. When was the last time I watched him? I can't deal with the voice right now. It's killing me. It's killing me. Tim Pool's voice is going to drive me insane. This is all a masochistic exercise, is what this is. We're torturing ourselves for my birthday. Fine.
why these ideas in particular, but these weren't the only ideas getting spread. I've done this rant a million times, so I'll keep it quick. But when Facebook first switched to an algorithmic model, the number one form of content was police brutality videos. Several websites emerged that just started publishing nothing but
Cop Block and Free Thought Project.
And these were some of the most trafficked websites in the world.
No.
Because Facebook said, whatever people share, we show more of. And it was rudimentary. YouTube,
the only rule for today is Trendolin is not allowed to offer any suggestion. Trendolin's privileges have been removed. No, Trendolin, I'm not going to do it. No, you can't make me, Trendolin.
The number one content was on YouTube in the early days. As long as the thumbnail was a woman in a bikini, I'm not joking, it would get more views because YouTube said, if it gets clicks, show it to more people, it'll get more clicks. People said, okay, whatever my video is, make the thumbnail a bikini woman and it'll get clicked on, and then YouTube promotes me.
Right.
They started to refine their algorithms. Some ideas got deleted. There was around this time a rise in white nationalist content alongside intersectional content, and advertisers went, we can't be next to white nationalists. We're taking our ads. They said, okay, they said, we'll get rid of that content. No advertiser cared about justice and responsibility and caring about our neighbors. So around 2008 was when we saw the emergence of Facebook, Twitter, and all these other platforms and the rise of the algorithms. LexisNexis data shows us the emergence of words like white privilege, racism, etc. Colonizer appeared in every newspaper, in every web.
Well, that's all true, Tim. But where did those terms come from, Tim? Because they weren't invented just for social media, Tim. Where did those were those terms being used ubiquitously in other areas? Is that how that happened, Tim?
Western country around the exact same time in a massive hockey stick.
Okay, so let me give you a counter to the fact that it's just social media and algorithms. Okay, so it's really around 2012 when those Nexus charts shoot up, and it's not.
Hang on. Liquid Marble says, I have a request, a track of your favorite artist to break us from the cringe. Okay, I'll have to think about that. I'll think about that. We'll play a song. I'm going to get demonetized for this stream anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I play a song.
Just what was going on YouTube or other social media. We're talking about the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, major newspapers.
And you know why?
Well,
for the New York Times to get shares on Facebook, they needed these search terms.
Listen,
Vice famously had an article that said something like, trans women of color, victims of police brutality, exemplifies the Black Lives Matter movement. And it crammed as many of these words as possible into a single headline, and everyone laughed.
Listen, this is why I don't agree with this, okay? So I do not believe that the goal here was clicks and views and likes. And think about it like this. who was the number one show in cable news before he got fired? Tucker Carlson. And there are all of these stories that he would touch that nobody else would touch that would get, listen, just imagine this, right? You're a cable news show. Let's say you were going to do a show all about what really happened with Jeffrey Epstein and who's really covering it up. Let's say you were going to do a show about who's been vaccine injured from the COVID vaccine. You would get enormous views.
Amy Roback on ABC News wanted to do the story. It was shut
yes,
down.
I know, right? But I'm saying, so there are stories that would get an enormous amount of clicks, an enormous amount of views, but they're shut down because they go against the powerful. So my point is just that the reason why the New York Times and the Washington Post and these major publications started pushing this stuff, I do not believe was because it was getting more views. I think this was an intentional distraction campaign that was following Occupy Wall Street, the Tea Party movement, and the fact that Barack Obama was up for re-election and had continued the George W. Bush policies for his entire administration. And they had to make something that would go like, look, people are very upset with this failure. This is what we have to throw at them.
It's too reductive.
I don't think so.
So when I worked for Fusion, when they said, we are going to be nice. So when they pitched me,
Are they going to mention the public schools at all in this? Do either of them have any understanding at all that the reason that this has become so ubiquitous in culture is because of the public schools? Are we just going to hear Tim's story about how he used to be a journalist for a couple of years again, and that's going to give Tim credibility to say that this all came from social media?
ABC News Univision. They said, we want to be nice Vice. Will you come and work with us? I said, what will you give me? He said, we're going to give you a ridiculous amount of money and a massive budget. What's your goal? And they said, everything you already do it here. We don't like that Vice does the weird sex, drug stuff, but we like the rock and roll. So you bring that edgy on the street journalism to us and we're good. 6 to 8 months later, they were full woke. They brought in a new editor-in-chief and he changed his Twitter profile photograph to a picture of a black fist that said "Down with whiteness."
If someone tells you they like rock and roll,
and the reason why they did it explicitly in the meetings I was at with the executives of this company was, young people are progressive, and if we don't adhere to what they want, we will get erased.
Why are young people progressive, Tim? Where do you think the young people learned it, Tim? Did they just invent it? I need more alcohol.
In order to succeed as a media company, you target the young people and you age with them. By the time they're 35, we're the dominant media. And I said, you're wrong. You're being tricked into thinking these things are what young people want, and I can prove otherwise. And so we did a marketing campaign. We helped them get some non-woke content, massive amounts of views. The president told me explicitly, you're the only person in this company who actually gets the views. The issue is you're too old. I was how old was I at this time? This is 24. This is 10 years ago.
You must have been in your 20s, right?
28, 29. And they said, we are looking at 18-year-olds. And so here, I'll give you another example. Mike.com, M-I-C. Do you know what they started as? Ron Paul.
Really?
It was two.
Down with capitalism, they meant Tim. Exactly. Does Tim Pool have any sense that this is actually about capitalism? I would be shocked. Anyway, guys, I am going to drink a peanut butter and jelly whoopie pie beer next. What is the alcohol content on this? What is the alcohol content on this? Does it say anywhere? You got to love it when they make it a mystery. How much alcohol am I consuming with this beer after I just drank a 10% beer? 6.3. 6.3%. A peanut butter and jelly beer. I don't like brown ales. I very rarely, I've tried to like brown ales. I don't like them. But I'm glad you like them. All right, let's keep going.
Two libertarian brothers started a Ron Paul libertarian site and they posted police brutality. Why did they shift their business model? Well, I happen to know this because I actually went to their office headquarters and met with one of their heads of development who said, this gets traffic. We need the views. So when we switch, when we're doing police brutality and we're all libertarian, and she wasn't talking about like the company at the time, but this is their founding. She's like, when we do anti-racist, social justice and feminism, it gets shared on Facebook. When you do conservatism, Facebook was deleting it. We learned this from Gizmodo's reporting in 2016 that employees at Facebook were actively removing this stuff.
Why do you think that happened, Tim?
So you have what I refer to as Jack Dorsey plugging his sewer system into his own mouth. They created these algorithms that promoted social justice. The first content to go viral was police brutality because no one liked police brutality. Then what we ended up seeing was, if you have a video that says racism bad, you get X views. If you have sexism bad, you get Y views. But if you have racism and sexism bad, you get XY. It's exponential. So a company like Mike.com shifted their narrative in line with what was getting them traffic. And the best example.
So what's happened is because Tim is really into all this stuff, he has assumed that this is the origin point for all of this stuff, when in fact, the origin point was way the fuck up here. And then it went down through several different layers, and it eventually got to social media. And Tim is like, it's social media. It's social media. But he ignores all of the other layers that came before the social media as though they aren't even relevant to the discussion at all. Yo.
Example of how this works is you look at Dylan Mulvaney. Dylan Mulvaney's early TikTok content, safaris with animals. Why now?
Cute. Yeah.
What happened to Dylan Mulvaney that it turned into day 900 of being a woman?
Because that's what people were
chasing after the views. So evolved the content and created this as algorithms pushed it. You then.
Well, yeah, but you know, the thing about Phil is, I'm going to say this with all due respect, Phil is way too up James Lindsay's ass right now to be able to see the truth. He is so far up James Lindsay's ass that if you criticize James Lindsay at all, if you show primary source evidence that James Lindsay is wrong, Phil's going to unfollow you. And I know that because that's what he did to me. And I think it's too bad because I think that Phil actually does want to know what the truth is. But sadly, if that truth doesn't align with the fairy tale that James Lindsay is concocting at any given moment, yeah, several people in my community have been blocked by Phil for trying to show Phil primary source video evidence. He doesn't want to see it because it goes against what his hero James Lindsay is doing, and I think that's too bad because Phil has actually on this show, and I've seen this, commented positively on talking points that James Lindsay stole from me. And then he credited James Lindsay with the talking points. But they didn't come from James Lindsay. They came from me. And then James Lindsay at some point heard them and appropriated them as his own. And that's totally cool for Phil. Phil doesn't mind that at all. But if you question the god Lindsay, it's too bad.
And end up with people like Jack Dorsey, who said this is the free speech wing of the free speech party. But after he builds this community on social media promoting only one ideology and downranking anything else like conservatism because it was offensive to him and his friends, it was offensive to him and his friends because they were gargling on the sewage of their own network.
Okay, so first of all, you brought up Ron Paul, and so it's incumbent on me to say that he is the greatest living American hero. And everybody should go Google him and look him up. And if you're not familiar with him, go read everything he's ever written and listen to everything he's ever said. So that part I will concede. I'm just saying, my argument is not that nobody online has ever put out content that will just get more clicks, or that even like going woke, crazy woke, or crazy anti-woke won't increase views. So what you're talking about was absolutely a part of this transformation. I'm just saying that it's also true that the New York Times and the Washington Post, and by the way, the CIA and the Federal Reserve and the Obama administration, which in this year, in 2012, it was passed their first big like DEI initiative or whatever. It wasn't just coming from the bottom up. It was also coming from the top down, and that there was this weird convergence there. And my question is just like, why the top down part? And I'm saying that there was also, while there wasn't, listen, you still see it today. Every day since Twitter, like people are monetizing their Twitter under Elon Musk, you see them just kind of post the most provocative thing that's going to get them more clicks. But I'm saying there's something else at work here also, which is that the top down, I believe there was a targeted campaign that Obama had come in and promised a repudiation of the Bush policies. He had failed on them. He had continued all of them, and he pivoted toward this culture war.
I believe that is hyper-focused on one particular element. The fact that Obama wanted this narrative would imply that powerful Democrats went to their allies and said, focus on this, which does not have the effect of shifting everything overnight. The overnight shift came from algorithms. And the reason why the executives this is an ABC Univision joint venture with $300 million behind it. I worked in the ABC News building alongside all of them. And the president of the company said, we're going after young people. Their marketing people came to them. These meetings are fascinating. One time the marketing guy said,
why? Oh God, Libby Emmons looking like the frigid cunt that she is. Tim, why do you think the young people were receptive to? I can't look at Libby Emmons. I'm sorry. Like I need to back up and get a freeze. There we go. That's better. That's better. Tim, why do you think that the young people were receptive to the messaging? What happened, Tim, to make the young people receptive to the messaging? Did it just appear to them because of social media? Was that the first time, Tim, that young people had ever heard that messaging before? And they were like, oh my God, I never thought of this until I heard about it from this fucking news website. Or perhaps, Tim, maybe the young people were indoctrinated slowly into the messaging their entire K through 12 educational career. And that's why once they became adults, they started responding to that type of messaging on social media because it echoed everything they had been learning in public school since they were 5 years old. Could that have been it, Tim? No, I'm sure it was just social media. I'm sure that's it.
Their marketing people came to them. These meetings are fascinating. One time the marketing guy said, women share more. Women share more than men, and anger generates more shares than anything else. So what do we need? We need to piss off women.
Need angry women. That's what America needs.
100%.
Wow.
Women are more likely to share content on Facebook, and anger is what drives them. What makes women angry? Social justice. So they hyper focused and prioritized it. This is a $300 million media company with the president and their head of marketing telling me, like, look, man, look at the data. We do a video on trans issues, we get a lot of views. And I'm like, you do a video on any other hot topic issue, you'll get the same amount of views. I got more views talking about Fukushima when the Fallout video came out, when the Fallout video game came out, than you got on all your social justice stuff. Your marketing people are telling you young people are wanting this, but you're eating your own refuse.
That's right.
Look, I went to Vice. Before I left Vice, I told all of these companies the exact same thing. And it's obvious now why Vice completely collapsed in on itself. It's obvious why Fusion collapsed in on itself. They were convinced that the screeching activists who didn't actually care about this stuff were the future. They were convinced that these buzzwords that were appearing on social media represented what young people wanted. And I kept telling them they were wrong. And so what happens now? Both those companies basically don't exist. Vice is a skeleton limping around, struggling to breathe. It can't. It's a skeleton. And Fusion went bankrupt. And I think they went bankrupt. I don't know. They ended up laying everybody off and shutting down. And then what was left was some skin of a website. and then they got rid of that too.
Well, also that whole thing did something really bad for women. I mean, that didn't help women at all, marketing to them that way, because it was the redirection of, a maternal instinct toward a compassion in social justice that has been completely destructive for American women across the board. So
in like 2018,
so insufferable. I cannot stand
there
her.
was a report that came out accusing a bunch of people who are like moderate and conservative and libertarian
I don't believe in violence.
of being far right. YouTube
really
panicked because they had lost ad revenue and then immediately nuked the recommendations for all of these channels.
Well,
but it wasn't ideological. It was specific channels. Well, they didn't downrank terms. Immigration was still just fine, but it was specific channels that all of a sudden found they weren't getting recommended anymore, and the analytics dropped off entirely.
Well, okay, but there's another huge element that happened in there, right? So basically, the internet very quickly went from being, forget the algorithm point that you were making, which I do think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. But the internet very quickly went from being, social media went from being kind of the wild, wild west, where people could kind of say whatever they wanted to say, broadly speaking, not completely. There were some people who got banned, but it was very rare. And what happened was, after Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, there was this mad scramble from the establishment to explain away why he had won. And they
guys, let's all thank Jennifer, because Jennifer is hosting my movie night this weekend, in which we're making everyone watch Midsommar, and Midsommar is possibly one of the greatest movies of all time, and it's going to emotionally scar people, and I'm really excited about that. And so Jennifer is the host of movie nights, and we appreciate her. And if you guys have never been to a movie night, you can come to my Substack and sign up as a supporter, and you will get access to movie nights, and you can come and watch Midsommar with us at 8 p.m. on Sunday. Or next week. What are we watching next week? What was my other pick, Jennifer? I forget. What was my other pick? We're gonna do Hunger Games 1 and 2 back to back, but what was my other pick, Jennifer? Oh shit, I forgot. Oh, The East. We're gonna watch The East, and it has Alexander Skarsgård, and he's so beautiful. The East, not The Exit, The East. The East, EAST. It's a little social justice-y, I'm not going to lie, but Alexander Skarsgård is so beautiful in it, I don't even care, because he is a beautiful, 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 beautiful. I don't even care. Alexander Skarsgård can make the most woke movies that he wants, and I will still watch them. The East, EAST, The East.
Landed on a few ridiculous answers. One of them was the insane Hillary Clinton op-ed lies that he was involved in a conspiracy with the Russian government, which then the intelligence agencies jumped on and ran with for years. And then that kind of connected to how Putin had interfered in the election and spread fake news. By the way, this is something a lot of people forget. Fake news was not a term Donald Trump made up.
Right.
This was a term they made up, and then he reappropriated it and turned it around on them. But they were the ones who said there's fake news, fake news. And the Congress
so insufferable.
hauled all of the big tech execs in front of them for the first time ever. Now, this is a regular thing, but this was the first time this has ever happened before in 2016, when they made Jack Dorsey, who was running Twitter at the time, and Mark Zuckerberg, and all these guys come from, and they explicitly threatened all of them, if they didn't crack down on fake news, that they were going to regulate these companies and break up these companies and ruin everything they have. The United States of America's federal government forced this kind of censorship regime on big tech platforms. And I'm not claiming that a lot of these big tech platforms didn't agreeably go along with it, but that is where the origin of it was.
Thanks for watching this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast. Hang out with us live Monday through...
Okay, so what we learned from that is that Dave Smith doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and Tim Pool doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and Libby Emmons doesn't really say anything other than agree with Tim, which is why she's on that show all the time. Prometheus, you miss nothing. You miss nothing. Nothing. Nope. All right, so I think it was Liquid Marble who suggested that I play like my favorite song or whatever. So I have as a nice little break, as a nice reprieve. Now this is going to be an unorthodox choice, but my favorite band. I'm gonna share something. I'm gonna share some things I love with you guys. Are you ready? Okay. My favorite band of all time is Placebo. I love Placebo. I know that Brian Molko is a little bit just a little bit woke, but he used to be back in the day. Brian Molko was like androgynous and fucking fabulous, and now he's gone a little bit woke. But that's okay. Thank you, Rottweiler. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I've seen Placebo a couple times live, and they're amazing. And if you've never heard of Placebo, I promise you, you have probably heard this song and you just don't know it's Placebo. But I used to spend so much time on YouTube just watching live performances of Placebo. And so this is a live performance of one of the best Placebo songs, Every You, Every Me. Probably everyone has heard this song. And I just love this performance of it. So this is one of my favorite songs, and I'm going to share it with you guys, and I hope you appreciate it. And it's old. Okay, it's old. And Brian Molko is beautiful in it. That's Brian Molko.
Nature leads blind, I know I'm selfish and I'm unkind. Sucker love, I always find someone to find. All alone in space and time. There's nothing here, what here's mine. Something borrowed, something blue. Every me and every you. Every me, every you. Every me. Every me and every you, every me, me, breathe me, and breathe you. Breathe me, me.
All right, that is like one of my favorite live performances. Now, Amelia asked an interesting question: is Placebo still around? Yes, they are. Yes, they are, and I'm gonna play you one of their newer songs too, because I recently I saw Placebo. No, it wasn't even recent. It was last year. It was last April. So Placebo is still around. They're still touring. I'm gonna play you guys one more song, and this is one of their more current songs. But I really like it. I listen to this song all the goddamn time. They have so many good songs. If you guys have never listened to Placebo, you have to. So we're gonna listen to this song, and then we're gonna get back to content. All right. This is my current favorite Placebo song.
Got the man on the way. I wanna sleep on the way down. So many miles away. I used to dance in a fountain. I got the man on the way. Measure for measure. So many miles away. Drunk on a mountain. I got a message for Jane. Float on a feather. Hope the kids are okay. Now for the kicker. Stuck on a train. Heading for Scotland. They took my mom away. Illuminati. And then as a Reich. No longer fleshy. I'll go to Sonyaling. See Lamiashi. Where the skies are gray. And the skies are cloudy. And every river flows back to Dundee. I won't give in to the pain. Smile in the mirror. There's no one else to blame. Collapse into never. 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 Collapse into never.
So that's my favorite band. You guys got to learn something about me today. I love them. I love 30 Seconds to Mars. I have 30 Seconds to Mars tattooed on my wrist. I love AFI, even though they're totally woke. These bands are all woke. Whatever. But Placebo's my favorite. All right. Well, the time has come. The time has come. I feel a little bit buzzed. I feel like it's time. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready for me to watch James Lindsay on Chrissy Mayer talking about everything that he held back when he was on Joe Rogan? Is everyone ready for it? This is going to be about a half-hour clip, so it'll take us probably at least 3 hours to watch because I'm going to have a lot to say. All right. Has everyone mounted the like button for me? Has everyone made sure they're subscribed to the channel? We are going to reach peak bitchiness in this clip, guys. Who knows where it could go from here? Perhaps I'll decide to end the stream after this because there's just no other place I can go. I know I'm supposed to watch Constantine kissing. I'm supposed to. I just might not get there. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty drunk. That 10% beer has hit me something fierce. All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
That's right. You were on Rogan. How was it? I was so excited to see that.
Oh, I went like, well, I didn't even go full tinfoil hat, but I went pretty tinfoil hat with Rogan, which, Joe is a very open-minded and thoughtful guy, but he's usually not quite ready for that. But he was tracking, and I was shocked.
Did you know what you were going to talk about before you went on? Were you anxious?
Oh, so James Lindsay has missed
No and no.
Send you like a
That's
plan
good.
in
That's
advance?
good.
Okay,
Awesome.
that's preposterous. Joe Rogan does not send plans in advance. Joe Rogan shows up somewhat minutes late, and then he like rolls into the bathroom, and then we roll into the studio and go. There is no plan. I usually have some thoughts in advance. I don't really get nervous anymore. And now it's like I kind of know Joe, so we're like, it's like kind of hanging out with a buddy.
You're bros.
We're not quite bros, but we're getting to. I mean, I don't want to claim it. Maybe he thinks we're bros, and if so, yeah, I'm totally bros. But I mean, I like him. We hang out. Like we've actually hung out outside of the show, which is kind of fun. A couple of times actually. But at any rate, no plan. I usually think up some stuff I want to talk about, and I had like no capacity going into it the few days before, the night before in the hotel, the morning in the hotel. I'm like, I can't think of a damn thing that I specifically want to talk about. So I'm just going to go with whatever
You're going on Joe Rogan and you can't think of a single thing you want to talk about? James, if I was going on Joe Rogan, which will never happen, just to be very clear, but if I were in such a position, do you know what I would be commenting on? Whiteness means capitalism. Capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary created the nuclear family. The nuclear family upholds capitalism. And if people don't understand this, they do not understand the left, and they do not understand every crazy idea that's going on in the left today. Those would be my talking points. Joe Rogan says anything to me, I'd be like, whiteness is capitalism. Whiteness is capitalism. Whiteness is capitalism. Capitalism created the gender binary, which created the nuclear family, which upholds capitalism. That would be what I would be talking about, James, if I was in your position. But you couldn't think of anything, bro? You couldn't think of anything?
conversation comes up to go to, and we're just going to do it. And all these people are saying it was really great.
Wow. Okay.
All
Yeah, I
these
would be
people
so
said
anxious,
it was
and
really
because it went,
good. It was so good.
the show goes.
Guys,
What's
people told me
the
I was
even
so
shortest Joe Rogan
good.
podcast?
Oh, it was 3 hours. It was,
You get 3
yeah.
hours. There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and then like it's only going to be like 10, 12 million people going to see it.
Yeah, only 10, 12 million people. Nothing crazy. So when you say you treaded into the
So James misinformed 10 to 12 million people in one podcast episode. And now that's 10 to 12 million people who aren't going to understand what's going on because James has decided to feed them some Gnostic sex cult theory that has no basis in reality at all. Is that what I just heard, James? Did I just hear that you were grossly irresponsible in misinforming 10 to 12 million people? But you sure did get those clicks, right? You got that clicks. You got the new followers. You got the notoriety. You got your blue check mark now, James. And you said you were never going to get a blue check mark, right? But you got that blue check mark now because you realized you can make money. Before we get too far into this video, why did Tomo and Matt leave 30 Seconds to Mars? They contributed a ton to their earlier albums. Happy birthday. I don't actually know the answer to that, but let me tell you something about Tomo. Let me tell you something about that guy. Because I used to go to so many 30 Seconds to Mars shows. I have been to see so many of their fucking shows. I started going to them before they were popular. The first ever 30 Seconds to Mars show I saw in Northampton, Massachusetts. And there were less than 100 people in the room when I was there. And it was a fucking great show. It was probably the best show that I ever saw theirs because it was so small. And it was because no one knew who they were. They hadn't blown up yet. But I used to go to these shows when their second album had come out and they were starting to get popular. And there were two shows in Burlington, Vermont that I went to. And one of them was like a $1 show where we literally paid $1 to see 30 Seconds to Mars in a club. And I was like I was in the first row. I was right in front of the stage. And Tomo, when he wasn't on stage, because there were points when just Jared Leto was on stage, right? Tomo would stand off stage and just be singing along with the music. He was like so into it. And that wasn't the only time I saw him do that. I saw him do it another time at a different show in Burlington, Vermont, where it was like he was just like when the earlier bands were like playing, he would just like wander around in the crowd and he would just like hang out in the crowd and he would just watch the other bands that were the opening acts from the crowd. And he would like he stood in the back of the club, and I knew because I was hanging out back there. I was like, oh shit, that's the fucking guitar player for 30 Seconds to Mars. He would literally just stand out there and like listen to the other music. And I was like, yo, man, you know that he's a guy that loves what he does. Because especially when I saw him just standing there, like when he didn't need to really even be paying attention, just like singing along to the music and just like vibing with it, I was like, you know, that guy loves what he does. So I don't know why he left the band. I don't know why Matt left the band. I have no idea. I'm sure Jared Leto's a giant pain in the ass. He's a Capricorn. I once ran into Jared Leto at like a taco place in Northampton in that same show where I saw 30 Seconds to Mars with like 80 people in the room. I ran into Jared Leto at a taco place in Northampton, Massachusetts before that. And I'm sure he's a pain in the ass because he kind of did have that attitude even then. But whatever.
The tinfoil hat territory with Joe Rogan. What do you specifically mean by that?
Okay, so tinfoil hat, just to be, a little nerdy and define it for people, means you're insinuating there might be conspiracies afoot.
Oh my God,
that there might be
James.
intentional
Seriously?
destruction of our
Seriously?
societies. And so right out of the gate, like I didn't know where we were going to
Okay,
go.
I hate to do this. I need to go to the little socialist room again, though. I'm a grown up and I'm drinking beer. It's just the way it goes. Let me play this. I'll be right back. Okay, let me know if I miss anything.
Oh, we didn't talk. Welcome, gay people. I'm big with the gays. I see a gay
We
people
love the
subscribe.
gays.
I do love the gays. The gays also love me, and I only have one gay person who sends me like inappropriate crap. So all of the gays have been super well behaved for me too, which has been awesome.
We could get those numbers up though. Come on, gays. It's almost springtime.
Yeah, right. Yikes. I'm working on my summer body gaze. It's time. No, so right off the bat, he wanted to talk about immigration. And I had no idea what we were going to talk about first. I really wasn't expecting us to get straight into it. And so I'm like, there's a strategy behind that, right? Like immediately. And we started making jokes about the tinfoil hat. And I told him about the Cloward Piven strategy, which is this really old communist strategy that was put forth by a couple people, Cloward and Piven. And
not Jeremy Piven. I probably an older Piven.
But it turns out that the goal, he's like, can you explain it? And I was like, shit, they already changed the Wikipedia entry. What do? I can't remember what the paragraph said. No, I'm just kidding. But that's true. By the way, they did change the Wikipedia entry after Charlie Kirk blew it up. And I talked about it on Rogan like a few days later. They deleted the entire first paragraph that explains what the Cloward-Piven strategy is and turned it into like this. See, it's a little tiny short thing. It used to be
Seriously? This is what we're talking about? Fucking Cloward-Piven? James, this is the best you have is the Cloward-Piven strategy, bro? This is like the big thing that, oh my fucking God, James, come on. Cloward-Piven is like 101 level stuff. It's basically like Cloward-Piven is the idea of like overwhelming the system to destabilize it. Which it's a legit thing, but it's just like, it's legit, but it's one of those things. It's like, this is like kindergarten level, James. Come on, man.
paragraph that said that it was a strategy that to break a society, that you overwhelm its social services using immigration by increasing all of these different dependency programs,
oh my God,
and by
James,
jamming up the national
James,
debt
you're so
and
smart,
that kind of stuff. And
oh my
now it's
God,
just this little
James,
stub. They literally changed
so
the Wikipedia
good,
entry
James.
in light of
James, I
Charlie
never
Kirk
heard
and
of
I
this
talking
before.
about it literally a few days
God.
before. He's got his own huge platform, and I put it on Joe Rogan, and they changed the Wikipedia the next day. So do you wonder, like, if the strategy's real? Of course it's real. They just changed the Wikipedia over it being exposed. So, and we know who's editing Wikipedia. We know it's the CIA editing Wikipedia. It's not just some tanky. So
and right now it says the strategy aims to utilize militant anti-poverty groups to facilitate a political crisis by overloading the welfare system. Okay, I mean, that's still true. That's still in there via an increase in welfare claims, forcing the creation of a system of guaranteed minimum income and redistributing income through the federal government, which leads so perfectly into this digital cattle theory. But
yeah, but this is so short compared to what it used to say. It used to talk about the running up the debt and the national deficit or the budget deficit. It talked about driving immigration. It talked about other aspects that are actually part of the strategy. And maybe it still says it down in the strategy part, but if you search on the Googs, it pops up just that first little snippet as the summary. So you're not getting the information unless you actually click through and scroll down and read.
Should we watch this whole thing?
Totally sus.
They stated that the full enrollment of this it would produce bureaucratic disruption in welfare agencies and fiscal disruption in local and state governments that would deepen existing divisions among elements in the big city Democrat coalition. So this is to screw over the remaining white middle class, the working class ethnic groups, and the growing minority poor. So you flood the system with immigrants. They're gonna need services.
What's happening in the cities?
Yeah.
We're paying for services to migrants, and who are the people that are mad? Who do you see on the news mad about it? It's not just Republican congressmen. It's black people. They're like, what the hell?
I was going to say it, but I didn't want to sound racist. I've seen sort
it's
of.
It's not racist to say who's on TV complaining about it, and they have a right to.
Because I've seen, God, I don't remember his name, but he was basically, it was like a call to action to black people, like, hey, these illegals are taking your resources. And I didn't expect it to be put so bluntly like that.
They're not. I mean, they see it. It's obvious. But the thing is that who's pushing it? Well, who's keeping the border open? It's not Texas keeping the border open.
Why would we talk about that? It would be totally
some of the traitor ones are. But straight up, the Democrats are like all in on this. And the Biden administration just keeps getting caught with it. So it's like, here you are. Like, you pushed your CRT or whatever, everybody. And now.
Side note. And I'm not saying I'm going to do this. But I had an idea. Can I run a cockamamie idea by you guys? Just you, me, and the internet. I'm not saying I'm going to do this. But you guys know how like we watch socialism all the time? Yeah, we're in the cone of silence right now. No one tell anyone. We're just live on the internet. Just no one share. Okay. Everyone cone of silence. Snitches get stitches, all that. I was thinking, You know how we watch socialists to see what they have to say, right? And I'm not saying we agree with them just because we're watching them, but we watch them to see what they have to say. What if on April 20th, which is Hitler's birthday, what if on Hitler's birthday I did a stream where we watched the speeches that Hitler gave translated into English? I'm not saying Hitler is a good person. I disagree with Hitler. Hitler is obviously the worst person that ever lived. But Hitler gave speeches, and those speeches have been translated into English. And what if we just watched and didn't agree with anything, because we can never, ever, 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 ever agree with what Hitler has to say, because Hitler was the worst person ever in the history of the world. But what if we just watched what Hitler had to say? And I'm sure if we just watched what Hitler had to say, it would prove that he was the worst person ever, ever, ever in the history of the world. He is literally Hitler. It goes along with the theme of watching socialists because he was a socialist. Can we watch the Jonestown speeches at the sometime too? I do want to watch I want to watch stuff about Jonestown. I want to have like a Jonestown day, because Jonestown is fascinating. Maybe we should find a good Jonestown documentary to watch on this stream. All right, that's just an idea. People seem to be on board with this idea, though. Should we watch literally Hitler? Yasmin, Jonestown is when a guy named Jim Jones got a bunch of socialists to move to Guyana, and they all committed suicide by drinking Kool-Aid. It was like the it was like when they say drink the Kool-Aid, they are referencing Jonestown. All right, people seem to be on board with the Hitler idea. Okay. All right.
It's going to switch to immigrants, and sucks when the turn of the spiral of history leaves you behind and goes on to somebody else. Look at the feminists that still think that they can take back the mantle from trans. Same thing happened there.
Wow. So this is all to just basically take the resources away from the middle class that might be trying to get a leg up in life, start a business, get out of, who knows, Section 8 housing. Well, whatever it is, that's not middle class, but
and so that's the start of the tinfoil hat Rogan episode. I mean, that's like, it's not, I don't even know if that, it's more like that's like a parchment paper hat. Like, we haven't even graduated to tinfoil by the Cloward Piven strategy. But by the end, I'm telling him, like, all this shit that's happening with Boeing is intentional. It's happening on purpose. It's not just that they're made bad decisions. It's not just bean counters that came up with bad ideas. The ESG policies combined with other things, including the rise of a Chinese competitor, the future rise of a competitor called Boom Supersonic, is targeting, Boeing is being targeted so that the market share of that class of aircraft, which would be the two primary classes that are being targeted, are the 737 service and the 787, 777 service, because they have a direct Chinese competitor, but they also have direct Airbus competitors. And they're hammering United Airlines over the other two airlines. And the reason is because in the last set of orders for new planes, if you ask me, they've mostly ordered Boeing jets instead of Airbus jets, whereas the other two ordered more Airbuses. And the goal is nobody's buying the Chinese jets yet. That's a Chinese thing. And that's all sus. I didn't even know. I looked into this more after I went on Rogan and talked about that Chinese jet. The company's called Comac. It's not even owned just by the CCP. It's owned by, very specifically, it's owned by the Chinese military. And so Trump back in the day, we're going full tinfoil hat, canceled any American relationship.
Yeah, I
with
don't think that's a
Comac,
good
along
idea,
with like
Stephen.
59
Good
or
effort.
58 other
You know, I
Chinese
appreciate the
companies that have
suggestion,
Chinese
but I
military
don't think that's a
ties.
good idea.
And then Biden took office, and you think, oh yeah, he just reversed all that. No, it turns out he didn't. He continued all of that, except for two companies, one of which is the airline, the Comac. So Biden made it so that we can actually, have investment and do business with Comac. So it's super sus. Like this Chinese competitor, the Comac C919 is a direct competitor that's just come out on the market last year.
You know, this is the thing, Human Centipede. James is now the expert in every possible thing, which is why he has no idea what's going on the left at all, because he has put himself in this position of being the expert on literally everything. And it makes no sense. He's making this shit up. Like what he's saying, like James is not an expert in airplanes, guys. He's not. He's a fucking mathematician. But yet he says things with confidence. And Chrissy Mayer, who is too stupid to know better, is like, look at her. She's like, wow, James. Wow. I had no idea, James.
Here to the 737, and they've got a 929 that's going to be a direct competitor to the 777 and 787 that Boeing produces. And so I was like, Joe, what's happening at Boeing? Like that whistleblower did not kill himself. Like that's ridiculous. He got Jeffrey Epstein here. And
I should probably
the
drink
thing
some
is
water.
like something's being covered up big. And if you ask me, that the goal is actually to tank American manufacturing of jets. Airbus is a European company. Comac is a Chinese company. Boeing is actually our only big jet manufacturer in the United States. So that cripples us in the capacity to build things if we lose Boeing. And Boeing is getting hammered, partly well-deserved, partly because their DEI stuff, partly because huge quality control issues and inspection issues. But what I suggested with my tinfoil hat is hard on it as it'll go, is that this is intentional. Part of the program is in line. I talked about a document called Absolute Zero that was published by the British government and a bunch of their favorite universities in the UK in 2019. And it talks about how the goal is that by 2050, there will be absolutely zero flying, except, of course, private jets for the elites. Absolutely zero commercial aviation. And by 2030, we're supposed to have like major hub airports only, like one or two per country, at least across Europe, and maybe a handful across the United States because of its size. But other than that, you can get their goal is like everything has to be light rail. And so all these nice, convenient regional flights, like if you want to go somewhere, no, you're going to have to fly to like some huge hub and then get on a train that I'm sure is like going to be designed by Pete Buttigieg and dump you into a poisoned lake.
Yeah, that's
or something,
definitely going to happen, James.
in
So
Ohio.
your local,
Definitely
your,
gonna
your
happen.
favorite small local airport that you like to use to do your regional flights, that will be no more. It seems like
According to
what they're trying to do, right? So I guess their goal for the next 6 years is turn people off, lower the demand for air travel, because they're trying to scare everybody with these doors and windows flying out, and like DEI, it's fun to joke about, but also people are genuinely concerned that the people flying are not the most confident. So it seems like they're trying to drive down demand so that they can make it look like, oh, well,
that's
just
literally racist.
People just aren't flying as much as they used to be, and then they can justify it.
That's exactly it. And I don't have hard proof that the thing in the Boeing is like a control.
James's theory that Chrissy Mayer is picking up on, the host of the channel, bro. The host of the channel. Welcome. James's theory is that the airplanes are being intentionally sabotaged in order to cut down on the desire of people to fly commercial. I'm sure that's true. That's definitely not made up bullshit.
Demolition. So I'm not claiming that, but that is my suspicion as to what's going on. Just another fun piece of evidence, that you mentioned the door flying off on that Alaska Airlines 737 MAX. And the FBI sent a letter to everybody on that plane a couple of weeks ago. It made all the headlines again, saying that you are to consider yourself the victims of a crime. So it's they're investigating. The government is investigating what happened with that, and they're not saying it was an accident. They were saying it was a crime, which means there was criminal negligence or intention behind it, one or the other.
Look at Chrissy Mayer.
Oh my God.
Oh my God,
So,
James.
because usually you think
Thank
the
you,
FBI reaches
okay. I
out to
hope
people,
you're doing
it's to
okay. I
scare
heard
them
about what
maybe into
happened.
not talking about the incident, but
No, that's P. Diddy stuff.
oh God, poor P. Diddy. I don't feel bad at all.
You know, that was a
He had a good run.
completely appropriate reaction, but on the other hand, the memes are on another level.
Well, this is pretty overwhelming. So really, by 2030, which is pretty close, that's just around the corner. The goal is to only have international airports functioning.
No, not quite, but primarily that's 2050. Well, no, 2050 is no commercial travel. I'd have to look exactly whether it's 2030 or 2040 that they want only international flights. And again, the Boom Supersonic that I was telling Joe about comes out in 29, or I think is the year. So what is the Boom Supersonic? It's like the Concorde remake. And now I got lectured by some guy on my Instagram about this. So I'm going to have to say it more clearly to you because apparently they didn't understand what I was talking about. I said that the Boom Supersonic is as efficient as a 777, but it's supersonic, but it only seats 1/8 as many people. So what you can do the math is that tickets are going to have to cost at least 8 times as much, and maybe they'll cost more because it's a supersonic service and all of that. And of course, it's supersonic, so it can only fly internationally. You can't go supersonic over the continent. Okay, so I said this, and some guy's like, no, efficiency is calculated in what dollars per seat. No, brain genius. I'm talking about fuel efficiency. I'm talking about how much gas it costs to go 1 mile. And it turns out that they're roughly equivalent. And so what you are going to have then, though, is for the same amount of miles flown in terms of fuel costs, you're going to be able to take 1/8 the population, which means tickets are going to go way up. Now, I don't know about you. Tickets have already gone up. It's a pinch. I'm not going to drop $10,000 for a flight to Europe unless somebody else is paying for it. That's for absolute certain. So these days of like sometimes $600, $700, $800, or $1,000 tickets to go to Europe, where you could take your family on vacation, like I think that's coming. Well, it's being pushed to an end, and I don't think that these things are. I think that these things are happening intentionally with the intentions of shutting down demand and even supply.
James thinks they're trying to shut down all air travel to Europe. Does anyone else actually believe this? I'm seriously asking. Excuse me. I'm seriously asking. Does anyone else actually believe this? Do people actually agree with James that the entire goal of all of this is to shut down air travel to Europe? Well, I understand it's WEF stuff, but does anyone actually believe this? Okay, but what evidence? What evidence? Because right now we're dealing in the realm of pinky swear, trust me, bro. And you're new here. You didn't even know who I was. So you might not know on this channel, even though I'm drinking beer right now, don't get it fucking twisted. We deal in hard evidence and receipts. We don't deal in James Lindsay's traumatic head injury and pinky swear, trust me, bro. So provide some receipts.
For air travel, so that it's a reserved right for the, as they pronounce it for themselves, elite of the world.
But what do the powers that be get out of that? Because are they truly going to make more money? Is it more profit just to service the elite and charge more?
No. Have you ever been to like a really nice, like famous beach, or a really like the Mona Lisa, or any of these like super tourist places? And
oh yeah,
you
I've
notice
seen Mona Lisa, big letdown. It was tiny. It was
very small painting, not that big. How was the crowd?
Oh, huge. You could barely.
Yeah, so imagine that you don't want all the riffraff in the way.
Was like 7 rows back.
Yeah, exactly. So imagine you want to be able to go to the museum and there's nobody else there because nobody can afford to travel. And so the crowds go down, and all of the nice beaches and all the fancy places that people are being able to afford to go on vacation you're not allowed to do that. Yeah. So dude in the comments has it. It's not about the money. It's about restricting movement. It's
So
about
they're not
keeping us
motivated by
home.
profit.
It's
That's-
about preventing us from having, meetings. Like if we wanted to go to like,
You guys realize there's no evidence of this, right? For the people saying they agree with it in the chat, you guys realize there's no evidence of this other than pinky swear, trust me, bro. Does anyone, do people see why it maybe is irresponsible for James to be telling millions of people that things are happening based on pinky swear, trust me, bro?
like we met each other in person finally at America Fest in December last year in Phoenix. And there was like 15,000 people there. Real hard to get there if people can't make regional flights.
Wow. No more America Fest. My God, I was going to do a comedy show. I had so many plans for the next one. No, this is very depressing and insane. So it's to restrict a movement and then ultimately restrict behavior.
I did not intend, just like I didn't have a plan with Joe, I didn't intend to have a full tinfoil hat conversation with you, except about the digital cattle, which is a super tinfoil hat concept.
Oh,
we'll fully
my.
admit that.
Chrissy Mayer was not able to follow
but-
any.
Well, it doesn't seem tinfoil hat when you can back it up and you can.
Does James have any sense that Chrissy Mayer is not following any of what he's saying because Chrissy Mayer is not that smart? Like, even when you're making shit up, it's like you can see, like, I feel like right now I can see the gears in Chrissy Mayer's head, like, turning, and you can almost see steam coming out of her ears because the gears are trying so hard and they're working so hard. And she's trying to process what James is saying while it's at the same time still trying to sound relatively intelligent. Even though she doesn't understand any of this shit, it's just like, you can see it coming out of her ears.
Walk someone through it. And
that's why I encourage people watching the episode of Rogan to watch less of my handsome face and more of Joe Rogan's blown mind face.
Oh
where he's
my
like, whoa.
God, James. Seriously?
Like, because he's tracking. It's like he was like, wait a minute, that shit makes sense. And I'm like, yeah, and I wish it didn't make sense because it's super evil.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So it is just wild because you think the powers that be are always going to be mainly motivated by money, but it's like I guess they have all the money they could want, and what's more exciting than that is just control, right? People control, population control.
Well, what they end up with also, if this all works, is a small number of corporations that operate in monopoly. So in the end, they get more money because all the wealth of the middle class, some of it kind of disappears because it's not being generated anymore, but all of it basically concentrates in them. So this idea that there's going to be, 50-60% of the population that can afford nice things, that gets canceled. Where does all that money go? To poor people? Hell no, they're not giving it to poor people. It goes to the super rich people who own monopoly corporations. So in the end, they are still motivated by money, land ownership, and control of people.
Oh,
yeah, a bigger
land ownership. Land ownership. Where have I heard that before, James? You say they're motivated by land ownership, James? James is like this close. He's this close. James is this close to saying capitalism because land ownership is private property, which is another form of which is the definition of the term capitalism. James is this fucking close to saying capitalism. Will he get there? Will Chrissy Mayer push him on this? Will Chrissy Mayer be like, James, do you know what's another name for land ownership? Does that mean private property, James? Does that mean what's another word for private property? No, Chrissy Mayer is not going to push him there. No. Because Chrissy Mayer is one dumb cunt. And she doesn't know any of this. And I don't even know what her job is really, other than to like be dumb on the internet. But she's like, but that's why James wants to talk to her, because she's dumb on the internet, and she's just gonna be like, James, really? Wow, James, I never thought of that. James, you're so smart. James, you're so handsome. James, you're so brilliant. James, is this about capitalism, James? No. Okay. It's about a Gnostic sex cult. Okay. Wow. James, you are sharing the truth, James. Wow.
Population of kind of lowest class, poverty class, immigration class that they can control. Just and also take from the middle class. They can just kind of join that amoeba, and then I guess if you're still upper class, like best of luck to you.
People always ask me, like, why would a huge capitalist like David Rockefeller be into this? Because the Rockefeller Foundation.
What was that word, James? Hang on. What was that?
People always ask me, like, why would a huge capitalist like?
What was that word? What was that word that James never says when he's explaining what the left is trying to abolish? Let's see where this goes.
Like David Rockefeller be into this? Because the Rockefeller Foundation like funded the hell out of this. Well, it's really simple.
So James, you're saying that average people are confused about the fact that people who seem to be capitalists are into this? James, why would people be confused about the fact that people who are capitalists are into this? Why would that be confusing to people, James? James is literally like, why do people always ask me about capitalism? Why indeed, James?
20, 30 years ago, they ran literally huge monopolies. They ran these scams that were called company towns, where what they did was, they owned the factory, and they owned the houses that people lived in to work at the factory, and they owned the store where you bought your stuff to get your groceries or whatever near the factory. They basically owned the whole town, and you could live there and they'd pay you to work at the factory, but it would work out to be just a little bit less than it costs to actually live, according to all the stuff like your rent and everything else and all these things that they also owned. So you go get a paycheck, you go work all day, 10-hour day or whatever, come home 6 days a week, make your paycheck, and you'd pay all of your paycheck back to company owned things. So the money never actually goes to you. It just stays in the system and you're allowed. This is basically feudalism reinvented. So we took that away from them by passing antitrust legislation. We took away the capacity for them to do monopoly manipulation of the population. Now imagine you're the people and you're like, yay, that's great. That's what we should do. That's good. That freed up all this innovation. That freed up all this. And I can go see the Mona Lisa, and David Rockefeller has to wait in line like everybody else. Or imagine you're David Rockefeller and you're like, sons of bitches stole my freaking company town and you want it back. So why are they motivated to do this? Because they want their monopoly positions back. That's why.
And access.
That's the only reason.
Rich people love their access. They love their VIP treatment.
That's what I said that in the digital cattle thread I did on Twitter, is that one of the better jobs of the future is going, if this all goes down, is going to be servant. Because they're still going to want to have the domination of dominating another human being. Yeah, the AI could actually do all the work, and the robot could bring them their perfect latte, but they can make you do it and humiliate you in the process.
True.
And so I'm telling you that this is not like friendly, nice stuff. The technocratic oligarchs, as I refer to them, are not the friends of humanity. They think they're better than humanity, and to them, we're a little more than cows.
It's true. My last day job boss, he was in the hospital after a surgery. He handed me his full bedpan and I emptied it because I didn't want to lose my job. I guess I'm a nurse now.
Yuck.
Fun times. Yeah. He was on drugs.
Well,
post-surgery drugs, not fun drugs, but yeah, I didn't think I had the option not to. Good time.
So anyway, yeah. So full conspiracy, full tinfoil hat. Is where I'm at.
Was there anything going back to your Rogan appearance that you feel like you really changed his mind on, or something you said that really surprised him, or something like a point where you feel like
there was a few. Yeah, there are some winner moments. One is literally with that, like Boeing's doing it like on purpose. Like he tracked with that a lot, and he's like, yeah, that's like that makes sense. And I was like, whoa. And there's some dude put a clip of it out there of me and is like, watch, and maybe it was some dude. I think it was, I think it was Dave Rubin. It was put out a clip and it was like, watch James Lindsay change Rogan's mind in real time.
Oh my
So-
Why would
God.
Boeing do that to themselves? They think they're being paid off.
Yes, because Dave Rubin, who is wow, guys, watch this. James Lindsay convinced Joe Rogan of absolute nonsense in real time. Holy shit.
Someone somewhere.
I don't know. The goal is not to continue. The goal is not to make profit, even if it's just that they're aligning with the incentives. The goal is for sustainability and inclusion, those industries, the travel industry, the shipping industry, the cruise industry, all of those industries have to commit suicide. They
industry better
cannot
not.
meet their sustainable
Cruise industry is awesome.
requirements for the stupid Agenda 2030. So to meet net zero, the only way they can meet net zero is basically to shut down operation. So somebody might be paid off. It might just be that the incentives are so bad that they led to making incredibly stupid decisions. Meaning, it's not necessary that somebody sitting inside of Boeing was like, "Let's tank our own company." Although they did get rid of the CEO, so who knows? Maybe he'll say what he knows. But the fact of the matter is that the incentive structures, and that's what I talked about with Rogan, with ESG and so on, I think force this or create conditions where it's extremely likely. They have to implement DEI stuff. We now know that there was a video that went low-key viral the other day where people were talking about it, but they were contributing, while they're having all these problems putting together their aircraft, they were contributing tens of millions of dollars a year to DEI initiatives. Like, okay, that's a problem. So it's misalignment of resources. People think about the hiring, but there's a massive misalignment of resources beyond just hiring under these things. Then you have the environmental requirements. And then with the governance structure, and this did apply to Boeing, the deal was to get with your ESG score at Boeing, when you're putting together the executive pay package, your ESG score was better if you gave yourself a 10% bonus for implementing ESG. And if you didn't implement ESG, you lost 10%. So you'd only get 90% of your regular bonus if you were not implementing ESG. But if you were implementing it, you could get 110% of your bonus, which turns out to be a 22-point swing. And so that's like a huge misincentive to implement more of this crap, which does not produce quality aircraft. It produces ideological nonsense. If the objective of all of that was to drive Boeing into a place where it's likely to have accidents and get consumers to freak out about it, then so let me be very, very clear. I don't think that Boeing is committing suicide any more than I think that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. I think it is being suicided by the broader program. So I did change his mind on that. I also there's a moment, I think I want to see the clip. I haven't gone to cut it, where I'm talking to.
I wonder if it's part of this one. I watched James Lindsay on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. I learned some stuff like Boeing is intentionally using DEI to commit suicide in order to make space for a Chinese competitor because WEF is malice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what I said. Sort of.
Oh
this is
my
a bad
God.
representation of it.
Yeah. All right.
Oh
well,
my
guys,
God. Just
I'm
shoot
not
me
gonna play
now.
Yeah,
clips
bad
here.
stats is
We
bad
are
stats is a wonderful
so
account, I tell you
fucked.
what.
We are so
But no,
fucked.
another one I was talking to him about the Drag Queen Story Hour paper,
Oh my
quoting how
God.
it's like they say that Drag Queen Story Hour is a preparatory introduction to alternate modes of kinship, and he's just like,
Oh, alternate modes of kinship. What does that mean, James? What does pop quiz for my chat? What does alternate modes of kinship mean? You literally talked about alternate modes of kinship on Joe Rogan, you asshole, and I bet you didn't actually explain to him what that fucking means. Did anyone watch James's appearance on Joe Rogan? Did James explain to Joe Rogan what alternate forms of kinship means? Because he just brought it up here, and we know that alternate forms of kinship means the family of choice. It means abolish the family, abolish the nuclear family, the chosen family. It means abolish the family, James. Alternate forms of kinship means abhorring the nuclear family in favor of the chosen family. choosing the socialist family at the expense of the capitalist nuclear family. Did James explain this on Joe Rogan at all? Oh my God.
What?
Whoa, like
What does it
another, like a
mean?
pseudo parent.
No.
Yeah, and it's like totally like he's
What
just
does it
like,
mean?
what?
Who
And
What does
so
it
normally reads
mean?
to you? Your
I'm
parents.
sure that is a very based clip to watch. It's super cool.
Mhm.
But I mean, that's for real. That's literally what the freaking paper says.
What does
So
it mean?
what are you gonna do?
Wow. Holy cow.
Wow. Wow, James. Wow. That's so crazy, James. James is like, that's literally what the paper says. Alternate modes of kinship. That's what the paper says. And Chrissy Mayor's like, wow. What does that mean? Whoa. Wow. And yet no one has actually fucking explained what that means. I'm not watching it. No. I'm not doing it. No, I can't. This is already too much for me, man. No. Ugh! But don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. Because James Lindsay totally explained to Joe Rogan how there is a massive WEF worldwide conspiracy theory to get rid of all airports and all flights. And we spent a lot of time on that. But when the idea of alternative modes of kinship came up, James just said, wow, man. And Joe Rogan just said, wow, man. And no one ever got around to explaining to Joe Rogan or his audience that alternative forms of kinship means abolish the nuclear family, you absolute fucking unhinged motherfucker.
Wow, that's really cool. Okay,
That's so
were there any
cool.
topics or ideas
Look
that
at that, Chrissy Mayer. James, that's so cool, James. It's so cool. James, they want to do alternative forms of kinship. I don't really know what that means, James, but that's so cool, James. You're so amazing.
you couldn't get Joe on board for, or that he was hesitant to believe?
I'm not entirely convinced that he was fully on board with the Cloward Piven strategy being deliberately employed. But then again, it's been like 2 weeks, so I don't really remember.
Yeah.
It's like a lot's happened since then. I live like a month every day, and so I don't remember.
It's true. It's like when you're away from your dog for like an hour, and then you come back, and the dog's like, you've been gone all day, because in their mind,
Your dog is like, you've been gone forever.
an entire workday. You're like, I literally just went to the store and back, and now I've just compared you to a dog, which is not my intention. But
Yeah,
we
well,
love
no.
dogs.
My brain is like kind of functionally like that. I have so many things,
We
so
couldn't
many
tell,
things.
James.
Like today, there was this,
Couldn't
like, I was just
tell.
minding my own business, and this
We
redhead lady
couldn't
was like,
tell.
hey, do you want to come on the show later today? And I'm like, shit, I had like an afternoon planned.
Oh no! I bombarded you. This was
You're
an
not the only
amazing-
one.
There were
there's
other
like two
redheads.
more this evening that have asked, and I'm like, good Lord, I need to go out and get fit. My summer body is waiting.
Okay, I will not keep you from that, James. I will not keep you from you and your future thirst trappings.
Oh my.
Where do you look at that?
Oh
Look at that.
my
You should cut the sleeves
God.
off those shirts.
Oh.
Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the comments. I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Let's watch this Constantine kissing thing. A little bit of it anyway. I'm not watching the whole thing. We're going to watch a little bit of this fucking Constantine kissing thing. Because Constantine Kissin is going to save the world for liberal values. And he's just going to do it. and he doesn't understand what's going on the left in America because he will block you on Twitter if you try to tell him. But he's going to save the world for liberal values, guys. So let's hear how he's going to do that.
If you want to be successful in life, it really will come down to the rules that you play by. For most people, society.
True, but we're not going to listen to that. I don't care about that.
Around Israel and Palestine.
Oh God.
Gotten more money. The thing that's been hard is to stay disciplined and focused on what works in a business, because I can paper over any poor decisions just personally. And so it really did. The first couple of years of impact theory, I was whiling pretty hard. And so we had to go, wait a second, like what actually works? Use profitability, even though we can build unprofitably, let's really look at that. And so if in success of a society, it leads to the, I'll quote Adams. This is a paraphrase. I want to get very close. Can you tell me how success does not lead to luxury, and how luxury can avoid leading to the effeminization of culture, basically?
Oh my fucking
and
God.
how at that point, everything begins to break down.
Seriously, I don't know.
And
I don't
that's
know
what I feel like.
It's already
He
a
was
horrible idea.
looking back at history, obviously, and seeing the cycle repeat, which is exactly what we're living through
Slime
right
is
now.
falling on the
We
floor.
push against the structures. We begin to
Bad
pick at those
idea.
things that limit us. And the ultimate thing to pick at that limits us is the core biological construct of male and female. And I actually get why people don't want to be limited. You get people then amassing at the edges that are going to test the veracity of those beliefs in the real world.
And that is what's happening.
What does Konstantin Kisin have to say about the fact that the left is trying to abolish the gender binary, which means men and women, because they believe that capitalism created the gender binary, which also created the nuclear family, which upholds capitalism. So what does Konstantin Kisin have to say when confronted with the fact that the left is trying to abolish the gender binary? Let's see.
And I don't know if you've been paying attention, but Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, the leader of Iran, and other leaders around the world, there is this phrase that's been doing the rounds from all of these people, which is a multipolar world. They keep talking about.
Really?
What is a multipolar world? The multipolar world is the opposite of the unipolar world, which is where we have been since World War II, in which America, yes, you had the standoff with the Soviet Union that ended in 1989 or 1991, depending on whether.
So Konstantin Kisin, who is going to save the world for liberal values, when confronted with, why are so many people talking about abolishing the gender binary, Konstantin? He goes, let's talk about Vladimir Putin and the Soviet Union. Okay.
You count the Berlin Wall or the collapse of the Soviet Union, at which point America became completely hegemonic in the world. And what is happening now is Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and others, with the support of a lot of people in the West who are like, oh, America's evil, American imperialism, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They are now tearing down the world order that we've been living in.
Oh, my God.
And this is what it looks like.
Konstantin Kisin just blamed Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping for trying to abolish the gender binary. Yes. Apparently, according to Konstantin Kisin, who is going to save us all, the only reason that we're even talking about the gender binary being abolished is because of Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, and it's all a Russian and Chinese conspiracy theory.
Looks like conflict here, war here, civil war there, etc. And I believe that we are living through the very beginning.
Why doesn't, I mean, this is a great question. Why doesn't Konstantin Kisin, who is going to save us all, Why doesn't he know that American queer Marxists are trying to destroy the gender binary to overthrow capitalism? Because I seem to remember I privately messaged very nicely a whole list of resources to Konstantin Kisin not too long ago that if he had actually bothered to look at them, they would have told him that American Marxists are trying to destroy the gender binary in their own words. It wasn't even a pinky swear, trust me, bro thing. He could have just like listened to the Marxists in their own words that I literally sent him. And instead of doing that, Konstantin Kisin decided to block me on Twitter because he didn't want to see what the far left radical revolutionaries are doing in the United States, because his story is that Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are responsible for trying to abolish the gender binary. It's all coming together now. It all makes much more sense than it did before.
Beginning of what will be extraordinarily interesting times, so to speak, unfortunately. The Thomas Sowell, who we both love, I mean, he talked about all of this. This is a fundamental, the conflict of vision that he described is the tension between the kind of blank slatism, the belief that anything is flexible, anything can be changed, the power of feelings, emotions,
Well,
etc.
I didn't want to say
over
I don't like to
the
make
idea that the best
like
way
that,
to understand
but
how we ought to live our lives
that
is to look at the past and look
just
how
a
human
fact.
beings
He
have
is
always lived their lives
Jewish.
and what has worked and what hasn't. And when it comes to war and conflict, there's a phrase in Latin that has been known for millennia: civis pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. If you want peace, you have to be strong. If you want peace, you have to be confident in your own values. This is why last time we spoke for 3 hours about woke culture. And I've been saying from day one, from the day that I turned down a contract from a college not to perform a comedy gig, I said from day one, what this is doing, it is undermining our confidence in our civilization. The fact that in Britain, for example, we have an endless conversation about slavery, and it's a negative conversation. It's a self-flagellating conversation, which is, of course, understandable, given that slavery was an awful thing. The slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, was an awful thing. What people don't know, and I kind of know this, A, because I haven't been guilted into not knowing it, and B, because they actually teach history in the place that I came from, is that the British Empire was the first empire in history to end slavery. So, and I talked about this in An Immigrant's Love Letter to the West, which I know you've read. It's like, imagine that 10 years from now, we all become vegan because we recognize that slaughtering animals is immoral. And then we say, well, America ended the meat trade first, and that is why they're bad. That wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. That wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. And it's, so what I see whenever these conversations pop up, and you see at the moment many protests around Western countries, around Israel and Palestine. Most people who are protesting on either side, but particularly on the pro-Palestinian side, they have no idea what's going on. They have no idea where Palestine is. They haven't read the history. They don't know anything about it. But what they do know is which side America is on. And so their support for Palestine primarily is an anti-American based idea, or an anti-Western based idea.
Konstantin Kisin, who is going to save us all, really believes that the reason that college students in the United States are on the side of Palestine is that they are against everything America is supporting, and America is supporting Israel. And therefore, because America is supporting Israel, that's why people are pro-Palestinian. No, Konstantin. Nope. That ain't it, bro. That ain't it. Konstantin, you really should have availed yourself of the things that I sent you, because if you had, instead of blocking me on Twitter for no good reason, for trying to provide you resources that you could have actually used to educate the public, bro. If you had actually availed yourself of the things that I sent you, you would be smarter than my audience. But since you're not smarter than my audience, Constantine, my audience will take the opportunity to educate you that the reason that college students are pro-Palestinian is they view Israel as the settler colonists, colonization being to privatize indigenous land under the oppressive force of capitalism. They view Israel as the settler colonists who privatized Palestine or Gaza, the West Bank, whatever, under the oppressive force of capitalism, and Hamas is decolonizing, which does not mean violent revolution. It means to remove the oppressive force of capitalism. They believe Hamas is decolonizing the land that was stolen from the Palestinians in the first place. That's what they believe, bro. That's what they believe. Play.
So we have educated generations of our own citizens to hate their own country, to hate their own civilization, to hate the values of their own civilization. And pulling apart at the threads of that sweater is what's going on. And you're right. One of the things that creates the core of a society, it's the interlocking of men and women, right? In families and the reproductive process. There's no getting away from that. You need people in order to be strong economically, militarily, and in every other way. The fact that we increasingly live in societies, it's less the case here in America, but it's still the case here, where the birth rate is plummeting, as you know.
Oh,
most Western countries are below replacement rate. In the UK, you're not quite there, thankfully, here in the US, but in the UK, we have these Extinction Rebellion lunatics running around. Extinction Rebellion are an environmental organization that is linked with another organization
Why are they
called
doing
Just
that,
Stop Oil.
Constantine?
And what these people do is they go around saying we should never use any oil again, and they glue themselves to roads to stop traffic using glue made of oil. That's how smart these people are. And one of the things that these people have indoctrinated.
Do you think, Constantine, that they might be trying to use that ironically? Because if I were dealing with those assholes, I would probably say it's a pretty decent choice to say, stop using oil. And in order to protest you using oil, we're going to glue ourselves to the roads with glue made of oil. Because if you stopped making oil, the glue made of oil wouldn't exist. And therefore, no one would be able to glue themselves to the roads with glue made of oil. Dr. K, you know when you hang out with parents and they can understand their little kids, but no one else has any idea what the fuck they're saying? That's you and the socialists. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right about that, human centipede. You're probably right. Constantine, they're protesting how capitalism exploits the environment for a profit motive. Why don't you know this, Constantine? You're going to be saving liberal values for all of us, bro. But you don't even know why the protesters are protesting?
To people to believe is that having children is bad. The greatest environmental impact you can possibly make on the world is to have a child. This is a death cult. It's a religion.
Well, that's true. First true thing he said the whole time. So Constantine's argument is white liberal guilt. So we're so screwed if these people are the opinion. Yes, we are so screwed. We are so screwed by the fact that Konstantin Kisin, who has no intellectual curiosity at all, so far as I can tell, these are the people that are going to save us all.
Religion of self. It's a religion of suicide. that what we are living through in the West. It's a religion that seeks to undermine every single thing that has made the West successful. We talked about it this last time, and that is what we're seeing. We're seeing a civilization that has lost confidence in itself and is therefore unable to defend or assert its values internally, let alone project them elsewhere.
Yeah, the one, I think that we should probably define power because
Yes, we
as one of the things I
should.
want to do today,
Indeed.
I am very curious to hear your ideas on like, because what I care about is personal power, quite frankly. It's what my whole impact theory is about that. Like, how do you empower people to make their lives better? And I've been able to sneak in an obsession over power by calling it empowerment, which has wonderfully, I think, opened people up to the idea because it doesn't have the baggage of power, but that's really all you're talking about. I have a very clear definition of what I think power is, but I would love to hear yours.
Tell me yours.
Okay,
show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Oh, fair. All right, here we go.
wow.
Power is close your eyes, imagine a world better than this one, open your eyes, go acquire the skills and deploy them to actually make that better world come into existence.
Don't fuck yourself, bro.
And once people understand that ideas are only as useful as they can be implemented to move you towards your goals. The problem is most people.
Who is this guy and what has he ever done? I'm being serious because, like, listen, man, I used to be in the self-help world. I was around these people like all the time. And in the self-help world, the very best way to make a living in like the self-help world is to become a self-help guru where you just like spout like things that sound really nice but are things that you've never actually done. So who is this guy and what has he actually done? Because I'm definitely having self-help guru flashbacks right now and I don't like it.
Do not have a clear sense of what their goal is. Therefore, they have no idea if the things that they're believing are actually moving them towards their goals or not. And then what ends up happening when you don't have those clear definitions is people get caught up in ideas that sound good. We definitely spent a lot of time last time talking about it. But I think it bears repeating for people that haven't seen it. Thomas Sowell has a quote that really steers my thinking in so many things, which is the last 30 years, I usually say 50 because he said it 20 years ago, the last 50 years have been marked by exchanging what worked for what sounds good. And power is about the ability to predict the outcome of your actions. And so if you're trying to do something and that something is honorable, then having the power to see it through is incredibly important. And so being able to acquire skills and deploy those skills in service of something honorable, to me, is the definition of power.
Fine. No quibble with that on a personal level. I think when we talk about internationally and geopolitically, power has a different set of definitions, which to me, when I talk about power, what I mean is the ability for the United States and its allies to achieve their objectives around the world. And those objectives typically are secure the alliance or compliance of various states for the end goal of securing maximum resources for the citizens of our countries and stability, peace, security, etc. Right? So maximum security for ourselves from being attacked, from being invaded, from having our interests challenged, and maximum resources. I mean, the great unsayable is, and Vladimir Putin, who I'm a fierce critic of, as you know, he actually said this. You know, America collects a hegemon's tax.
What does that mean?
What that means is the average American consumes 5 times as many resources as the average citizen of the world. And that is because you're the dominant superpower in the world. Right? We don't like to say it like this because it sounds selfish and greedy and whatever. But fundamentally, every society, every country is seeking to maximize the welfare of their citizens in an ideal world. And the art of geopolitics is for these big, powerful countries to secure the interests of their people as best they can. So from the point of view of the United States, having the richest and safest citizens in the world is what this is all about. And it's been my view for a long time that people have fundamentally misunderstood. The people who complain about American imperialism, and they're right to, because you know the war in Iraq was a crime and it was a disaster. But on the other hand, that does not
Not
mean
what
that America's
imperialism means.
involvement
Ian.
in the rest of the world
It's not
is
what
not
they mean.
precisely why Americans are as comfortable and as wealthy and as safe as
I
they
know
are
the
and have
slime
been
just
for a long
dropped. I
time.
know.
So, but a lot of people don't understand that. They don't understand that. They see America as a source of evil, and operate on that basis.
Okay, so I would
Why do
posit
they see
that
America as a
we
source of evil?
share that what you just demonstrated is the exact is a concrete example of the exact definition of power that I gave.
Mhm.
And it draws us into what I think will ultimately make people very squeamish.
Mhm.
But what I want people to begin to dissect, because again, my goal is to get people to understand their individual power, and that they, hard times, bad times, good times, whatever times, there are opportunities and dangers. You can capitalize on the opportunities and
Rottweiler.
avoid the dangers if you understand the playing field, the chessboard, however you want to think about it. And so the thing that's going to make people squeamish is that when you, as America, say, close my eyes and imagine a world better than this one, that's where people start to get uncomfortable about what they imagine is the better world and are marching towards that. So the thing hiding in plain sight with my definition is we're not going to agree what's honorable. And so, but what I don't want people to do is have a reactionary pushback against, okay, power is making a world come true that I don't think is honorable, and therefore power is bad. No.
Which is where we are.
Correct. And this is why I think that what ends up happening is one day the lion shows up on your door, and now you have a real problem because you're weak and the lion is strong, and the lion will do as it will, and you will suffer as you must.
I would modify that metaphor even more. The lion is walking through the neighborhood looking for the weakest person. And if you live in the biggest house and you send out signals of weakness time and time and time and time again,
What type of person lives in the biggest house, Constantine?
the lion will be at your door. And that is what's happened. Every time the West sends out a signal of weakness, division, a lack of willingness to assert itself, every time you have a news story about how, in the UK, there's a story about how the Royal Air Force decided they were not going to hire any more useless white pilots and actually discriminated against white men for that job. Now, does that make our military better or worse?
God.
Right? We have substituted competence for other things. When you do that, what happens is competence goes down. Whatever you optimize for is what you get. Other things suffer, and that's where we are. So we have sent out signals of weakness in terms of our.
Does Konstantin Kisin really think he's going to be the next Thomas Sowell? Because that's kind of like the vibe I'm picking up. He's throwing out all of these talking points, but I'm not getting the sense that he actually understands the greater picture at all. But he's just doing this because he wants to position himself to be like the next Thomas Sowell, like intellectual that goes on these shows and throws out these talking points, but he doesn't actually Okay. So I'm seeing people in the chat who don't understand that Constantine doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And the reason that you guys don't understand this is because, quite frankly, the people who I see saying like nice things about Constantine in the chat don't come to my normal streams. They don't come to the deep dives into the left. They don't come to the deep dives into socialism. Do people believe that Constantine knows what he's talking about? You can admit it. If you genuinely believe that Constantine knows what the fuck he's talking about, and he's not just pandering to try to build a brand, there we go. Yup, I knew my chat regulars would come in and be like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, yo.
Military. We have sent signals of weakness in terms of how divided we are. We have allowed our colleges and schools to indoctrinate our own children with ideologies and worldviews that are fundamentally antithetical to what has made the West successful.
The West.
And if I'm Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or whoever else, and I'm looking at that, I'm thinking, America has lost its will. America has lost its and the last time the United States had a leader who, for all his many personal flaws and lots of things that I disagree with that he did, the last time that they had a leader who was strong, progress was made in the Middle East. The Abraham Accords, Iran wasn't getting the soft deals that it's now getting.
Donald
and what
Trump
did they
was
do?
the greatest president
They
of
were
my lifetime.
outraged by his brash personality. They were outraged by his willingness to be strong. They were outraged by him talking plainly about how the world actually works, because they live in this imaginary reality in which it's all about your feelings and your emotions and all of that. So
No, Constantine, that's
this
you,
is the
bro.
point I've made from day one. We don't operate in a vacuum.
Donald
And
Trump
if you're
is so
uncomfortable
amazing.
with the dishonorable American imperialism, the only thing that I invite you to do is to think about how the world would look if it wasn't America that was doing the imperializing. If it was Russia, or if it was China, or if it was Iran. Is that a better world? Because you don't get to choose the perfect, honorable world of your design. I'm afraid you don't. You get to choose, as I've said in previous podcasts, which assholes you're being ruled by. That's what you get to choose. And frankly, Americans are my favorite assholes in that respect.
Mm.
Yeah. So I really hate the messy reality of life, but being in the marketplace as an entrepreneur, you are constantly confronted with some things work and some things don't, and work is defined by what are you trying to achieve. And so it really does force a level of clarity. You, in the last episode, I was rewatching it and you kept saying you're emotionally detached in a way that most people aren't. You're emotionally detached in a way that most people aren't. And I never said, it didn't occur to me to say it. It's not like I was keeping it to myself, but as I was rewatching it, I didn't understand why I didn't say, but shouldn't people be? Like, to me, the thing that I want to get people to do is focus obsessively on what works.
Yeah.
What works. You need to know where you're trying to go, and you need to know what works. So we get to choose the assholes that are going to rule us. But my take on things would be a little bit different. I would say that's probably the like just unadorned truth of it all, and maybe I'm dealing in the realm of the
you wanted to make
explained.
you want to make it sound nicer, and I don't.
It's not that I want to make it sound nicer. I mean,
Gray One, I'm gonna be real blunt with you, bro, because every time I see you in my chat, you are saying things that are completely unhinged from reality, that are based entirely on conservative influencer talking points. Konstantin Kisin panders to stupid conservatives. That's reality. Liberals do not watch Konstantin Kisin. Konstantin Kisin panders to stupid conservatives. So he can pretend all he wants that I'm not a conservative. I'm not a conservative. He can pretend all he wants. Konstantin Kisin is whatever he needs to be in order to make money, bro. Why would he be why would the majority of Konstantin Kisin's audience be made up of stupid conservatives if Konstantin Kisin wasn't pandering to stupid conservatives? This is 101 level stuff, bro. You got to catch up. Come on. Well, I used to knit Stephen West almost exclusively, and then Stephen West released a mystery shawl pattern that I was knitting, and then people claimed it looked like a swastika when it really didn't. And I said, Stephen, why are you taking this pattern away? We've already paid for it. And then Stephen West blocked me on Instagram, and so no, I don't knit Stephen West patterns anymore. No. I will not give Stephen West another dime of my money. I used to spend thousands of dollars in Stephen West yarn store. No, no more. No, he's an asshole. No.
may just be stuck in a layer of abstraction. So I will say what I think is we do get to choose, which is maybe slightly more than that. So I think a society gets to decide where it wants to go. And every generation is going to decide where they are going to steer things. And so I've thought a lot about this as the young generation comes up and they're taking what I will call self-destructive beliefs, you called suicidal beliefs. I'm like, they get to do that. there's basically nothing that we can do to stop them. Like, even if right now we're really dragging it, or my parents' generation is really dragging it out, staying in political power for as long as they have, but they will die. And so then ultimately the next generation is going to get to control where we go. So everybody gets to take the world where they want to take it. The problem is, I don't think people have clear foresight into where exactly what the second and third order consequences of those decisions are.
They know
And
exactly what
so
they're doing, bro.
The thing that I always use is some people need to be chased by a lion.
They know
what I worry about is if
exactly
we don't get a
what they're
comfortable
doing.
relationship with power, with personal power, with holding myself accountable, because I say this to the people in the comments. Remember, I come at everything from what can I do? What's my responsibility? What do I need to own? I'm not the guy to talk to for like, what should the en masse collection of people be doing? I'll let other smarter people deal with that. I just think about what should the individual be doing? Because I know I can control what I do. I can control the rules and rules of thumb that I abide by, which is ultimately the thing I want to pull people's attention to. It's where I spend all of my time thinking about what would be the rules and rules of thumb in my own life that are going to lead me to where I want to go, which I define as human flourishing. Okay, so if every generation gets to decide where they want to go, if we do that.
This guy is so self-help guru. I'm sorry. Like, I'm having really bad flashbacks to being in the self-help guru community. And this guy is the epitome of fucking self-help guru. He wants to be Joe Rogan. He wants to be able to like have this podcast where he can just like talk to people and make money and like and pontificate about like I just want to take personal responsibility and what am I responsible for, and then say like the nice self-help talking points every once in a while. I can't.
Partly by electing the assholes that we want to rule us. What I want people to understand is there's a second layer to that, which is we get to decide what cultural values we champion. And so to do that, I would encourage people to take a historical view. If you want to get rich, take a historical view, man. Understand the macroeconomics and how they just repeat. It is a terrifying cycle. Again, I talk about Ray Dalio all the time. I will just point people to Ray. He covers this so brilliantly. You want to be, you want a good governmental structure. Look at history. Like, there's so much to learn. Oh my God. Just by looking at the movements of history culturally. If you want to look at the individual human thriving, look at history. Like, there's so many lessons to get by looking at history, but you also have to know where you want to end up. So you're looking at history as a way to map a better path to the better world that you can imagine in the future. And so if the way that we convey these ideas such that they become the emotional drivers, because I don't think there's any way at the populist level to get people to do anything other than to make it feel right. And the way that your feelings are shaped, never said this out loud, but this is so important. The way your feelings are shaped are through your beliefs and your values.
That's true.
Most of the time, society just hands us those as a set of rules.
That's
wrong. Nobody ever
wrong.
challenges them. So you have to consciously construct your beliefs and your values. That will give you an emotional reaction to the set of rules that you're going to abide by, the structure that you force upon society, the things that you tell people to do and not to do. Okay, so if we take all of that, then people really have to get honest about the second and third order consequences of if I do this thing. Because right now, remember, individuals, I'm talking to you, right now, people are steering by I don't want any constraints. I don't want any confines.
Wrong.
The miracle is redistribution, not the creation of prosperity itself.
What does that mean? Redistribution.
If you do
what does that mean?
The value that you are propagating is that the group should take care of the individual.
Yes.
By the way, they do that by taking from the individuals to give to the group.
What does that mean?
I would say
so close.
That the only effective way forward is for the individual to take responsibility, not just of the assholes that they elect, but to take responsibility of the value systems that they propagate, because it will completely influence the emotional reaction of themselves and others. And you want to feel really good when you propagate things that lead to human flourishing, which I will say is.
So this guy probably means well, but he has some semblance. He's not saying the words, and the words are actually more important than him pontificating. He's not saying they're trying to do socialism, but he's saying they're trying to do socialism, and he's saying the antidote to socialism is individualism. That's true. But what he does not understand, and what I'm going to bet all the money in my bank account that Konstantin Kisin is not going to explain to him, is that the people pushing these strategies have been indoctrinated into this belief system since they were 5 years old through the public school system. And quite frankly, Tom, it's not enough to say you need to champion the value of individualism, because that's going to mean nothing to people who have been indoctrinated into this belief system since they were 5 years old.
Is when you celebrate the individual. Celebrate's the wrong word. When you hold the individual accountable. You can reboot your life, your health, even your career, anything.
No commercial, no commercial, no commercial.
Breaking down what exactly are the beliefs that trip people up. So we know that focusing on gender is a side effect.
No.
Because I don't even have beef with that.
Wrong.
But it's a side effect of wanting to get rid of all structure.
What does that mean?
But there's a set of ideas that I think are probably more complex than just that end up taking a person down a road of this all sounds good, but it doesn't work. Have you thought much about what that stack of beliefs is?
Yeah, people like to describe it in different ways. Some people call it postmodernism. Some people call it all sorts of other things. But the very basic thing at the core of that is that there is no such thing as reality.
Oh my fucking
There is only
God.
power. And language is how power is exercised and how reality is constructed.
Wrong.
You know, people always talk about Michel Foucault and the idea that this is where this comes from.
Oh my God.
If those assumptions are true, then nothing is true and everything is constructed. So if I say I am a woman, I am a woman. If I say I am a different race, I'm a different race. And this magical world in which we've been encouraged to live, in which you can identify as whatever you want, it works
Why are they
very
doing
well.
that, Constantine?
As long
Why
as
are they
there
doing
aren't
it?
anybody,
Why are they doing
as long
it?
as there are not other countries and other forces outside of our world who don't believe these airy-fairy falsehoods. But at the core of that system is essentially the belief that reality doesn't exist and it is defined by the way we speak. And that is essentially all there is to power and to structure and to society.
Completely fucking
I'm sure
wrong,
I'm just at the tip of the iceberg. That is absolutely one of the things that I put, which is everything is a social construct. Nature has no rules. There's no ground truth.
What created the social construct, you absolute abject retards? What do you guys think created the social construct in the first place? Where did it come from? Gray one, you're not digging yourself out of the hole, buddy. You're not digging yourself out. Human Centipede says they're like throwing each other softballs and they're still whiffing. Are either of them going to explain to the other that the left believes that capitalism is the thing that created all these social constructs because they're trying to say they're social constructs because they want to abolish capitalism? Is that going to come to the conversation at all? I'm betting not.
Why does that become so deranging? You said it works as long as there are no other powerful forces. What is it that acting as if you believe that or actually
literally focusing on power? I'm not making this up. There is actually rationale to this. Focusing on the concept of power is literally 15 years behind where we are. 1-5. They are focusing on 15 years ago. This is why the left wins, guys. because influencers like Konstantin Kisin don't actually want to interact with what the left is doing in the real world today. They instead want to pontificate and sound intellectual about something that happened 15 fucking years ago. It peaked 15 fucking years ago. We've all moved on, bro. There are actually more important things happening right now. You guys are, this is the danger of when you base your entire philosophy around cherry-picked academic papers from decades ago. Because you start to believe that those academic papers from decades ago are reflective of reality today, when in fact those academic papers are not at all reflective of reality today. They maybe were reflective of something that was happening 15 years ago, but you're talking about it like it's a current thing, when in fact the left has long since moved on from anything it was doing 15 years ago. But no, it's circle jerk time. All right, we're going to watch this for a little bit more, and then I'm going to probably end the stream because I'm getting a little tired of this. I'm getting annoyed. I'm getting really drunk, and I don't want to be... I don't mind being a little belligerent on stream, but I don't want to be too belligerent on stream.
Believing it. Why does that become problematic?
Because it clashes with reality. If, for example, you say there's no difference between men and women, and therefore I'm a woman. Well, that has an impact on masculinity, femininity. It has an impact on how we structure our society, what kind of energy our society has in terms of its posture around the world, etc. So if you take some recent examples, during the Football World Cup, the Soccer World Cup, which happened in Qatar.
I'm married to a Brit. I was with you.
Which happened in Qatar, all the Western nations spend the entire time talking about LGBTQI+, etc. The reality is no one in Qatar gives a shit about LGBTQI+, and Western language talking is not going to in any way change how they treat that issue, because the way they treat that issue is a product of the beliefs they have about the world and about reality and so on. Chastising nations around the world about their values does not change their values. But we believe it does because in our countries, chastising people over what they say or what they think, we think works. We think that if we chastise people for their attitudes to various issues, they're going to change their mind. But it isn't true. Likewise, it isn't true that everybody in the world responds to language. George Kennan, who was a student of the Soviet Union, and he was an ambassador there for a long time. He said that Russia is I'm going to butcher the quote here. I can't remember the exact words, but it's something like Russia is insensitive to the language of words and highly sensitive to the language of power or language of force. Right? Most people out there in the world do not care about being perceived to be moral, or being perceived to be virtuous, or being perceived to be anything. They care about some very simple things like money, oil, precious metals, rare earth metals, land, force, power,
you don't
military
care about
capacity.
being perceived as being virtuous.
This is what they care about. And to the extent that they are able to achieve that, they will pursue that by any means necessary. You see this with what Russia is doing. You see this with what other countries are doing. They are pursuing their interests as they understand them by any means necessary. And if we cut off our ability to do the same because we go, oh, this is dishonorable. It's dishonorable to use force. It's dishonorable to have regions of the world under our power, under our influence. Why should we be involved in this country far, far away? Well, the reason is that's how you make America prosperous and safe, right? But nobody wants to say that because in the world that we live in.
What was that? Why should we be involved in this country far, far away? That's how you make America prosperous. Really, bro? Really? That's the argument that you're going to take, you absolute globalist shill? You know, the conservatives, The conservatives are so hung up on like, why are we not accepted by the WEF? They really just want to be accepted by these people. Conservatives are constantly seeking validation from like these, globalist organizations. So much so that Jordan Peterson created his own globalist organization called ARC. And they had a conference in London not too long ago, and Konstantin Kisin was there, and James Lindsay was there, and Peter Boghossian was there, and Ben Shapiro was there. They basically created a conservative globalist organization to compete with the WEF. And now Konstantin Kisin's going out and going, why should America be involved with these foreign countries? Because if you involve yourself with the business of foreign countries, then you're going to be more prosperous. Does that make sense to anyone? Let's listen to that again. Does that make sense to anyone? Yes, that's it. This is the conservative globalist organization that's designed to compete with the WEF.
Force. It's dishonorable to have regions of the world under our power, under our influence. Why should we be involved in this country far, far away? Well, the reason is that's how you make America prosperous and safe.
Bro,
right?
go fuck
But nobody
yourself.
wants to say that because in the world
Go
that we
fuck
live in,
yourself.
it's dishonorable. It doesn't sound good, right? The truth is, I remember I said this on Twitter recently, in 1990, in the 90s and the noughties, you had all these American movies in which some CIA guy would be like, and they hate us because we have freedom. And I was like, no, idiot. They hate you because you have power. That's why they hate you.
Wow.
People don't want to hear this, but on 9/11, most
Wow.
of the world cheered. It wasn't because they hate your freedom. It's not because most of the world is jihadi terrorists.
Do you know what country especially cheered? Does anyone want to guess what country was literally dancing on 9/11? Does anyone know? What country was like literally dancing on 9/11? Does anyone know? What? Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Yep. I'm you can look it up and find for yourself. Yep. Mhm.
People don't like the people at the top of the pyramid. Everybody wants to take your place. And that is the simple truth of the world. And unless you're willing to stand in that place and defend it, someone will come and take it away from you. It's no different to cartels in Mexico, right? Once they sense a weakness in the strongest cartel, what happens? Someone comes after it, it fragments, they form a new thing, they start again. That's how power works. And there's no escaping it.
On the power front, and then I'll come back to the beliefs that lead us astray. On the power front, yeah, the truth of the world is deeply uncomfortable, and there's something very weird about that. Nature is red in tooth and claw. So for anybody that's heard that but never stopped to think about it, what it means is you stop your enemy. And unfortunately, I'm actually really curious to get your emotional take on. So I've seen a lot of the footage coming out of the Israel Hamas conflict.
Oh, here we go.
It's doing something to me that I really don't like the way it makes me feel. And I watched one today. Wow, I'm getting emotional. I watched one today where there was somebody from Hamas going through, and they had a camera, like a GoPro or whatever, on their head, and they're just filming it. And through the window, they shoot and kill somebody. You can't really see it, but you hear the person die.
Oh,
it's
wow.
crazy. And then that person ends up getting shot and killed. And I just thought, to kill another human, you rip their body, like you tear a hole in their organs, they bleed out. It's violent and painful and simple and fast. And watching that person die, I mean, they die fast, man. Like at the end, somebody shoots him, I don't know, sniper, what? Single shot, not even like a da-da-da-da, just pow, drops. You hear him, he's talking. Oh, dude, it was just so crazy. And that nature is red in tooth and claw. We have not escaped nature, not entirely, but there is something about how much progress we've made that is thrilling. And when I think about how much prosperity and how much peace the Western world on our home turf, because I am well aware of the horrendous forever wars that we have gotten into, but on our own home turf, how much that we have had. And what scares me is that it's huge blessings, and also seems to derange our thinking in some way. Going back to the idea, some people need to be chased by a lion. Like, there is something about human nature that has to be, that's the wrong way to think about it.
Bro,
if it isn't kept in check,
get to a question. Come on.
That
Do
a
it.
way of thinking becomes pathologized, and oh God, I'm explaining an idea that I've not had to articulate out. This is why I love having you on.
You just sit there and let me talk.
Group
I love having you on.
begins to vibrate.
Don't say anything,
Stick
and I
with
just
me.
talk.
The group begins to vibrate.
It sounds like a sexual fantasy, mate.
Let's see. Oh, it doesn't end like one. I don't think. Not for me. The group begins to vibrate, and the individual gets lost. Collective thinking takes over, and all hell breaks loose. And that all hell breaks loose can be just a weakening, and so a stronger force from the outside comes in and takes over. Or it can be, I'd have to really think about times where the collective becomes like a Mao's China or something like that. That worries me, the deranging of that. To keep it on things that we've already talked about in this conversation, when you get the pulling all of the structure apart so that there is...
So he literally thinks that it's just like snapping their fingers and all of a sudden a collectivist ideology takes over. He's just like, yeah, man, people get together and they're vibing, and then all of a sudden collectivism takes over. Is Constantine going to correct him and say like, bro, let me explain to you what happened. They took over the schools and they taught people a collectivist ideology. And so therefore, when those people became adults, they started acting out a collectivist ideology. Is he going to say that? We'll see. Maria says, happy birthday. Thank you, Maria. Been listening since the beginning and finally am able to chat. That said, these two are insufferable. I agree, Maria. I'm about to wrap this up, so I do appreciate the super chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to send me a birthday super chat, you're probably going to have maybe 5 to 10 minutes to do so, because I'm not feeling this anymore. We'll watch a little bit more. So last call, if anyone wants to send me a birthday super chat, which I do really appreciate. Reagan says, yeah, just like it's magic. You sprinkle a little bit of magic over some crowds, and then all of a sudden, bam! Collectivism. Magic.
Nothing left to push back on, so that everyone is equal, everyone is the same, nobody is worse off, because we have the luxury to believe that. So I say that because if great example, if somebody broke in to this studio right now and they said, okay, you have to win a debate or everyone here dies, I would immediately go, okay, Constance is a better debater than me. So Constantine, sorry. So you go do the debating. And I would just because I don't want anybody to get shot. I don't need to be right. I just need somebody that I've seen do it and I know that they're good at it. Boom. So now reality slaps you in the face and everybody lines up behind that. But when there is none of that, you get this slow decay, and the slow decay is hard to protect against.
And that's where we are. I think that's exactly where we are. We've become very uncomfortable with, look, this is a very, very difficult thing to talk about, okay? But I think we have to talk about it, particularly in this moment.
Yeah.
So I don't know about
that.
I don't know when this will go out, but we have an episode with Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein coming out. We talked about Israel and Palestine a lot. And the thing that we were talking about is this. World War II ended because the United States dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan, and because of what happened to Germany. Okay. Now, when the United States dropped, I think it was Hiroshima, when they dropped that nuke, they afterwards, one of those two, they went and measured the blast impact of those detonations. Not the release of energy from the nuclear weapons, which is much greater, but the blast impact. And they calculated how many conventional munitions you would have to use to achieve the same blast impact on a city. When they did those calculations, there's a Russian historian called Mark Salonin who's gone through all of this. In the last year and a half of World War II, the Allies, that's mainly the Brits, the Americans, and the Soviets, dropped 50 Hiroshimas a month on Germany.
Whoa.
Every month for 18 months. They wiped Germany off the map, flattened cities, hundreds of thousands of people burnt alive. Now, historians have come along and said that was too much, that was unjustifiable, that was wrong, etc. But the fact is that Germany was in the grips of a death cult. Hitler said, we're going to make a final stand. We're not going to retreat. We're not going to capitulate. We're not going to surrender. And that is what happened. And the only way the Allies could win that war was to kill a hell of a lot of innocent people.
True.
Okay. Are we saying that was wrong?
Yes.
Are we saying that not murdering, sorry, killing millions of innocent civilians in war is wrong? Well, I think so. Don't you?
Yes.
Can you win a war without doing it?
Yes.
No.
I don't know. I will say that.
No, you
Doesn't
can't.
look like it.
You can't. You can't.
So Constantine is rationalizing what Israel is doing in Gaza, and Constantine is saying it's totally okay that Israel is massacring Palestinians in Gaza and committing a literal genocide, bro, because you know what? Israel can't win without massacring tens of thousands of innocent women and children in Gaza. And guys, I'm sorry, it's just more important that Israel win because reasons. Israel has to win for reasons. And so we just need to overlook the fact that they're massacring and genociding tens of thousands of people and destroying the Gaza Strip, which will never be rebuilt. That's totally okay, guys, because Israel needs to win for reasons.
So what does that so if you accept my premise, then we are in a moral paralysis.
We do not accept your premise, Constantine.
Because if you want to win the war, you have to kill innocent civilians. And we don't want to kill innocent civilians. What's the outcome?
You don't win the war. Israel doesn't win the war.
And that's
Too
where we
bad,
are.
so sad. Go suck an egg.
That's where we are.
Okay, so power as the returning theme.
Okay, I can't.
I imagine people are.
I can't. I'm done. Konstantin Kisin has gone full Rabbi Shmuley and Rabbi Barclay. This is the current state of the conservative influencer sphere. Guys, we have to kill women and children. We have to. We have no choice but to murder innocent children and women in order for Israel to win. Because Israel can't win if we don't murder and massacre and genocide innocent women and children, bro. The timestamp is about 40 minutes, Rottweiler. Yo. All right, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and I really thought I would go longer, but I feel like I'm done. I'm good. So if you guys enjoyed the stream, I hope you will mount the like button for me. And I hope that you will head over to my Substack, which is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. And if you want other ways to send me a nice birthday gift, click on this post says, it's my birthday. Here's the best gift you can give me. And I will give you 5 different ways you can support the work I'm doing. And I don't know why that's got subscribed twice on that one, but that's probably okay. And you can find out different ways. Do you guys see? Have you guys ever seen this painting that I had commissioned? It's sitting right over here. I want to hang it on my wall at some point. This is my Aries Ram painting that I commissioned from one of my favorite artists. His name is Sneak. You can find him at theartofthesneak.com. You can find the link in this post on Substack. But it's basically one of my favorite things. I want to get this ram tattooed on my arm. I want to get it tattooed on this arm right here. Because I'm an Aries bitch. I mean, come on. Anyway, that's all I have, guys. My birthday is over. Well, it's not over. I still have like 4 hours and 20 minutes left of my birthday. But I'm done. I'm done being on the internet. I've had too much beer. Both of those beers were Imperials. So I'm a little drunk. And I feel like I'm done. But I appreciate all of you. I love all of you. Thank you for joining me on this not that not that one. That's all I have. I will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. for Socialism Saturday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Take care, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.